Yeah, I got friends who wanna catch up on old times, but that just makes me feel ashamed to be me. Now, I got friends who wanna relive the past and deify memories, and they just scream to me that if you don't die young, you gotta live too long. If you don't die young, you gotta live too long. You gotta live too long. On the stoop of the apartment next to my shitty job, an old friend passed me on the street today. Hey, I said hello and tried to catch up on old times. She walked the other way, and maybe it seems to scream that if I got cancer or somebody shot me, I'd be like a child or something, ask the doctors to do me favors, to cross my fingers and hope it gets better. Like a broken record, I seem to scream that if you don't die young, you gotta live too long. Yeah, if you don't die young, you gotta live too long. Drunk in a foreign ocean and trying to wrap my head around problems, and all my bitterness just seemed passe. Because I realized as soon as I said it, how long it'd take to swim from Jones Beach to Indonesia. And maybe you're waiting on a call from me. And maybe you're working at a crowded restaurant, and you know what he's got a life so fucked up. You don't know what happened. Just like you saw me working at some restaurant in Paris, 'cause my life was just so fucked up, and I don't know how it happened.
No need to perform. Hands on our bodies gonna keep us feels warm. We need social reform cause we're just so criminal. Linguist subliminal, damage is minimal. Top percent our largest fraction. Massive attraction, going on action. Stop that, I'm gonna need a reaction. Drop that, you already got your reaction. Me, I'm gonna keep on smiling. You're gonna need restyling. I got a quote back from the jeweler. You're getting 20% cooler. Yeah, own this beat. You can call me a king or a ruler. Filling on bass, getting what's in the mic. We're getting 20% on my level like a rebel in a bunker, getting shot with a mortar. Bump up and down cause I think you're order. Place your hand on my thigh, don't be coy, I can hear you sigh. Grinding your hips, I'll be flashing my pink, and in 10 seconds flat, you'll be back with a drink. Whoa! Bring out the Bacardi! Twilight sparkle up in the party, tap that like a phone in a cold war room on the 3rd floor, knocking on my front door. Me, I'm kind of a rarity, you, with that dexterity. Lean back now, here's what I meant, getting caught up like 20%. You own this beat, you can call me a king or a ruler, filling on bass, getting horse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler. 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 You own this beat. You can call me a king or a ruler, filling on bass, getting horse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, and a happy Hearthwarming Eve. Is that it? I can never remember. Happy Hearthwarming Eve. How are we doing, everybody? Welcome to a very special Brony Christmas. I've been doing these for years now. I was thinking about it the other day. I've been doing Brony Christmas since what, like 2022? Every year we gather together to go over Brony lore and history and bits and of weird facts about the Brony community, old dramas. But what a year to have Bronymas, because it's been a very Brony year in the year of Princess Celestia 2025. Oh, it's so good to see him. We're gonna have Saberspark on tonight. We're gonna be chatting about old lore. We're gonna be chatting about con stories. It should be really, really fun. It's so surreal. Does everyone like the decorations? I thought I'd be festive. Welcome to what the stream is gonna look like for the rest of the year. Okay, so we might take some call-ins for Saber, like with like some other content creators and things as well, if people want to later on, depending on who's around. But like I've got nothing majorly planned. Let me get through some of these super chats. Kickin with the 20 Swedish crowns. 1 a.m. Have a fun stream, Daddy Beckett. Thank you, Kickin. Thank you for the love heart and the stars. Very proud of you. Have a good night. CID with the 2. Chat, let's summon the pony to give us more content. Dude. Yeah, we've already had one person crash out. I don't think you'll be able to guess who wasn't very happy to hear that this stream was going to exist. Future Nightmare Games with 10. I understand if Saber doesn't want to talk about it, but I'm curious how he views this drama and failed cancellation in hindsight. Happy Bronymas, enjoy your King of the Hill vid, Saber. Yeah, we may talk a little bit about stuff, but I think it's going to largely be old lore. You never know, we might talk a little bit about Bonk. I'm sure KP is going to be a topic of conversation, though. Darn Ginger, member for 21 months. 21 months! It's crazy, it's seething. Working on a presentation for a wine tasting class I'm teaching tomorrow, but Merry Bronymush, you filthy animal. Merry Bronymush, Darn Ginger. Good luck in your teaching a class. That should be awesome. Okay. Guys. Fuck it. Let's bring in Saber. Let's bring in Saber. Hello, buddy.
Oh, sorry, I was listening to the stream. I'm like, what's that sound? But hey, hello, Beckett. Happy Hearthwarming Eve to you. or Merry Hearthwarming for those who are not woke. But, but yeah, how's it going, dude?
Yeah, not bad. Yourself? Like, how are you feeling? How are you feeling to be? Actually, it's somebody commented. It's been a long time since they've seen your brony Sona, so it's nice to have that.
I'm just saying, me and my ugly ass OC. I know it's funny because I came up with this thing with the, oh gosh, the DeviantArt General Zoe, I think was the name of the DeviantArt account, where you can go and make your own pony OC. And that's where I came up with this guy. And I'm like, I want to be a Pegasus because I like flying, even though I don't like flying really. Well, I'm okay with flying with on airplanes and apparently skydiving, but I do have a fear of heights. So go figure. There's an irony to that with like, you know, buildings, whatever. I digress. But I have no cutie mark. I don't believe in them. I think it's better to be an open-ended story. So my cutie mark is blank. I'm a blank flank, dude.
You're a blank flank, an adult blank flank.
I'm an adult blank flank. I'm sure there's a medication for that, but you know.
Well, I do have a Christmas hat for you as well, so just so you feel included.
Give it here. Thank you.
Just for like housekeeping as well. I know people are gonna super chat things in. I'm gonna take pauses to do super chats just so it doesn't break the flow too badly. But yeah, man, it's really nice to have you on. I guess I've got to, like, I suppose first off, like, is it surreal, like, the fact that it's been, what, well, like, over a decade, like, nearly a decade and a half since you started doing this? In, like...
Yes. It's very surreal. Time flies. I mean, they say, you know, it goes by quickly. And I mean, and it's all relative. Because, like, I mean, I'm very thankful for, like, one of my best friends is AC Race Best, and love him like a brother. And he documents and vlogs all these conventions and has been doing so since 2012. So there's so many memories we can just go back and watch. You know, myself, him, whatever, anybody for that matter. Maybe we can use it for a point of reference tonight if needed for, you know, going back and looking at stuff. That guy is constantly recording and just has been archiving it for years and years and years, multiple conventions. And it's kind of nice to think I've basically got a entire, you know, collection of memories to go back and watch. But to answer your question, though, yeah, it's extremely surreal to start from doing pony stuff and what an odd beginning that was, and then I guess end up where I am right now, especially with. I mean, that's something I saw someone in the chat say. What was a super chat? Someone said, I'm scrubbing to see if we can find it here. Gosh, where was it?
It was Future Nightmare. If Saber doesn't want to talk about it, I understand, but I'm curious how he views the drama and failed cancellation in hindsight.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. I do want to make it clear, like, how weird it is and kind of silly to be like, dude, I am a cartoon reviewer. My God, like, it almost feels kind of like a cliche to be like, here comes your cancellation, you know, attempt, you know, as is tradition with anybody with a YouTube career that lasts long enough. And I'm like, really? Is this happening? Like, okay, I guess, you know, here we go. Only to, you know, look, you know, into it and be like, wow, there's some really malicious people behind this. But you know, I'm by the way, Chad, I'm not here to like bitch and moan or anything. I'm not. I'm doing good. You know, I'm very thankful that I'm extremely thankful for all the people who took the time to vet things out, look at information closely, and at evidence and stuff like that. It's something I would say that in this day and age where misinformation on the internet can come at you very quickly, like, take the time just to question everything. You know, it's a good litmus test to say, I don't know if this is true or not. And that can be like a news article, that can be something, you know, as simple as just, you know, YouTube drama video. Just question it, look into it if you can. It can go a long way, because if we take things at face value, and here's the thing, I've been there myself. I've taken things at face value only to realize I was wrong. It's good to do research. It's just, you know, especially nowadays with AI on the horizon. Well, not even on the horizon, it's here. But
yeah, it's crazy with the deep fake stuff. It's well, it's gonna make some of this stuff much harder in the long term, I think, when we're looking into things from both sides, because, you know, that will be, for people who are guilty, that will be the first defense. It's AI. And for people who are, you know, trying to spin, you know, a narrative, it's going to be worryingly easy to create sort of fake stuff.
Well, I mean, there's already, like, gosh, misinformation's already been bad enough, but with AI, it's like, I see that meme where it has like Peter Griffin sitting in an electric chair, and it's like, you know, me being, you know, sentenced to death for the crime I didn't commit because of AI. And it makes me wonder. I'm like, there has to be some kind of like measure in the future for lawyers or investigators to see if the picture's forged or not via AI, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be worrying. So I've seen two special people in chat. Firstly, Race Best, how you doing, buddy? Hope you're good.
Yeah, what up, Race?
And Bonk apparently dropped by and stuck
Oh.
his head in chat. That's always nice. That's all... if I knew I needed just to get you on to get him to turn up, I would have done it ages ago.
Well, I hope he is getting the help that he needs.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've said this multiple times. I really just react to him. If he shut up, I'd stop talking about him. But such is life. I think it's really weird as well, looking at kind of Falgi's had quite on a few times, and it is interesting watching like look at old stuff like the Slazo stuff that happened, or just general stories.
Slazo.
Yeah. Over the years, and we actually had one I think last year as well with I've forgotten his name. Lewis McClung came out with someone's abuse allegations, and like it burnt his channel to the ground because it was just not true. So I think that it's one of those things where those false stories really stand out in people's minds, as opposed to like the I Am Alex stuff that happened last year, where it's like he's banged to rights guilty of what he's accused of.
Yeah, I mean, again, it requires people to vet information out, go to professionals. I mean, again, I have an older sister who works with rape response units, and there's been a lot of just awful stories that come from that, of how sorry, I don't want to like start Brony Christmas off on such a beautifully wonderful topic, right? But no, I jokes aside, it's it's difficult. It's insanely difficult to bring this stuff to justice, and it requires evidence. It requires professionals to do their job, and I don't know. I've learned a lot in this experience. Like big shout out to Ant for as far as rain goes. That was
Yeah, I was about to say, it's nice
donation.
that so many people got to learn what rain even was.
Yeah, I mean it's well, I know, right? But like I mean I made a contribution to them. It's good on them for what they do. It's not easy work, So I just can't overstate enough that you got to leave it to the professionals. You got to let people who know what they're doing, people who have the education, the experience to help you out. Like that's why same thing with someone like, hey, I'm going through a hard time, it's like, we'll talk to a therapist, maybe. Of course you can talk to a friend, but there's a certain point where if you're bleeding out, it's like, go to a doctor.
Yeah, gotcha. I mean, I've always been a massive advocate for therapy. I think therapy probably saved my life. It's so important to actually just go to people who know what the hell they're doing. I've said before about like all of this with the drama and things. I do recognize the sort of insane situation of, well, I am a drama streamer. I've never pretended to be anything else than drama creator. It's weird that I end up being the person who's looking into this, along with people like Fauci and everything else. And I think H-Bomb has a video out on his Patreon. I don't know what his Patreon rules are like, but I was really interested to watch it. And he's going over something. He's talking about investigative journalists. He's like, just at one point in the video, he's like, I don't know what's happened, that the people who are now looking into things like a fairly complicated topic, and he did this with the anti-vax stuff, are fucking YouTubers rather than professional investigative journalists.
The only YouTubers that I really trust when it comes to this stuff, I mean, like, do your research, but like, I like CoffeeZilla, for example. That guy is an absolute force to be reckoned with when it comes to like holding scam bros, accountable. So, do your homework, do your research. The more evidence, the more information, the more vetted sources you have, the better.
Yeah, absolutely. But okay, I think that's good on that topic, and I think that's good on that topic, and I do want to get to sort of like more of your like history, I guess. So I guess
Sure,
as a starting point, how did you even end up in the Brony community? How did this happen to
Okay,
you?
yeah, dude. I was in college in 2011, 2012. I decided I want to do sociology instead of computer science as my minor. While I was a poli-sci major, both degrees didn't really bear any fruit as far as me getting a job, as you can see, in either field. But college can still shape you and educate you and give you experiences and stuff. I had a really cool teacher named Dr. Dolan. She was my sociology teacher, a very awesome lady who was very, like, such an advocate for getting her students like really interested in the subject. And at the time, I was on YouTube, like making YouTube poops and stuff like that, excited about editing programs and trying to make memes. Because I'd say around 2010, that was kind of like the birth of like mainstream internet like meme culture, with like Facebook memes and know your meme, top text, bottom text kind of stuff. And I'm like, because at the time, I remember like okay, I've been on the internet forever. I'm 37, and I remember like getting really like invested in like AOL, as a kid, being like, yes, I can talk to other like-minded children like myself and talk about our favorite Cartoon Network shows on AIM. And then in 2005, I got into World of Warcraft. So I've always been like really into the internet. I was always fascinated by it and its culture and its nerdiness. And I felt like I finally found people who were a bit more like-minded, because at the time, or throughout my upbringing in school, I went to a private Christian school that was very small and very restrictive. So for me, I was more looking outside of like real life, relationships to connect with people who I'm like, you're a nerd like me. Not to say I didn't have friends in real life who were also nerds, but to cut to the chase, in college, it was summer or spring semester 2012. I was taking a class called sorry, I just had a memory pop in, so I'll have to tell you about it in a bit. Called the study of deviance. So it's for sociology.
Okay.
And my teacher told me, Dr. Dolan said, hey, one of the big project for this semester is making a presentation about a deviant subculture. And you can cover this subculture however you'd like. And I just discovered about bronies.
Oh my god.
And oh wait, was it spring? No, I actually know it. I might be incorrect. I think it was fall semester 2011. I'm so sorry. It was fall semester 2011 where I took the course. I'm sorry. And oh gosh, one of those 2 semesters. Whatever, I digress. Doesn't matter too much. And I remember asking my teacher, because I just discovered bronies at the time, and I was really excited because bronies just took off on the internet. They were everywhere.
Yeah, I remember.
And I'm like,
VG Cats was the first time I saw the brony community. Actually, it was like that
really?
super. Yeah, like I don't even know if VG Cat still exists.
I don't know. A lot of these people come and go.
But yeah, because it did. It just sort of exploded, and suddenly, yeah, it was literally everywhere.
Well,
it like just usurped the furry community.
Oh yeah, I mean, because to me, I was at the time just seeing meme culture blow up. I'm like, I want to understand why cartoon brony pony videos are even a thing. Like, I have to know, what's the point? What's the joke here? And I looked more into it. And I'm like, wow, there's a real community here. And then I watched the show, and I'm like, wait, I kind of love this show. This is kind of a lot of fun. It's from the lady who worked on My Little Pony. I'm sorry, Powerpuff Girls. In Foster's Home. Okay, that's why it's good, because it was such a bit of whiplash to be like, why is a show that's supposed to be bad because of G3 and all the other pony generations? G1 gets a bad rap. It's actually not bad, but yeah, I was like kind of blown away with how good it was, and I started getting falling down the rabbit hole of the fandom. And then I asked my teacher, I'm like, hey, can I talk about bronies as my semester project? And can I do a video about it? And she's like, absolutely, I 100% support that. So I then naturally made an hour-long video essay back in 2011 about the brony fandom called Ballad of the Brony. And that was my project, which was just basically me talking about the history of My Little Pony, what are bronies? Are they bad? How'd they come to be? You know, why do they like the show? What do bronies even do? And that's kind of the project. And that was me. It's so funny because I make video essays nowadays, you know, for work and for fun. But I look back and I'm like, wow, my first real breakout moment on YouTube was making an hour-long video, which is, I promise
Which
you, I'm
for
not
the
trying to pat
time was
myself on the back.
not common, actually.
Not
Like,
at all. I mean, because well, think about it. This is back when you couldn't even upload a video in an hour-long video. It was 15-minute like blocks.
Yeah.
There was an upload limit that they eventually removed. But yeah, I look back, I'm like, wow, that's kind of cool. I actually made something pretty ambitious at the time that was my breakout video, so that was kind of cool. And that's how I got into the fandom. And after that, I started connecting with bronies like Paleo Steno, AC Race Best, Hirasashi, DB Pony, just a bunch of, you know, people who I'm still very good friends with to this day. And yeah, that was kind of the beginning of it, was just doing that pony video and took off from there.
Did you ever? So you went to university as a normal person and left as a brony because of a lecturer.
I would not say I arrived as a normal person. I almost flunked out, actually. I mean, I've always been like weird. I remember getting to college and I'm like, dude, I was so obsessed over World of Warcraft at the time that I almost flunked out of college because of it. And I had a I had a laptop that I would play the game on. And I was so desperate to go raiding with my guild at the time that gosh, what was it? The Wi-Fi shut off in my house. I forget, it went out. So I got in the back of my car because I'm like, I can't miss the raid. I have to be there. I got in the back, I got my car, drove off to the town square of my school, and I pulled up to a coffee shop where I could connect with the internet. I opened the back of my hatchback. I had an extension cord. I unplugged the Christmas lights on the town square and plugged my laptop in just so I could connect and play the game. Like, that's how obsessed I was with trying to, you know, be a nerd and play video games at the time. I would literally be the Grinch and turn off Christmas lights so I can like plug into their power and internet. But yeah, you know, I've always been weird.
Listen, I can understand. So I played World of Warcraft back in like 2007, which was Burning Crusade. I was like,
oh yeah,
16.
that was my expansion, dude.
And I ran a roleplay guild in World of Warcraft.
You're weirder than me. Roleplay people are weird. You're playing on the what's it, the
It was Argent Dawn. Argent Dawn.
Oh no, that's the worst one. Dude, the PvP servers would make fun of that server. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, no. Listen. It was roleplay. Listen, I was a teenager and I was weird. Okay, I got better. Actually, the MMO I probably played the most was Secret World. Secret World. I played loads with like an American guild full of like soldiers and shit. It's like Lovecraftian horror MMO.
Oh,
so it's really
cool.
good. It's like dead now, but like it was really good at the time.
Rip.
Back in the day. Yeah, all good things come to an end. So you ended up as a brain. I mean, you like you had quite a lot of success very early on. And so was that a weird experience going from sort of like college student to like looking at the fandom to like, oh my, you know, people knowing you at conventions and things? And
oh well, okay, I'm gonna share some cringy stories. I mean, all my stories are cringy. So I'm not sure if AC Race Best is in the chat here, so if he is, then he'll get a kick out of this. So I remember going to BronyCon 2012. I cannot overstate how like that entire convention's energy was just off the charts. Like you really thought that bronies were going to change the world. Hey, racist. Yeah, he's still in the chat. By the way, raise a glass to AC Race Best, to single-handedly funding Zootopia 3 at the box office.
Yeah, how many times has he seen Zootopia 2? Is it like
33 or 4 times, I think?
What? I thought that was a meme, bro.
No, I'm not 6, 7. No, he's seen it a lot, a whole lot. But I'm sure he'll chime 35. My God.
Oh my God. Okay, I mean, fair play.
Baby.
I'm glad people got a sequel that they're really enjoying. That's base.
Yeah, dude. Go off, King. So I went to BronyCon 2012. Was there with Payless Dino. Saw people like Tombstone. Got to hang out with him. Got to um, hang out with Dusty Cat. Really good friend of mine. Just see a bunch of bronies. It was so surreal to be like, wow, you are from the internet, and now we're here in person, and we're all celebrating, having fun. Everyone was so ecstatic. Jack Splade was there. He's still a very good friend of mine, like a brother. But I remember being there and being like, wow, like there are actually people here who are famous. And at the time, I think I had about maybe 3 or 4,000 subscribers on YouTube. And I'm like, well, shoot, I want people to know that I'm Saberspark, the guy who is the curator for top 10 My Little Pony videos. So what do? Okay, I'm going to a convention called Everfree Northwest in 2012. Cool. I know. I will go to a t-shirt shop and print my name, Saberspark, on the shirt so I can wear it at the convention. And that way people will know me. And I wore the shirt to the con. I was really proud of it for the first day, being like, wow, people actually are being like, hey, you Saberspark? I'm like, yeah, how'd you know? And then I remember going to the bathroom at the convention, and I was like washing my hands, and I looked up in the mirror and I saw my stupid ass face with my stupid ass shirt. And I immediately was like, I don't want to be this person. I don't want to be desperate. I don't want to be like, I need attention. I need to be seen. I feel so insecure. No one likes me. I need to be liked. Mom, look at me. But I definitely realized that I don't want to be that guy. And I think I had a bit of an ego death where I said, I just want to hang out. I want my actions to speak on my behalf. I don't want my t-shirt to do it for me. And what's funny is that I would eventually give the shirt to Jillian Barrow, who's one of the writers for the show. And she actually was like the showrunner for G5. I remember telling her this story, and she's like, oh my God, can I have that shirt? I'm like, sure. And I gave her the shirt years later. So, that shirt, I think she still has it. Race, does she still have it? I'm not sure if he's in the chat, but I'm pretty sure Jillian Barrow still has my one single Saberspark, OG shirt somewhere thrown in some, probably some towel rag in her kitchen.
You know what's worrying? You probably sell copies of it as merch now and get away with it.
Maybe if someone also wants, I don't know, you might get punched in public if you do that, though.
Isn't that true of all YouTuber merch?
Right. No, well, I recently made a new hat for my new logo, and I was wearing it today, and I was like, man, it's happening again. Maybe I shouldn't wear this. I like the hat, though. It's cool. I like hats. As in my mid-30s with my receding hairline, I'm starting to realize that hats are pretty awesome.
Don't worry, my chat's been bullying me because I haven't been on camera for a while. They're like, so Beckett's bald now? That's the new theory. So I feel
the working theory.
You're gonna have to send me a hat.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll send you one over. No, I I don't know, dude. There are people where when this line of work, you gotta, because merch, keeps the lights on. And I mean, I've been to like Game Grump events, and those guys are masters of merchandise, and people are really hyped over it. The more hyped, the more of a personality you are, the easier it is to push merch. So, they absolutely crush it in that category. Meanwhile, for me, for the longest time, and even to this day, I feel like I'm not really too much of a personality. So, I don't push the merch too much. But it's there for those who, are interested. In my wonderful fiance has done the designs before for it. So, yeah.
See, that's always nice.
I can't remember what
Medica does the same, like his partner does a lot of the art. I, however, do stickers, and you guys have hit the goal. So please enjoy the stickers. Let's say it. Dude, I have too many things up with all the Christmas stuff in the background. There we go. Thank you guys. Let me read through some of these super chats. We'll go from where were we? Morning with the 10. I just wanted to say hi to Saberspark. That's why I'm paying Beckett. But it's great to see you PVCF this year, Saber. Is that one of the conventions?
Honeyville Cider Fest in Milwaukee. Great convention. It was good seeing it too. It was a really wonderful convention, as it always is, with a great convention chair and staff and everybody. So I had a lot of fun there.
Christopher with 10. I got my Xmas bonus this week, so Merry Bronymas, Ginger, and Pony Boy.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Nice. Lost in Worlds member for 9 months. 07. Merry Bronymas, Saber and Beckett. Thank you very much. Morning Moon. Welcome to Coping. Thank you. Much appreciated. 07. Anime Guy with the 5. Wish Race could pop in. Bet he'd be... But I bet he's at his 36th Zootopia 2 viewing tonight. Maybe after stream, as it turns out.
I mean, he's dancing around the chat right now, but he probably is going to take off the Zootopia here if he's got free time.
Yeah, we can. I mean, if Race wants to drop by in a bit, that'd be really interesting.
Yeah.
Future with the 2. I appreciate the response, Saber. Glad you are well. Thank you, Future. Chthonic with the 5.
Yeah,
Season's greetings, Joel. Here's a favor for the Crab Pony Man. Thank you, Chthonic. That's based. Duck Quackers, member for 8 months. Totify just dropped a Lewis McClung video today. Ooh, I may actually have a watch of that later. Grey Knight with the 10. I am here, Beckett. I will give you my pictures of my latest build, probably later today. Also, hello, Saberspark. I've been a fan for a long time. I hope you're both doing well. Thank you, buddy. Goji with the 5. This is for Saber, but a non-MLP question to ask you. Are you hyped for Godzilla -0 and Godzilla X-Con Supernova?
Oh yeah, dude, Godzilla's been kind of going through a bit of a renaissance. Race is still in the chat, by the way. Race, if you want to join the call, I mean, I don't want to invite him because it's your stream, but I mean, Race, just DM me if you're interested. I can pass off to Beckett, but yeah, that's cool with you, Beckett.
Yeah, hell yeah, that'd be really interesting. The more lore, the better.
Race has got an ironclad mind. That guy never forgets anything. But no, to answer the question, I mean, Godzilla's going through an absolute renaissance. Both, with the Japanese Godzilla and then, of course, the American Godzilla. I love it. I'm eating it up.
When is Saberspark joining a Lego stream from MLS with the 10? Do you know? Let's do a Lego stream with the Lore Tuber. It's pretty fun. I've done a couple of them.
I think that person hit me up actually. I need to get back to them, but it'd be cool to build some Lego. I was at Target not too long ago with some friends and looking at the Lego aisles. Man, my God, Lego's gone above and beyond with licensing and how advanced it is nowadays. It's just too expensive.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I bought myself a load for Christmas. So I was just like, yeah, that'll do. I can't tell other people this is what I want them to get me. Green Knight with the 5. No, not big surprise that everyone is a degenerate. So true. That's how I make my content. Tony with the 5. I don't know nothing about this pony business, but I heard it turned boys into strong and silent type. Saberspark has the making of a varsity athlete. So true. A-Space with the 5. 676767. Thank you, buddy. Future Nightmare Games with the 2. Can Saber wish Vance a happy birthday for us? He's one of my mods.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Vance.
Happy birthday, Vance. Awesome. Lucky Shadow with the 2. Howdy, Cope and Teeth. Hope you're doing awesome. I am. Thank you for dropping by.
Shadow's a cool fellow on my Discord server. There's lots of cool art, so thank you.
Oh, nice. Based. Deleted MLP videos with the 2. You guys should watch some old Brony react. Oh, dude. I mean, I've got like the video stuff set up, so we can have a look at some stuff in a bit.
Oh, hell yeah.
Awesome.
Race can't join us, by the way. He's going to be hitting the road there, but
to go and see Zootopia again.
Most likely. He is
awesome.
Judy Hopps' strongest soldier, no doubt.
I need to grab him at another point. Listen, there's many more days of Brony Christmas. We can do an best one.
Well, you should do a Brony Hanukkah. We can do for 12 days next time.
That's a great idea. Actually, when I was decorating, I've got lots of Brony pictures to like put up of the ponies. I couldn't find a decent one of Rarity, but the one I found of Rainbow Dash, which I couldn't place properly, it's just Rainbow Dash in a Star of David. So I'm choosing to believe that Rainbow Dash is now canonically Jewish.
I'm about to say, from one of the tribes.
So
good old Rainbow Dash, least favorite of the main sex.
Do you think that's true?
For me, I don't care for her as much. I mean, there are things about her I do like, with moments where she really just shines. But like as the show went on, I'm like, man, she's kind of an asshole. My favorite is Rarity, followed by like Applejack. Then I'd say Pinkie Pie. Oh no. I'm sorry, I'm getting this all up. Rarity, Applejack, Fluttershy, Pinkie Pie, Twilight, then Rainbow Dash. That's how it goes for me.
That makes sense. I can see that. Fluttershy has a weird fan base. The Fluttershy. I feel like Fluttershy supporters get the worst rap. I'll be honest. I don't think they've been helped by many of the memes on the internet. I think Applejack's cool. I like the aesthetic. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, she's great.
I was gonna ask, actually, just looking at the screen, I was like, what have I got on it? But can we talk a bit about John Delancey and Discord?
Sure.
Because like he did a documentary, he got really involved.
Oh, yeah, dude. I can talk about that. So at the time when the Bernie fandom really took off in like 2011, 2012, like everyone was ecstatic, and it was like so many moths to a flame with Bernie's being like, I finally found my community. And by the way, that's, I would say it's one of the main things that brought so many folks to the fandom initially was just the hype. It was a creative microcosm, music, art, writing, editing, all kinds of things. And, a real community, a real culture was forming around it that was very uplifting and still is to this day. I will stand by the Bernie fandom saying that, for the majority of the people I've met, they've been really terrific. There have been some pretty horrible people too, but here's the lesson one must learn is, guess what makes up social circles? Humans. And people can be terrible at times. They also be amazing. I've seen, bronies donate thousands to charity. And I've also seen them be jerks too. And it's just, at the end of the day, it's just the human condition on display with a community. Just so happens to be a bunch of pastel colored horses. It's kind of odd, but with any social group at all you will find this behavior: avarice, envy, pride, love, drive, passion, greed, all of it. You will find it no matter what in any circle, except for the Eggcorn Cafe, the Rescue Rangers fandom. There's only 6 fans, so they're pretty chill, so they don't really get too crazy. Actually, that's kind of a lie. I've heard their stories too. Yes, you can literally find it anywhere. Yeah, not a Cadence fan, fake Brony. I am a Cadence fan. Cadence was the one princess in the My Little Pony movie who actually did anything to stop the villain. She actually like used her magic. Like, Cadence is goated. But at the time when it started off, people were finding out ways to be involved. And for me and Paleo Steno, who was my first Bernie friend, and we're still pals to this day. I just saw him at Ciderfest in Milwaukee about a month ago. We decided to team up because he did his own Bernie like kind of video essay, and we said, let's do a Bernie documentary, and we launched it. And then John Delancey launched his, because John Delancey got windswept into the fandom. He was very invested too, and I sincerely invested. He's a good guy. I've met him. Actually, you know what? Let me put it this way. I had one like interaction with him, and it was years after the Bernie documentary, and it was at a convention. I think it was at Ciderfest in like the 2010s. And I remember walking into the elevator, and I didn't have any Bernie paraphernalia or even a badge on. And I walked into the elevator, and I was going down, and then the door opened, and John Delancey walked in. He's like, hello. And I'm like, oh, hi. And I didn't think he knew who I was. But he was just like, how's your day going? I'm like, it's going well. And he goes, got any fun plans this evening? I'm like, no, just, going to see some friends today. And he was pleasant, just some pleasant back and forth. And he was very sincere and kind. And then he's like, have a good day, and took off. And I have a friend named Final Draft who worked alongside John Delancey in the 2010s on his documentary as well. And Draft said that John is nothing, but sincere. He is extremely, genuine, and he wanted to make a good documentary, which I think he learned the hard way that people do pirate. But at the same time, I think like to say the Bernie fandom was the cause of the pirating was kind of silly. There was a weird clash of, I feel like, perspective when the Bernie documentary came out, because like you had John and Michael Brokoff who were pushing it, but I don't think they understood. It's like they're learning about the Bernie fandom, but also learning about internet culture, which is that a lot of us at the time expect it to be free on YouTube or free for access. And when we found out we had to pay to watch it, the Bernie fandom was like, wait, then why did we raise $300,000 via Kickstarter for you? How much it was. It was a lot of clashing points of view. But from what I know, from my own experience, and from what I've been told from trusted resources and people, John Delancey is a very good guy. and I hope he's doing well.
I think it's a really weird like smash of like internet culture and more sort of mainstream production, because I feel like the Brony fandom's the first time that really happened, where you had, because like with voice actors and things, they were so used to being, oh yeah, you know, you voice acted in a thing, it's sort of whatever, but then they came to all these kind of conventions and, you know, they were treated like rock stars.
Oh, dude, yeah.
You know, even like bit part players who'd have nothing to, who didn't really say much, be like, so what was it like working on the show? It's, you know, that must have been I mean, that is weird. I suppose it's one of the reasons that there were so many conventions and they got such high pickup for people who worked
Right.
in the industry.
Well, I mean, I remember going to a convention, where like I met a lot of the background voice actors for My Little Pony, and they were gobsmacked, being like, "Yeah, we have never been treated with this much, you know, consideration and excitement. You know, we actually feel like we matter, and that, you know, we feel like rock stars, like you said, like literally feel like rock stars." So yeah, I mean, again, the Bernie fandom is its own microcosm of culture and of, you know, just celebrities and fans and participants and all kinds of people. So yeah,
So,
I mean, go ahead.
who would you say is like, are there any underrated people that you think were like kind of crazy in the fandom that no one really talks about? Because I'd like to talk about people like Toon Critic in a bit, but like, it was a huge fandom
Crazy.
for creators, and so many just sort of faded away.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that like, again, let me just say that Bernie musicians were like the scene early on. Such a big deal. You know, mentioned Tombstone earlier, and you know, we're still pals. We still, you know, I think Tomb, I think he was one of the first people I ever followed on Twitter, actually. So I've been following him for like over like, God, 12, 13 years now. So, you know, Tombstone, we go way back. Um, Mike the Microphone. Jackalap was another musician who did his stuff and then he pieced out. Pinkie Pie Swear. Wooden Toaster. Holy shit, Wooden Toaster. Oh, Pika Petey is in the chat. He's a Bernie animator. Furry
Hey, dude.
animator too. He's an animator. He's like, dude, Pika Petey went dude, you should check out some of his animations sometime. It's extremely expressive and very well made. But no, there were some really popular musicians early on, and you know, Silva Hound, you know, he still does his thing. You know, we're pals. Um, but there was one Bernie musician named Yelling at Cats, and that was the first time where we had a real diva on the scene, because he was very like upset that he wasn't being like treated with respect. And oh my God, no, sorry, I just started laughing. Have you ever seen the supercut, by the way, of the Fiesta Equestria Bernie concert?
No.
We are watching that right after this sentence is over. We are watching it. All right, hold on.
I was gonna
Hold
say,
on.
I mean, it's it's really interesting actually. I mean, because talking about animators and stuff, I think it's Pymations. Was like another Brony animator. He's still around.
He's very popular. You know, you know, we're mutuals and not like super close, but
It's
you know,
it's
he's a
it's interesting.
but
So like, I cover a lot of like the art commentary community drama, and
Mhm.
a few of the people who I cover and have spoken to voice acted in his Brony cartoons. Because there's like huge overlap between the kind of community that I cover and the old Brony community. It actually started as a sort of Brony fandom, somewhat based in MLP, with some of the
Mhm.
people involved. Sorry, slash MLP on 4chan. So there's like
Oh yeah,
all these
that's its
weird
own.
connections. It's, dude, the
I
lore
mean, I
goes
will
deep.
say that, yeah, slash MLP. I mean, that's like ground zero, and you know, still endures to this day. I used to lurk there. I actually got caught there. Dude, this was a big old slice of humble pie. Again, early on, I was really like, just I want to be cool. I want to be liked, you know. And then I uh remember looking at a thread back, like it's like back in 2013 or whatever, And on MLP board, they were like talking about me being like, oh yeah, Saber's kind of, he's gay or whatever. And I'm like, what? And I decided to go there, and I did not know how 4chan worked. And I tried to pretend I was, an anonymous person being like, that Saber guy's pretty cool. And it showed up with mine, and it showed up with my name. And they screen capped the shit out of that. And they said, oh, you got caught, And I remember my gut sank into the pits of my, of eternal damnation. I was just like, oh my God, this is like one of the most embarrassing things ever. So yeah, I absolutely ate shit on that one. And I realized that I learned a good lesson that day, which is that don't even fucking try, to try and make the internet like you. To actively try and no, I've got to convince them. Please listen to me. I'm awesome, right? It's a fool's errand. You just got to take it on the chin and deal with it. And hopefully, your actions speak for you. But yeah, that was really embarrassing.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, okay. I remember that.
Okay, let's do this super cut because I'm fascinated now.
Yeah. I'm looking for it right now because there's a few versions of it, but I'm trying to find the one that's like the best. Hold on.
No worries. That's really funny.
Okay, so there's a version with like captions over it, but Bernie concert, funny. God damn it! Wait, I think I have it here. No, that's from Everfree Network. God, Everfree Network. Lol. Let me see here. This might be it. Yeah. I'm gonna show you this version. It's like 2 minutes long. It's the one with the least amount of like edits. So here, this is. I was at this convention. Me and Race were at this concert initially at the start, but then we were like, it's kind of lame, and we got up and left. This convention, God bless it, tried so hard, but it had a lot of growing pains. And,
yeah, I can see.
Yeah, it had a lot of growing pains, but God bless it, dude. I love this kind of shit, though. To me, it feels like you can look back on it and say, we were all just trying to, do our best. So, yeah. So this was from Fiesta Equestria 2013, in Houston, I believe. And I'm pals with the guy who's con-chair. His name is because at the time it was Pickle Brony. I think he changed his alias to something else. I think he's just Pickle now. He has a YouTube channel. He's a really funny guy. Really cool dude. But yeah, this concert was a complete disaster. Let's check it out. That's DJ Tetsuo, the guy with the wife beater. Don't blink.
Oh,
you see that? That guy ate shit. Poor guy. There's Mike the microphone in the red shirt trying to tell this furry guy to go off the stage. There's Rena Chan, Kira Buckland in the blue wig.
Are y'all ready?
Oh, God bless it. There's Finning. I forget the one on the left though. I'm not sure who the guy in the middle is. So many technical errors. Let me tell you about the Brony Media Wars later, by the way.
Give it up for Fanning!
It was packed though. God.
Yeah, I mean, people were hyped. There's this pre-transition Eurobeat. She's the one who did the Discord song that Tombstone would eventually remix.
Ah.
I want y'all to go crazy! Go!
God bless it. Oh, those high notes. God bless it.
So
I love you guys
awkward.
too, I really do. We're having a bit of a liability issue with the glow sticks, though. Y'all are throwing them, and y'all have pegged some little kids.
Yep. I'm trying to remember this guy. It's like Electric Dragon, I think is his name.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but look, everyone was so hyped though. There's like an innocence to it, you know.
Oh God, yeah.
Those are my bros. Yeah, let it out. Yeah, Eurobeat. There we go.
Bro, oh, that is the most 2010s thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, again, a lot of these musicians are, it's like the Bernie musician scene was a really not Animat, no, not Animat. Phineas, you almost up Phineas, by the way. It was
Hey, Phineas. Hey there, man.
it was I'm probably getting the name wrong, but it's not Animat. If Animat could rock that hard, awesome. But no, I mean, again, there's a lot of cool musicians from that scene, and they definitely some of them moved on. Like there was my favorite genre of Bernie music was like remixing the pony voices, like Pinkie Pie Swear's music. Like there's a song called Sunshine and Celery Stalks that I was a big fan of. I still am. I still listen to that song every so often. So Great and Powerful. That was a Bernie musician who like went to a convention once. Like he was like a flash of lightning where he showed up, did awesome music. People were hyped about him. It was very cryptic. Those artist types, musicians, writers, whatever, who are extremely cryptic to like to a fault,
Yeah.
and they don't want to be like too like front facing. They kind of want to be a bit more mysterious. That was So Great and Powerful, but not in a pretentious way for him. He was very him. I remember talking to him at Candle Gardens, and he's like, "Yes, I'm a communist." And I'm like, "Oh, I've never met a communist before," and he like explained it to me, and I'm like, "Huh, that makes a lot of sense." But I digress. He showed up for one convention, and that was it.
Do you miss that old con environment, or is it still? Are you still sort of having? I mean, they're very different now, I suppose.
Yeah, I miss it. There was again something very sweet, innocent, and fun. Memories have a habit of filtering away the bad stuff, and even for things that were headaches, like I was there, Gandalf. I was at Las Pegasus Unicon. That we still look back on it and can, as long as we all survive, and can move on, we can look back and laugh. But I do miss these conventions. They still, they still persist. They still keep going. Imagine 10 years from now, I'll look back on this last year's Cider Fest and be like, I miss it. It was fun. It was good. Because there was a time where we thought Bernie conventions were going to die out, and we thought COVID would really be the nail in the coffin. It was really remarkable that BronyCon, which was the biggest Bernie convention, and those guys put on a really good show, that it ended on its own accord in 2019. Like, wow, did you guys know that COVID was coming? Jesus. But they, dropped the mic. The show ended in 2019. That was kind of the end of an era, and they, by the skin of their teeth, they avoided COVID. So, yeah. To answer your question though, I miss it. I miss. It's like there are people at these conventions, because a lot of these cons feel like family reunions, and you see people that feel like cousins, and you're like, yeah, how have you been? How you doing? Well, how you doing? You doing okay? You doing well? You just don't know. It might be the last time you ever see them, and that's definitely been the case throughout the years. Where I'm like, oh no, I Flutter, what? Where are you? I miss you. I hope you're okay. Or I saw Jack Lepp once at BronyCon 2012 and never saw him again. But at the same time, I don't say that in some weird parasocial way. But yeah, there are people who come and go, and that's just life, though.
Yeah. I think like talking about World of Warcraft earlier, I often think of people I raided with or gamed with for years, and you just never see them again. But I suppose
which is fine.
Yeah, I think the internet's kind of interesting that way, with kind of meeting people all over the spectrum, basically. But you guys have hit the goal, and I need to give you stickers, otherwise you will riot. So let me do some super chats quickly. Thank you guys so much for your continued support. Grey Knight with the 10. Random question for you both, for both of you, but it is the season for wish fulfillment. What are your favorite Power Rangers / Super Sentai / Kamen Rider seasons? Not expecting an answer for each, but I'd appreciate it. Do you have a favorite Super Green
Dude,
Ranger?
I gotta say this. I need to sit down and watch these old Tokatsu, I believe is the name of the those old Japanese cheesy Power Ranger shows. I've was reading about what's the inspiration behind certain animation. So I recently went down this rabbit hole where I'm like, man, there's so much that people are inspired by Sailor Moon, but what inspired Sailor Moon? and I looked into it, and it said like a lot of the tokatsu, I think that's how you say it, um, shows, and apparently those shows just were wholesale inspiring everyone back in the day. So I think I'm sleeping on it. It's what I'm trying to say, and I think Falgi says I got you. So I'll have to hit up Falgi and let the Italian teach me his ways.
I quite like a Kamen Rider.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that one.
Yeah, I've like I didn't watch it when I was a kid, but like there've been some like newer adaptations and things, and I think there's a film on Amazon which I really enjoyed. But yeah, I Super Sentai. I think my biggest thing with Super Sentai is watching the Linkara reviews of it, just because there's so much lore with them, and I was kind of really interested for a point of watching Linkara's kind of stuff with that and the parodies around it, because it was pretty funny.
Linkara. Linkara.
Oh, Linkara. Cvans with the 2. Not my birthday. Good day. Happy Bronymas. You all are so mean. We're not mean. We know it's your birthday. It's your birthday every day. Rotting with the 5. It is Vance's birthday. Don't listen to him. Also, Merry Brony Christmas to you and Saberspark. Thank you, Rotting. Cvans with the
Merry
5.
Merry Christmas.
Not my B-Day. I will remember this, Rotting. I hope you get coal. Jesus Christ. Thanks, guys. Grey Knight with the 5. One of the positives about Bronies, they tried to make sure the VAs knew they appreciated all the work they did, even if the industry at large didn't. And yeah, I think that's pretty true. And it's nice that like the VAs kind of got a taste of being appreciated rather than shoved into the background.
Yeah, I mean, that was the case for writers, VAs, musicians on the show. I mean, I feel like, the VAs in particular were like seen as like, the gods of the show staff, except for Lauren herself, which Lauren has only been to a handful of conventions because she has a very
Very wise.
complicated relationship with the show and fandom, considering that Hasbro screwed her over, and that's why she pieced out. So, like, that being said, though, it's cool to see voice actors and creators and artist types on the show get recognized. And what's funny is that Bronies were kind of a trailblazer in that regard, because like I went to, there's a convention out in Vegas I went to in April with my fiance, and when we were there, it was Level Up, I think it's a convention. Yeah, huge convention. And when I was there, it kind of just really drove home the point that internet media is like the king right now. It used to be like television media, but now it's like, no, I was walking around looking at like the booths, and Tara Strong was there, didn't have much of a line. Oh gosh, the guy who's Gus from Breaking Bad. He wasn't in his booth, but he was in the section where I saw like his signage and everything. But there's a bunch of people who were from the industry who were lined up, side to side in their booths to greet people. And then on the lower floor, I saw the Has Been Hotel Hell of a Boss section. Oh my God. And to no hyperbole, thousands of people in line. And I was like, Jesus Christ, like,
Happening again.
yeah, right. Somehow it's somehow even gayer, But God bless it. No, but no, I was just looking down there, and I'm like, yeah, all these voice actors from the show, and people, they get really hyped up with the voice actors. They treat them like they're A-list celebrities, and I think it's kind of cool, as long as the parasocial boundaries are,
Respected.
People abide by them and respected. I've seen. I was at a convention, Comic-Con, earlier this year, and I was in line waiting to get my hotel room, and in front of me was Brandon Rogers, and I'm like, oh, cool, it's Brandon. And I'm not a person where I try not to, like, unless I'm friends with the person, I won't bother them. So if they're not at their booth, they're not working. Leave them alone, unless they are in a affable mood. But I saw him there, and I'm like, yeah, he's flesh and blood and a person like anybody else, a person. And I would tell anybody in the chat who's listening, like, yeah, just keep that in mind. Make sure to give people boundaries. Believe it or not, they might take notice, and they really respect it. But when I got to the elevator with Brandon to go up to our floors, there were some other fans from Has Been there, and they were like, yeah, Brandon Rogers, and I'm like, oh Lord, leave him alone.
Yeah, it must be super weird for someone like Brandon, who's a massive YouTube celebrity, like
yeah.
an OG to end up in sort of like kind of mainstream. It's really, it is odd. Yeah, we'll come back to some of
Yes.
some of that. No, you're good. You're good. Saber broke. Oh, sorry. Future Nightmare Games with the 2. Vance hides his body like birthday, like Tyler Lorenz. Ignore him. True. I like that Saber is bullying Becky. Thank you, Pinker. Much appreciated. Thank you for the 5. Grey Knight with the 5. Saber broke rule 4 of 4chan. Don't try and defend yourself on 4chan. Very true.
Hard lesson to learn on that one.
Hilarious one though.
I don't know why people even try to fight 4chan. It's a fool's errand again. It's no one ever wins.
It's a deeply losing battle. Space Station DM me Sunday. Moot, worth it. Moot 4chan, big deal. Thank you, Space. Thank you for the 8 months. Grizzly Bear member for 18 months at Seething. Sup, Beckett. Sup, dude. Platinum Ether with the 3. So who smooched the other first chat? Did I miss it? You did miss it, and now you'll never know. Grey Knight with the 2. I forgot we were a bunch of goobers at cons. Don't worry. I think everyone is.
It's gotta embrace them. You have more fun with it if you don't take it seriously.
Tell him about Los Pegasus Saber for the 2 from Grey Knight.
Oh yeah, dude, absolutely. Are you familiar with Las Pegasus Unicon?
I don't think I am.
Oh, here we go. Okay. There's a good video from a YouTuber named Izzy about Las Pegasus Unicon. I recommend it. But this convention happened in early 2013. It was in Vegas. It was, hey, hi, Roland, let's go to the city of Sin and go to a Bernie convention there. And a lot of the people who were flown out to, I think everybody, and that includes the show staff, none of them were paid for their flights to their hotel. They were told, like, we'll pay you back. The concept will pay you back. Spoiler alert, the con did not pay them back. And also that applied for fandom talent, such as myself, where they said they'd pay me back, and I was not paid back. So, long story short, the convention was a scam. And it imploded Saturday night into Sunday. And the con staff behind it apparently were a bunch of, we'll use the con artists from Vegas who set up the convention, pocketed the money, and took off. Wow. And prior, they were involved with like phony exotic pet stores where they'd sell pets illegally in Vegas. So I remember 4chan was trying to track the people down. The main con lady was named Sandy. She was just this old fat lady in a wheelchair. And I remember her like barking orders at people, but not taking any kind of accountability. And she was very unpleasant. And I remember Dusty Cat, he had a room party, like a tuxedo room party, that me and Race were invited to. Of course, Race and I didn't have tuxedos. We showed up to shitpost initially, and then Dusty Cat at the door in our face and told us to actually go get shirts with collars and look presentable. Then we came back, went to the room, and at the room party, Dusty Cat started looking very grim and serious. And I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, we'll talk about it here in a bit. And in the room, there's like a 2-room suite, one with like a nice living room with a bar, TV, couches, seating, and then another room with the bed and the bathroom. And me and the folks behind Equestria Daily, like Sefesto, the folks behind Everfree Network, including Final Draft, and a bunch of the agents and the talent and other Bernie media went into the room. And we were told that the convention was imploding and that the con staff took off with the money, and that the agents were afraid that if Hasbro finds out that this convention was, basically a scam that stole money and paraded around as the My Little Pony franchise and screwed over the talent, that the staff might not ever come back to another Bernie convention again, essentially killing off the Bernie conventions. So we all pulled together, and there's this valiant effort to keep running the convention. And Equestria Daily and Everfree Network and all of these folks who are Bernie media rivals teamed up to raise money to help cover the costs and the expenses for the talent and get them back home. So yeah, it was a convention that imploded, and it was a disaster, but everyone pulled together. It really showed the mettle of the fandom at the time, and that we were willing to team up and and put our Brony media differences aside for a better, greater good.
Great,
And yeah, that was, I, dude, I remember being in the room though, and it felt like the Council of Elrond, where it's like bronies, Pegasus, unicorns. You've been summoned here to answer the threat of Unicon. And I'm like, oh my god, we're grabble, rabble, rabble. What do we do? So yeah, that was an interesting, experience looking back on it. I'm sure Race Best could share more if he was here, because again, he was there for that convention. He has been more of an ironclad memory, but yeah, it was a disaster. But we all pulled our chestnuts out of the fire and
it's
got
like
away with
the
it.
opposite of DashCon, where like the convention host just fucked everything up, weren't trying to scam anyone, and it just
Oh yeah,
turned into like the
Dash God.
dude. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's interesting that people sort of built a career out of this as well. Like I think about Thornwing and the fact this is
Oh yeah.
someone who's been doing these conventions for so long. And do you think that the Brony fandom, like, do you think it changed the world? Do you think it changed the internet?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that sorry, I'm writing down something here. SplatCon, by the way. SplatCon was the most recent like convention drama. It was like a Nickelodeon convention that imploded. It sounded like a lot like Unicon, but for Nickelodeon. I digress. No, I really think the Bernie fandom had its hands in shaping early fandom of the internet. And I know that furries and other fandoms really, hey, we've been here longer. Yeah, game recognizes game. But the Bernie fandom was like birthed. It was like lightning in a bottle. It arrived at the perfect time, where if it was in 2016 when the internet was a little bit too far along, then it would have faded along with most other fandoms, or it wouldn't have made as much noise. But I feel like Bronies arrived right when it was perfect, where YouTube existed. Well, I mean, I guess it's all, time will tell. I mean, I feel that Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss, I mean, it speaks to a lot of people, dude. It's a very popular fandom, and I, it's so funny. Here's a funny story. So I was talking to my contact from YouTube. We had a meeting, I think it was last week, and we were going over my videos, and he was kind of just comparing metrics, and he had Google Trends out, and he's like, oh, look, typing in Zootopia, and he didn't know about Has Been, and he's like, okay, Has Been, and he typed it in, and he's like, wait, what? And he saw how popular it was. He's like, what the hell? Wait, people like this stuff? And he said, to no hyperbole, I'm not even joking, he goes, I'm not trying to sound cringe, but I thought woke was dead. And I'm like, no, it is alive and well in the Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss fandom, quite well. But no, he was floored with how popular the fandom is, and I'm like, yeah, dude, it's no joke. Like, it broke records on Amazon, so it definitely, even though the second season I have my issues with it, I still see how impactful and how important it is to so many people. So, tomatoes, tomato. No, wait, no. Apples and oranges. I forget. Maybe I'm just hungry. I'm trying to use like metaphors for food. But no, I feel that. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's going to mean a lot to people who are involved in it. It just all depends on their journey and where they go with it.
So speaking about people's journey, do you want to talk a bit about KP and her history with the fandom?
You gotta hit me with that question when I'm drinking eggnog. How dare you? No, I feel that I will share my experiences and be as just transparent as possible. How about that?
Yeah, that seems fair. So
Yeah.
how did you first
Don't
meet
want to speak.
KP?
All right.
What was your first experience of her?
No, I remember seeing her channel, but for what it's worth, I do want to say that like her channel was like insanely popular at the time. It was crazy to see her go past 100,000 subscribers. That was wild back in 2015. And I didn't know at the time how many folks she had working for her, though. That's the thing, is I had no clue how many folks were involved in that production. I remember seeing her put a video out like almost once a week, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, how the hell do you do that? 'Cause I've seen, there are channels at the time who were like Mr. Ponyator would put out an animation like right after an episode of My Little Pony, which was crazy how quick he moved on that, but it was very simple. But to put out a video, like, a review analysis once a week, that's not easy, especially by, mid 2010 standards. So, I connected with her because of my friend Tom at the time. He is friends with KP, and I found out that she lived in Georgia. And I'm like, shit, there was like no Brony presence in the Southeast, like at all, and especially in Georgia.
You needed to
I
spread.
was so jealous.
Understandable.
I needed to spread love and friendship, right? No, I mean, I was so envious. I saw like all these different kinds of fandoms, or I mean, sorry, parts of the country where it's like Minneapolis had a big Bernie presence. Of course, SoCal had a huge one. New York. I'm like, Texas. And I'm like, what is Georgia? With nothing. Not even like, and of course, like, I think Florida had a little bit, but I'm like, I'm not going to Florida to do Bernie stuff. How dare? But I connected with KP via Tom, and she was in Atlanta at the time, going to college, I believe. And I would head down there and hang out with her and just be like-minded, bronies. But, a lot of it was her asking about, how to build her channel, asking about how conventions. At that time, I had about 3 years of convention. No, about 2 years, because we met in 2014. That's right. About 2 years of convention experience under my belt, and connections with the con staff. But yeah, we met up in Atlanta, and we would just talk about her YouTube channel, video ideas, connections, but in particular conventions. She really wanted to go to conventions, so that was kind of the initial extent of my, I guess, what's what I'm looking for? History with her back then. Yeah, I'd put it that way. And she was part of a budding part of the fandom, which was Analysis Bronies, and they were taking the fandom by storm. Digibrony critic. I guess Dr. Wolf counts.
Silver Quill.
Silver Quill, by the way, is one of the coolest, kindest, nicest, most wonderful people I've ever met. I will 100%, advocate, stand up for him. Not like there's anything to, what happened? No, I'm just saying he's a true blue, very loving, very good person. I wish there were more Silver Quills in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting that the analysis guys all kind of get grouped together, and there've been various levels of drama for.
Well, they did that themselves, by the way, dude. They were very tight knit. Like the analysis fandom, it wasn't like just some kind of gravitational pull that happens. It's like, no, they were actively trying to make it happen. They had so many collaborations, so many. What was it, like TF2 analysis or whatever?
Yes, yeah.
That was interesting.
I think Dr. Wolf had had his whole series thing. I think that was
Oh yeah, dude. When I found out that he wasn't a therapist and that he was an accountant, I was like, wait, what? I don't know if you can do this, dude. It's like someone giving stock advice where it's like, I think you have to say, I am not a financial advisor. Okay, here's my advice, But whatever. I only met Dr. Wolf once, I've talked to him once in person or a handful of times, but he's a quiet fellow who's kind of hung out with the other Bernie analysis people. So that's as much as I know about Dr. Wolf, except that he is like super tall, pretty skinny. So when you see his little wolf character, it's like, you're a lot taller than that, and also you don't have a tail in real life.
Yeah, I always thought it was weird that like Dr. Wolf. Like, I was like, so everyone else is a pony or a Pegasus or a griffin or something, but Dr. Wolf is just a wolf.
Yeah, right. He's just a wolf. I'm like, nice try, furry. I wasn't say Trojan horse, but that sounds like it's a pun too. No, he had a little wolf character, a little tiny. The things he was always smaller than the ponies too. I was like, he's so tiny, but again, creative, preferences. So more power to him.
So like with kind of people like KP, because it seems like you were all friends for a few years and then it sort of fell apart and everyone started drifting, or KP started.
Drifting. Let me just preface this by saying that the internet's a weird place. Parasocial relationships are weird. That you don't have to be friends with people if you don't want to. If you want to move on, that's fine. Not everyone's going to be best of friends. Sometimes relationships run their course, and that's okay. Um, and for KP, it was more of me realizing that I'm like, I don't think we click. That's it. We don't click. I also had, a girlfriend at the time I was pursuing, and I was very infatuated with her. Um, and I was basically, even my friends at the time could attest saying like, yeah, Stephen was very checked out, even for us. So KP felt very ignored by me, and that really upset her. And, she's allowed to feel that way. But at the same time, I'm like, I knew you for about a year, and also I'm busy with a new job and a new relationship. So I'm sorry. But yeah, we kind of just drifted apart, and these things happen, But as time went on, because she would keep going to conventions, and she would, try to hang out with me and my friends, like Race Best and his wife, Sarah, or Toodles. And we're like, man, we don't want to have to be like your Sherpa. Like, why do we're not your babysitter, KP. And we started seeing more interactions where it's like, I don't, I don't think we like you. Like, now it's not just not now it's not just, a matter of like, oh, we don't click. Now it's more of a matter of, man, you are very grating as a person. Where we saw behavior and actions that were very unbecoming of how she treated people, how she talked to people, how she dismissed, her fans, how she, the girl had all the drive to want to be on panels, but none of the charisma, none of the talent. Which, at the same time, at that moment, it's like, I mean, give her a chance, let her make some mistakes. No one's perfect at the gate, but it was like a very obsessed degree of I must be on every panel, I must be in every Bernie's React, I must be involved, and it's like, okay, but maybe you should take some time to like learn to speak and talk to people and run panels and be an entertainer if you want to do Who's Line and stuff like that. Whatever.
Yeah, I found it really interesting watching her at a recent convention like last year, and it is just awkward. Like, it's very.
She had that one panel at a convention where she was doing like a drawing of like Ariel.
Yes,
yeah. And she like drew, like she fucked up the mouth, and she's drawing with a Sharpie, but she's drawing with a Sharpie like she's drawing with a pencil. And it's like, you can't do that with a Sharpie. You have to have very, deliberate, confident strokes. And then she fucked up Ariel's mouth, and she's like, don't worry, I'll fix the mouth by coloring the eyes or the eyebrows. And it's like, I'm not even an artist. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what are you doing? And you can actively, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm trying to, I'm trying to not be an asshole, I guess. But I'm just giving constructive criticism where it's like, because again, people make mistakes on panels. I've made mistakes. People flub it, and public speaking is horrifying. It can be very scary. But yeah, after doing it for over 10 years, I feel like she's gotten worse at it, which is, womp womp.
There is one particular panel where it was like the end of a con, and there are like 6 people in the panel room, like some huge panel room, and you could see just like her heart break a little bit. I'd have sympathy, but she's done it to herself, and I do think that I think overall a lot of that's kind of true for the Brony fandom generally. I mean, we mentioned Toon Critic. How much knowledge did you have generally of Toon?
Not too much. Again, I kind of keep to myself for the most part. I make connections with people, but like the analysis fandom, I'm like, I know Cosmic Keyframe, I know, Silver Quill, Dr. Wolf, Josh Scorcher, those folks. So I knew of Toon Critic through that, but Toon Critic, it was more of him making efforts to reach out to me and Race Best. And I didn't like Toon Critic's vibe. It felt very extremely earnest to the point of desperation of like, kind of a hubris problem as it goes. And I don't know, I just feel like I got a little bit of a radar when it comes to detecting people who are, more about doing it for themselves versus doing it for, the attendees. And I remember being at a convention in 2016. It was good gracious me, what was it? It was Pacific PonyCon, I believe was its name. And me and Race and his wife Toodles were there along with our friend Henry. Henry's awesome, very good friend of mine, editor, but even more so a best buddy of mine. And when we were at the convention, Toon Critic was there. And Toon Critic asked us after one of our panels saying, "Hey, Race, Saber, I want you to be at this panel." And we thought, oh, okay, he's inviting us to join as guest on his panel. Okay, fine, we'll show up, sure. And then we showed up to the panel. It turns out we were invited to watch the panel, not be on the panel. And I was like, oh, okay. And the panel was something called like Ow the Edge or something like that. So Toon Critic was trying to be all like, irreverent and edgy with his panel and talking to people in the audience and trying to be like very abrasive host, but in a cynical, shoving buddies kind of way. But he was awful at it. And who's a really good talker? Henry. Henry is fucking brilliant, super sharp. His brother's a professional stand-up comedian who works with like Patton Oswalt. So Henry just fucking ripped him apart. And there's actually video of this on Jeffrey's vlog. I have to find it sometime. But like you can just see Toon Critic stumbling on his words, just couldn't keep up with Henry. Henry's just lapping him. And got to the point where we're all like, okay, goodbye. And we just left the panel. So yeah, that was like one of the main memories I have with Toon Critic was us being invited to a panel because he wanted us to watch the panel. And it's like, dude, that's not what we, okay. So that was a bad impression.
So when that drama happened in 2018, for like Toon being exposed with some very unfortunate DMs, it's probably the way to put it. What happened with the fandom? Because he was like a not insignificant creator.
For Toon Critic? Or I'm sorry, what was the question again? Just
So
to make sure
what happened with the like fandom itself? What was the general reaction to this?
At that time I was kind of checked out from the Birdie fandom a bit. I'd still go to conventions, but I was trying to go full force into my own, YouTube animation stuff. And I was trying to focus more on, not Bernie conventions, but I'd still, pay attention. All I knew was that there was some video that came out where like, I think Josh Scorcher and some other analysis bronies, like basically had a come to Jesus call with Toon Critic to say, hey, we've got the receipts. And we're calling the police or something, I think. I remember listening to that video. I'm like, what the fuck did I miss, dude? Like, what happened? And yeah, I guess and then I watched like Dr. Wolf's video where he's talking about like forgiveness or something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, I'd say save that for your like pastor in church, but this is really bad optics. I don't agree with. So yeah, I don't know. That's the extent of it. I remember hearing the fandom that Toon Critic was definitely a dumb shit who did bad things, and I think he never actually got in trouble with the law, but he at least got chased off the internet and he tried to come back a few times.
Yeah, most recently, he tried to come back into the furry fandom and got exposed.
Really?
So yeah, he's still kicking around.
That's crazy. He had one of the ugliest ponyos I've ever seen with a stupid ass top hat. No, what was it? There was like this thing where the Brony analysis people, this is prior to the Toon Critic being exposed shit, but they like did this weird ass, like our OCs are having like almost like their own stage play. And I think Toon Critic had his own like Shadow the Hedgehog like form or version of himself, like, oh, it's me, evil Toon Critic, blah. I'm so my hair's even longer, my goggles are even bigger, my top hat's taller or whatever. And I remember being like, this is like the cringiest shit ever. But I tried finding it like a year ago. I'm like, where is this shit? I gotta find it. I have to ask Little Shy. That guy's like the Brony archive. If you ever want to find anything Brony related, by the way, Beckett, go to Little Shy. That guy is a Mentat supercomputer levels of Brony knowledge. It's If you went to Bernie trivia with him, you're gonna win.
I might, dude. I might have to do some digging. I think I've got a Josh Scorcher song to show you at some point from Dr. Wolf. I need to find it. But first,
Song?
yes. But first, I
Oh, yeah,
do
dude.
have to do some super chats. Otherwise, chat is going
Go for it,
to
dude.
riot at me. I know I'm behind, guys. I know I'm behind. We'll do a bit more in batches. I know where my place was though. I know where my place was. Please enjoy these stickers, guys. You are awesome as always. Please enjoy this large pile of stickers. Lost in Worlds with 10 gonna dip soon, but I want to thank Saberspark for talking to me back when TADC content farms were stealing the art of not safe for work artists to put in their videos. Doubt you remember which one I am.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Back when TADC content farms were stealing the art of not safe for work artists to put in their videos.
Oh yeah. Wait, their content was stolen?
Yeah.
Oh
Apparently.
god, I'm sorry about that. It's nothing sacred. But,
Apparently not. Great Night with the 5. Tokostat SU. They are going on. I would recommend Kamen Rider Geats. I will have a look. Priestess with the 10. Chat, if Beckett gives us the Game Dude Coconut stream on Sunday, I will give 5 memberships because this was foreskin and they have no rights to take it. Also, hey Crabman and hey Mr. Spark. Thank you, Priestess. Sci-Fi Creeps with the 5. Feels wild that I've been watching for 2 years. Happy Bronymas. Thank you, Sci-Fi Creeps. CID with the 5. Hey Saber, I'm curious on if you're doing any legal prosecution or restraining orders after all that happens. You can answer if you like or not. I'll leave it up to you if you don't want to answer that one.
I plead the fifth.
Perfect. MLS with the 5. How accurate was Jenny Nicholson's video about BronyCon?
I watched that video. It was a good video. Pretty damn accurate, I feel. I felt very vindicated because I remember going to the Brony convention, the BronyCon vendor hall, and I saw like those weird ass body pillows of Sweetie Belle and Apple Bloom, and I'm like, you've got to be some kind of weird sick fuck to get off on that stuff. That's disgusting. Like you got to get help. And to see it at on body pillows, the convention was disturbing. And I was like, why is this here? I remember seeing a child like walk past a booth with like a Sweetie Belle like body pillow. And I was like, that's gross. And at that point, it's like it was Sunday when I saw it, in like the afternoon. So the convention was already shutting down. The vendor hall was already kind of closing up. So what are they going to talk about it next year? There would be no BronyCon next year after that. But I remember seeing that and I was like grossed out. But that these things unfortunately happen as long as it's reported and corrected. But BronyCon, by and large, was a very excellent convention, very well run. I was at the panel, by the way, where Anime James blew up and got thrown out of the convention. That was pretty wild. Did I ever tell you about that?
No. What happened?
Oh god. Gosh, again, I wish Race Best was here. So it was myself and Race on his Bernie's Rack panel, along with Dusty Cat, Animated James, Little Shy, and then No Whacking. And something happened where I think Animated James had a weird blow up at a panel beforehand for some like stand-up comedy improv panel where he told the comedians on stage they're not funny and they're not good at what they do. And I'm like, Jesus, give them both barrels. And then, yeah, Pete, I'm with you. James seemed like he was a very troubled person and had a lot of, unaddressed, personal issues. So I'm going to leave it at that. But as far as relating the events, I remember seeing like the con staff walk in and like tell Anime James, like, come off the stage, you're out of here. And that was like the last time I ever saw him, was him being like told he's got to leave the panel and leave the room. And that was a really awkward panel.
I think there's something special about like weird panels in like fans arts. Like I always think of like the VidCon panel back in the Skeptic days with Sargon of Akkad sat in like, I think it was like the front row, being berated by Anita Sarkeesian and Boogie like getting attacked for like not being a woman. It's really weird. And then you see where everyone ends up like years later. You mentioned something about like KP doing stand-up or like improv or something.
She joined one of our Who's Line panels at Fiesta Equestria. And at that time, it's like, oh, sure, why not? Because that was still early on where we really didn't know, too much about the person she would eventually become. Because I would say around like 2016, we've really started to distance ourselves from her, where we are actively avoiding her. And like, 'cause I mean, even at Fiesta Equestria, like 2015, I think, she was like really angry that like me, Race, and Toodles were like, we don't want to hang out. She's like, do you want to get dinner? And we're like, we already ate. Trying to be nice, let her down softly, but she was really upset over that. She, I would know because she emailed me angrily about like 20 paragraphs telling me how much she hates me. I'm like, oh my god, I didn't realize how like she had a lot bottled up, a lot of personal grievances. I'm like, damn, she's been writing this down like she's Santa Claus. But yeah, I don't know.
Do you
Conventions do. I never expected that people would be out to slit my throat after all these years. I'm like, my god, it was pony and cartoons. Jesus Christ. What
horse
the
fame
fuck,
does horse fame does things to people, man. Like
yeah, right, yeah.
I mean, actually, as a thing, like horse fame's kind of a meme, but did you or did anyone you know ever consider like, oh yeah, I'm horse famous, that's cool? Or was it like, Jesus Christ, I'm horse famous?
I mean, I was gonna say, I mean, me and Race, I guess we were horse famous, but we never called it that because we thought it was kind of cringe. We're just like, yeah, we're just people who show up and have fun. That's it. We didn't care about flaunting it. We never cared. We just wanted to show up to panels and have fun. That's it. That's it. If we're signing autographs, that's fucking awesome. We will sign every autograph until no one's in line, and we'll never charge for it because we just, it's all perspective. People who take the My Little Pony fandom super seriously with like, I'm a god. I'm so famous. Look at my LARPing account. I'm a god. And it's like, fucking who cares? You're nobody in the grand scheme. None of us will be remembered 100 years from now. Who cares? Just live for the moment and have some fun and be good to your fellow man. That's it. That's all you gotta do is just chill and have fun. And as
I can't believe
say that.
Pika just said, I hated being horse famous, so then I made an alter ego named Posty Pony, or Post-it Pony, and then that became horse famous.
Yeah, you're too talented for your own good, Petey. Again, Petey's like an absolute monster of an animator. So, yeah, I would say that there are people who took it seriously and took it very, because listen, I get it. That there are people who are brought to these communities who want to be seen and heard and praised. And I understand that desire, but also there are people who do it to a very like concerning degree where it's like, this is not just you having fun. This is you like patting yourself on the back. I'm a god. Toon Critic was that way. I remember like going to like peeking in on some of his panels and he'd be like, it's me, your cult, COLT of personality. Let's cheer for me, cheer for me. I remember him saying that. He's like, louder, louder. And I'm like, god damn, dude, that's cringe. Like, who cares? So whatever, man. I don't know. Like, again, we're all destined for oblivion at the end. So why think that having our name, is here lies Saberspark. He was horse famous, put that on my tombstone, put that on my living tombstone, right next to Black Griffin's tombstone. Yeah, they live, they died. Good riddance.
True. I mean, like it's interesting to watch people like, because Gabe is somebody who's was massive within the fandom and has sort of gone on to do other things. I mean, most recently his new Has Been song has done incredibly well.
I hate Black Griffin so much. I remember when my channel surpassed his channel subscribers in the mid 2010s, and I'm like, ha, take that, Gabe. And then he started doing these dumbass like impersonations, and then he fucking went viral, was even on YouTube Rewind. And I'm like, fuck Gabe, fuck Black Griffin, I hate him. Like, I can't stand this piece of shit. So yeah, he took off, and I think one of his videos, I think one of his impersonation videos, by the way, that fucking Alistair song on his channel that's like super popular, the one that's like insane or whatever.
Yeah.
That was my suggestion, where I was like, that was my suggestion. I remember, like, because Gabe was like, "What do I do?" Because I was the one who put him in contact with Viv to be the singing voice of Alistair, And then afterwards, I was like, well, you're the singing voice of Alistair. How about you just sing Alistair songs? And then he made Insane. That thing went viral. Apparently, even Oda from One Piece loves that song. So, like, you're welcome, Gabe. You know, where's my check? But yeah.
So okay, so you've basically created the person
A
who's
monster,
surpassed you.
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
That's
No, I mean
that's
we've
good
always,
lore.
we've always had our friendly rivalries. It's you know, we all got our silver plaques and even some of our golden plaques. That's pretty cool.
Well, I mean, yeah, I said this recently about you. You haven't just had a successful career, you've had a long career, which in terms of YouTube is far harder. Like you've got probably double the lifespan of the average successful YouTuber currently, right?
Oh, I guess. I mean, I watched a video recently of from Tierzu, who's a very popular creator, and it was on the second channel. He said that like the average lifespan of a successful YouTube channel is about 10 years. And I've been around for 10 years and things are slowing down, you know, after this year. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it gave us a bloody nose. But also the YouTube algorithm, I know this from my YouTube contact, has changed vastly. And a lot of channels are having a hard go at it right now. But and we still stand. We still do this as a job. It's still a career. We still keep going. People keep showing up watching videos. We keep having our sponsors. We keep, creating. I keep providing for my family. I want my mom to retire here soon. I'm like, Mom, please let me. let's call it a day, and you can just enjoy your retirement. But I got loved ones, and I'm very thankful for what I do. Like, chat, by the way, for anybody who watches my stuff, I cannot overstate how much I appreciate and I'm eternally grateful I am for your support. Especially after this year, it means the world. So thank you so much. Wouldn't be anywhere, be where I am, be anything if it wasn't for people who click on the video and laugh at my dumbass opinions and give it a like or whatever. So thank you. But yeah, been doing it for a while. I'm just thankful, and I've seen channels crash. But dude, I don't know why. Oh, that's right. June the King made a video about iDubbbz recently.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, that is a very interesting YouTube career.
Trolls Remorse is brutal. Trolls Remorse is brutal.
Dude, I feel like I can't say much of anything. It's his life, it's his journey, it's his decisions, but still, oh man, I don't know. What do you think about the entire situation?
There are very few people who survive Trolls Remorse. One of the only examples I can think of someone like that is H-Bomber Guy, because H-Bomber Guy started in Something Awful on the Metica website. He was a troll. I mean, he did his earliest stuff is streams taking the piss out of furries, and
Traitor.
H-Bomb in particular, I mean, it was, the Metica website spawned people like Jim, and Something Awful. Like, there are a lot of sort of prominent trolls who've, considered sort of like internet famous, who came out of things like Something Awful, 4chan. Like, H-Bomb was there at that, beginning point. He was like an 18-year-old kid. So, and he knows this. He references it in his James Summerton video. But what's really fascinating about people like H-Bomb, is that the tactics H-Bomb uses are very old school internet. They're very Something Awful. He does this really well in the James Summerton video.
Old school.
So I would still describe H-Bomb as a bit of a troll. It's just that he's, a leftist, and kind of I don't know if I'd argue this entirely, but uses the powers for good, rather than for just trying to, destroy the internet with random fucking Pepe memes. But
I respect a bread tuber actually use their powers to actually scare the right. I'm like, oh wow, that's kind of rare actually.
Yeah, I mean, he's there's a long series where he's going at the alt-right and deconstructing kind of race realist theories and climate denial theories. It's really solid.
Where's it at? I think he hasn't uploaded in 2 years or something. It's on his Patreon.
He's got so that's those are really old videos. They're on his channel. They're they're response videos. He does have a new video in the works, which should be out because he's got the first half of it on his Patreon. It is really good.
Is it the Adobe one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
No, I like H-Bomber. He's a good researcher.
Yeah, he's fantastic. But it's interesting to see that sort of like early point with people. The worst way to do trolls remorse is what people like iDubbbz have done, or Lyrics is currently going through, where they sort of just go, I've learned empathy suddenly. I'm now a different person. I can't believe I did those evil things. I can't believe anyone would do those evil things. It's like, come on, man. Like, it's either you didn't believe this in the first place, in which case you lied to your audience to begin with, or you don't believe this now and you're just trying to pander to a new audience. Either way, you look massively dishonest. And I think that's inevitably going to lead you down a spiral. And with iDubbbz in particular, you've got somebody who he essentially won the commentary war back in the late 2010s. He was the last commentator standing.
Undefeated. He was a dude, that full force thing he did. I love that video.
Yeah, he was and again, very talented creator. I think one of the big things with iDubbbz is he wanted to change he wanted to be more, and he did like the full force stuff. Then he went to interview Sam Hyde. And that's when things really went wrong. Yeah, because he thought he was just going to expose Sam Hyde and do this really clever thing, and because he disliked Hyde for years because Hyde had struck one of his videos. But Sam Hyde is just a different beast. And I think the worst thing for iDubbbz must be the
guerrilla warfare with that guy.
Yeah. Well, again, old school troll. The worst thing must be the fact that he is responsible for revitalizing Hyde's career, because Hyde was, just a complete cult figure, very, very underground. And then the iDubbbz stuff happened, and suddenly Hyde is everywhere. It's completely changed the landscape for the guy. And for somebody who's like very concerned about, well, I don't want to promote kind of bad politics, that must be, especially for someone you hate, must be agonizing, absolutely agonizing.
No, I had no idea who Sam Hyde was until after Ian did his tried his video, and I'm like, I don't like Sam Hyde, but it, on the context of the story, I'm like, yeah, Sam definitely got the better of iDubbbz, and that definitely was a hubris moment for Ian that I think has been haunting him ever since. But I think
there's a really basic thing with content creators like who, what's a good way, who respond off what other people are doing, as like when you've got an eye for it, and like that's kind of the core of being a channel like mine, like a commentary channel. And just seeing Bonk screaming in chat, or you see the stuff that happens with KP, if people don't respond to me, I can't really do anything. I had something recently where someone just irritated me a bit, but I was looking at it, I was like, nah, it's not enough here for me to actually really respond, because they're much smaller than me, and I can't really do that. And it's amazing how much people don't learn that lesson of just like, it's the lolcow gene. It's like, I have to keep responding, I have to keep fighting with this person. It's like, well, all you're doing is really helping. Because you're like,
well, you're feeding it. I don't think they understand that other folks are built different, where they're like, no, I want you to respond. I want you to react. I want you to say something. Give me, I subscribe to Nicholas DeOrio, or Eats Oreos, whatever his name is, and I feel like I see him having Ian in a video like once every few days, and I'm like, dude, he's got content for pay for rent and then some. And I just feel like so much of it comes down to like, you gotta starve a fire, so whatever. I don't know, I part of me almost feels like I feel bad for Ian, but also he's made his decisions and he has to stand by them, so it just is what it is, especially when you have an internet career like his, which I mean, I think even Critical talked about it, where he said like he thought it was odd that Ian felt so much guilt, where it's like, I think you're lashing yourself too much. I don't think you really have to apologize. Just did your thing. Why are you, punishing yourself so much for something that you shouldn't carry the weight for? I don't know. I'm probably not.
No, I don't.
I'm not knowledgeable enough about this to really.
I don't disagree. I mean, the thing is as well with iDubbbz, generally speaking, the people that he went after kind of deserved it. Like they weren't like, they weren't, like, you know, they weren't like, oh, 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 you neutral players. And there are people who go after neutral players. I have a thing of not really going after chatters, for example. Like I think that's bad form. I know some content creators who will get like freaked out or annoyed at some like random chatter, and then it will turn into like a log in this like channel with like, or like somebody with like 3 subscribers. I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? But I think it's one of those where, you know, if someone's done something where you're like talking about it, and especially when somebody has obviously fucked something up and just continues to spiral on the point, it's like, yeah, I mean, that's human nature more than anything else. You know, if you're in a friend group and one of your friends fucks something up and then it constantly just refuses to acknowledge that or apologize for it or deal with it in any way, they're gonna get thrown from the friend group, and there'll be that friend you talk about when you're out drinking and be like, God, do you remember John? John's such a dick. Because that's, you know, that's natural. It's just that we're doing it on a global scale.
Oh man, it's so funny. I think that no one thought that YouTube and the internet would go this far. It really was seen as a novelty, and then it just blew up in 2016, and then it went off the absolute charts in 2020, and now it's like it's the platform, it's the thing. You know, this is what it even eclipses celebrities. When you have celebrities, you know, when you got like washed up celebrities coming to Kaisenot streams being like, please promote me. It's like, that's how you really know the tables have turned as far as who the popular people are with the young folks, and how, you know, drama streamers.
Look at Chris Hansen. Chris Hansen got involved in the Onision investigation.
Oh yeah, that was wild.
Like, and fucked it up. And it was a complete mess. It's
Dude, Onision weirded me out. He I think he still follows me on Twitter, and I'm like, fucking what? Leave me alone. But yeah, he's like one of the most washed up hack fraud terrible people to ever come out of YouTube. What an embarrassing creature.
Yeah. I think there are a few like that, but Onision definitely had one of the longest drama cycles around him. It lasted for like 2 years of people trying to take this guy down. And it's also really interesting, like when the Onision stuff ended, the people who'd built their channels off the back of it, their channels just died instantly. Just snap.
It's like killing an animal in like the ecosystem. It's like, my God, no, we live off of this.
Well, it's the same thing happened during the Mr. Beast stuff, where like the Mr. Beast stuff that happened last year was 6 months of really solid. Like, people were getting hundreds of thousands of views. I watched entire channels grow from nothing to, and subs are hard to gain if you don't have like a, you know, especially as a streamer. You're more interested in your concurrence. But I saw some channels like jump from like 1,000 subscribers to 40,000 in the space of like a couple of months. And in the current climate, that is rare for drama coverage. And then it ended, and I think only one of those channels has actually survived. Every other one, I think that's Quinthio, every other one just died. And again,
you gotta learn to diversify, or it's, you know, if you get backed into a corner as a one-trick pony, then, you know, say la vie whenever it moves on.
Yeah, and again, like I do a lot of the coverage around, especially this year, around this stuff that's happened. But I've got backbone with the ACC. I've got like drama, like political coverage that I also do. So there's like there's a range there. But you know, it's a drama channel. Like, we are dependent, and it's been like really quiet recently, the last like 2 months. So a lot of people have been like, "Fuck, what do I go live with?" And you can see like viewership drop for a couple of channels.
Go live with Brony Christmas, my friend.
Brony Christmas is the way forward. It's actually, I mean, it's not too bad for me. I've got a constant supply, so at least I can do old lore and things. But yeah, it's I think it's interesting. Though, is there a similarity then, because you've got to like, you're sort of dependent on what's popular in the animation community?
Yeah, I mean, I remember really getting my start by doing like What Rune videos, and then I realized in the mid-2010s, I'm like, oh shit, like I will put myself in a corner if I keep doing these. I need to diversify. Well, if the folks like me talking about animation, then I'll talk about bad animation, because that's really fun to me. And that really opened up things. And then I moved on to like weird animation, adult animation, furry animation. I paid for my house. I got an entire cardboard box for me. No, but I will say that currently it's like AI is the thing I'm kind of starting to, explore. And it's like, and sincerely, I hate AI just because I hate generative AI for what it is, not because it gets views. It's because it really is an abomination and it threatens so much of, art and humanity. But I'll tell you that though, it's something where if this is what people are talking about, then make videos about it. And that's been kind of my go-to. But at the same time, I know my channel is starting to slow down, and I'm gonna try to keep, this year, next year, another year of getting videos out and following through and get some projects done that I want to finish before I ever, retire from YouTube, which won't be for a long time. But I am gonna keep slowing down as time goes on, because I want to move on and launch an animation studio with my fiance, and we have a lot of connections and colleagues who we've been working alongside that will be able to, springboard into our projects when the time comes. Like Pikapidi, who's out there in the chat. Nothing in stone. I will say that nothing's in stone. Things are still very, liquid. But yeah, no, we're definitely marching on with what we want to do, and as far as this channel goes, with diversifying early on, it helped a lot. I'll tell that to anybody who's an aspiring creator, YouTuber, whatever, is either you specialize and it won't go anywhere, or you diversify. Just ask yourself, why do people keep showing up and keep drilling into it? But also, like, you have the occasional video where you can diversify and see if you can open up other avenues. It's a balancing act.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, like, again, it's always difficult looking at like other channels. Like when I first started actually making content, when I first emerged from lurking, I came into like the politics sphere, and I was thinking the other day, like, out of the kind of politics creators that were on Twitch, there's like 3 of us left, and like who are still even really making content and have an audience. And all the most people just disappeared into the ether. It's kind of bizarre. And all but, like, because I think it's probably me, Chud, and Wick TV are the only ones really who are left who sort of still regularly do things that anyone pays any notice to. And in the case of me and Chud, completely changed kind of what content we were doing. And maybe less so for me. I've always done Brony Christmas, and I've always looked at kind of more niche stuff. But yeah, you need to move a little bit.
Yep.
Understand what's out there. Do you think that's like, would you attribute that to the death of some of the other content creators, the fact that they sort of became stuck?
Well, I think there's just a natural progression. Like, if you look at any channel that does well, it jumps, spikes up, and then it kind of drops off. And there are some channels that can defy the norm, the new norm, right? No, but defy the norm. But there's no shame in getting your 15 minutes and taking a bow and saying thank you. Look at Game Grumps. The very powerful, popular, successful legacy, but their videos don't get nearly as many views as they used to. However, they've gotten more than enough views, and they still get many views, and they're getting paid to play games, and they got some very dedicated, very nostalgic fans and viewers who will buy their stuff, support their stuff, and keep it going. I feel like it's all about leveraging your first venture and then saying, okay, what's next? What's the next venture? Let's go on the next journey and climb the peak again with a new goal. So for me, it's like, I don't think my YouTube will ever see the same heights again, and that's okay. Though it's gonna be pretty funny if my response video is the last video to get 1 million views on. I'll be like, really? Okay, that's funny, I guess. But couldn't have been some other video, but sure. But I feel like the animation studio, like going to LA and meeting up with people and connecting and networking, a lot of the folks from the animation studio or industry, has been extremely exciting and very invigorating. So to me, I'm like, that's what I'm looking for. It's that feeling. I'm not gonna find that feeling trying to climb to a new peak to eclipse the last one on my main channel. I just don't think it's gonna happen. So I think YouTube kind of knows that channels run the course, and people also, I love Red Letter Media. I am a huge fan of their stuff, and I don't think I've watched any of their videos in the last few months. And that doesn't mean I don't like them anymore. I just kind of start to tune out. I went on a big old craze watching Caleb Hammer's videos until I started to be like, oh, these are all kind of the same, so I'm kind of done. I love watching.
Yeah, I think that happens for everybody. Yeah.
Yeah,
But, you know,
it's just natural. It's fine. It's okay.
and
That's
for
why it's
TV
important.
shows as well. Like it's that thing where you go back to a TV show you saw when you were like a teenager. And, I love this, and then you go back and you're like, why did I like this? Or
Right.
because
Well,
I think we change.
Right.
Speaking of change, I do need to show you this. So
Please.
right. This is Josh Scorcher with Ink Rose, I think, and it's a Dr. Wolf video. And we only have to watch the
Is this
video.
where they sing the Frozen song, right? That's right. That's right.
Yes, I have to subject you.
So, what's your family like?
2 brothers and a sister. They can drive me up the wall sometimes. They're the go-to source of professional trolling and guilt tripping.
Bunch of theater kids, I swear.
That's horrible.
Hey, that's family for you. I still wouldn't trade them for any other.
Neither would I. I have 2 little sisters who can certainly get on my nerves. Siblings are certainly the most annoying and yet loving parts of one's family, no?
You know, I feel the exact same way.
Lord
Okay,
help me.
can I just say something crazy?
I'm the fiery joker. I love
That's
crazy.
a break.
All
I'm
my
the
life
fiery
has been a
Joker. I love
series
crazy.
of doors in my face, and then suddenly I bump into you.
I was thinking
Oh,
the same
no,
thing.
hold on.
Because, like, I've been searching.
Odds. I'm gonna tell you. We're gonna keep listening to this in a second, but I gotta pull this tab up before I forget. I'm gonna tell you about the most, like the Sasquatch of the Brony fandom called Thunder Blue later on. Okay, I'm opening the tab right now so I don't forget. But keep playing the song. But you absolutely jolted my memory, so keep going.
My whole life to find my own place. And maybe it's the party talking or the chocolate fondue.
But with you,
I found my place.
I see your face, and it's nothing like I've ever known before.
Am I interrupting something?
Yeah, but it's fine, I think.
Aw,
Bro. Apparently, there's a longer version. I need to. Someone sent it to me. I'll play it on another stream. Oh my god.
Hold on, I'm looking for this here. This is unironically one of my favorite songs. One of my wait. No. There it is. Okay, so let me tell you real quickly who this guy is. All right, have you ever heard of a guy called Thunder Blue?
It rings a bell.
Okay, so back in the day, me and Race Best, we were friends with other British musicians, again, like Tomb, Mike, Alex S was a big one. And we loved finding Brony cringe, and we'd watch it privately. You know, we're not there to be bullies. We're just, viewers who will laugh if it's kind of cringy. And nothing ever rivaled the cringe of Thunder Blue, who I always wanted to meet. I always wanted to meet this guy at a convention, but he was extremely cryptic, like a Yeti. And he would go to the Brony conventions, and it's almost like he was taunting us, where he would go and vlog, and he would like walk up and down the hallways and just talk to people and have the most awkward conversations. But he's being very sincere, very friendly, very earnest, but super, just autistic, God bless it. I love it. And I wanted to meet him so badly. And he was literally in the fucking audience of one of our panels for me and Race, and we didn't even know he was there. And I felt like I was in the presence of like a celebrity. And I'm like, because I found his vlog, and I'm like, what the fuck? He was there. He was there. And he's the creator of wonderful songs like Brony Rage. So if you want to play it, you can share it with the audience here.
Dun 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 dun.
Oh my god.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun 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 dun.
Oh yeah, Thunder, let's go. No.
I hate when anti-brownies most of all. Making fun of us by watching My Little Pony. It sucks. I am sick and tired of this holiday, man. I like ponies, so just back off the no surprise, they hate us guys. It's no surprise, they hate us guys. Can't beat mine, no they can't beat my brony rage. I have brony power.
Brony power.
Can't beat mine, no you can't beat my brony rage. I have brony power. Brony rage, brony rage. Brony rage. I hate when Ashcorp say it's a little girl show. And it makes me gay.
It makes me gay.
Oh my god, ho. It's really hard to love and tolerate. But I will not give up my faith. I know it. With no surprise, they hate us guys.
I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna use this to start streams.
Dude, yeah, let's get the intro song for Scream.
It's oh, bro. Okay, you were saying about parody songs earlier.
Yes.
That is because I remember like a few parody songs. Did like how big was this? This is like 5.8k views. Oh, it's a re-upload.
There's a re-upload too. So Thunder Blue is like, again, he's like a cryptic, you know, he just disappears. He man, this stream's too PG for me to tell you how I found out about this guy, so never mind. But
doesn't have to be that PG. How do you find out about this guy? You can't say that. Okay, I won't push you. Is it that PG?
It's explicit, not like it's like you know, illegal, just really interesting. Let's just say he likes to clap, and we'll put it at that. All right, leave it at that. But no, he folks are like, that doesn't help. Say what the fuck are you talking about, right? No, Lanze nailed it right there. No, so Thunder Blue, he had his own channel and made these songs, and we found it, and we were just fucking losing our shit. And me and Gabe and Jeffrey and all our friends, we fucking quote this stuff all the time. You know, we will sing these songs. We love these songs. It's like, honestly, like when people be like, what's the Brony song you love the most? And we're like, Brony Rage. it's ironically our favorite.
What's so talking about like other creators, like you mentioned like the network earlier. What was the network like? Like was it Everfree Network, or what was?
Oh yeah. There were these media. So, Equestria Daily was definitely like king, where they were the pony website, and so many folks would go to the website to go find new things during the Equestria daily post, and they have art and fanfics and sometimes videos. And people would fight so hard to get that Equestria Daily bump. It could actually make you, back then. So folks desperately wanted to be on Equestria Daily and would, email Sefesto and be like, please, let me. Oh god, Horse News. That's a throwback right there. Damn, dude, is Horse News even still around? Jesus.
I don't think so. I have checked it recently just to like look at old lore, because they had a lot, and I mean they were very
archived. Yeah. Capper, I think it was the guy who ran Horse News, or one of the main folks. I never met him, but he was very active in the fandom for a while, and then he just disappeared. But there was another entity in the fandom called Everfree Radio, and oh shit, I just had a memory, because it's related to Everfree Radio. Did I ever tell you when Max Gallardi, Hot Diggity Demon, tricked a bunch of bronies to say it's a historical World War II phrase the Germans would utter, I'm not sure if I can say that on stream.
I
what
don't.
it is.
Yeah, like that. Dude, I hate YouTube. It's so selective, especially with the AI stuff right now. But yes, I'm
Right.
I'm aware. I'm aware of. I
There's a
think we know the
certain
phrase.
German turn of phrase that their soldiers would say to their stupid ass leader, where Max actually, oh, dude, it was recorded. Do you want to see the video?
Yeah, fuck it. Go on. Let's do it.
Hold on, let me find it. But in the meanwhile, Everfree Radio, they were so for all the voice actors who went to the conventions, the reason why it went as quick as it did initially and really, snowballed was because of Final Draft of Everfree Radio, which would eventually become Everfree Network. And that was just a website, a YouTube channel presence where they would go and stream the conventions. They would interview show staff.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm feeling good because today is my birthday.
Similar to Equestria Daily to help aggregate things and promote it. It was very ambitious. And from like 2012 to 2015, it was pushing really hard, but then it kind of fizzled out at the end. And now, it still remains on YouTube. There's still videos and a ton of archiving, but, for all the people who would go to the conventions, because Final Draft was such a affable, well-spoken, awesome guy that he made the show staff feel like, because a lot of the show staff were very scared of Bronies initially. They were scared.
I understand why. Yeah.
Yeah, they're well, Tabitha St. Germain, the voice of Rarity, was very standoffish, very uncomfortable with Bronies initially. But then because of Final Draft and because the other show staff, like Andrea Libman, the voice of Fluttershy and Pinkie Pie, I think the story goes that they told Tabitha, like, hey, like, they're really nice people. Like, don't worry about it. Come to a convention, it's worth it. And Tabitha would go to the convention, and she loved it. And she's, a really excellent person. I got to meet Tabitha, and I would say we're friends. And she's insanely. Oh yeah, she voiced for Scary Godmother, one of my videos back in the day, because she's the voice of Scary Godmother. That was really neat. But in summary, though, you can thank Final Draft and his team from Everfree Network for being trailblazers when it came to getting the pony staff to show up at these conventions. And it felt like they were doing this. I know that the world of anime did this stuff before Bronies, but it felt like Brony voice actors getting, recognized for their roles kind of paved the path forward for other voice actors in the future being recognized for their roles, and all the millennials who grew up with this stuff being hyped over voice actors. I think the voice actors weren't used to that during the 2000s, but in the 2010s it was different.
Yeah, it definitely evolved, and now it's sort of like changed I think it changed how conventions were seen a bit as well, because like before BronyCon and things, like, yeah, Comic-Con was a big thing, and like gaming conventions were a big thing, but these were still kind of niche, and not many people would be like think, oh, let's hold a convention. Whereas I think like BronyCon's a big reason why you ended up with stuff like DashCon, right? Or like
right.
Like the push to like do more things like this, because it's just, oh, there's obviously people who want to show up and actually meet members of the fandom, meet each other, buy merch. It's been like it's like really good for artists with all the sort of like art galleries, art vendor sort of halls and things. It's like it's become like a trade show
right.
for like fandoms, and I think that's a different way of looking at it in some respects.
Let me tell you about this video link to you. So this are you familiar with Hot Diggity Demon?
Vaguely, actually.
He's a very successful, popular animator. Did his thing on Newgrounds, still does. Not as much actually as he used to. I think he hurt his hand from animating too much.
Okay.
Let me pause. Let me preface this real fast.
Yeah. No.
So
just getting lined up.
It's funny because I was at this panel with Paleo Steno. It was Equestria LA 2012. We were sitting in the back, and so we're like, oh, it's cool because it's Hot Diggity Demon and Aaron Hansen, who lived in LA, and who was friends with Max. That's the guy's name. Showed up to the panel, so that was kind of exciting. And this was right when Game Grumps took off too. And I remember sitting at this convention, I'm sorry, at this panel, and Max does what he's about to do, and I could tell that he was up to something. Where I'm like, I don't trust this guy, because he says here in a moment, let's stand up and do the pledge of comedy, and I'm like, I'm not gonna stand. I'm gonna watch, you know. And let's just say that was a good call, as you'll see here.
Okay.
How's you guys doing tonight?
This is unironically one of the funniest things, like trolling wise, but also like if this happened nowadays,
everybody please rise for the comedy pledge of allegiance. Left hand, right booby. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to comedy. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha, chuckle, chuckle, giggle, giggle, snort. I also pledge my undying alliance to the patron saint of comedy, Garfield. I hate Mondays. Amen. Also, one last thing. Sig Heil! Congratulations, you are now all legally neo-Nazis. Okay.
Dude, let me tell you real quickly. Right? That when all the people in the audience did that, they threw everything they got into it. Because again, bronies were on cloud 9, very trusting, very earnest. So they're just, repeating what he says. Garfield, pledge of comedy. And then he drops that. And they all went with their hands. And I think as soon as it went up in the air, I remember seeing them all go, ooh, and you see their backs go from straight into curve, and their eyes were wide open, their hands dropped immediately as everyone realized, holy shit, he just tricked us into saying that. And I'm like, dude, that is some next level trolling right there. It's pretty fucking hilarious. But I'm sure, inappropriate, but it's still kind of fucking funny.
Don't worry, I'm sure it'll go into Google Docs somewhere.
I'm sure. if this one do it and the Abu video, but what can you say?
Okay, I have to read the super chats.
Please go for it,
guys. You guys have been so generous tonight. I really, really, really appreciate it. As always, I feel the love. Right, going way back. Anime guy with the 2. Saber, I hope I've never bothered you much at cons. I'm sure, like, Saber loves seeing people. I think we've talked about that. Zeke with the 2. Hey Saber, do you happen to like Bionicle?
I love Bionicles. I actually have all 6 of the originals on a shelf here in my office. So absolutely love them. Goated.
Okay, well, you just made like several fans in my audience who are absolutely obsessed. White Girl with the 5. Apologies for being late. Catching my first Bronymas live. A festive season to all and all celebrations. Thank you, White Girl. Much appreciated. Welcome in. Grey Knight with the 5. Dusty Cat, the oddly helpful older uncle the fandom didn't know it needed. But yeah, apparently very true, especially when it came to
Dusty Cat. Oh, good.
Go on.
Dusty Cat is a good friend of mine. He is an exceptional person who has done tons of charity. Old school furry guy. I remember when I was at Las Pegasus with Jeffrey, or Race Best, we were sitting down with Dusty Cat and his friend Caradwin, and those guys are some ancient furries. They went to the first furry convention. They told me about the first furry cons and furry drama, and some furry brony person named Purple Tinker, who was like a very controversial figure. You ever heard of Purple Tinker before?
No.
Really? Okay. Shit, man, that's a long story.
Tell me about Purple Tinker. That's okay. We got time. Purple Tinker. Oh. I'm fascinated now. First brony drama. Let's go.
I wouldn't say it's the first brony drama as much as, well, the first major brony drama came from Purple Tinker. I know, Wikipedia just fucking like dusted off a neural synapse, right? No, Purple Tinker was the original con chair for BronyCon, but then she stepped down, and then other people took over the convention. But she would constantly be like fighting for the convention, saying she's in charge for it, trying to stolen valor it. No, she was. Gosh, I almost want to say like there's so much I need to read up on to make sure I get my information correct. But like this happened like well over 10 years ago, so my information could be a bit dusty. But I know that she was extremely Oh, that's right. That's right. At Candlelight Gardens 2012, she was banned from the convention, and in protest, she decided to live stream herself the entire weekend and called a live stream because they thought that she'd sneak into the convention, and she called the stream Tinker in a Box. And it's just her sitting on her bed reading books and sleeping and stuff. So it was like, I have to look it up. I'm sure there's probably like, some drama websites that talk about Tinker's drama, but she burned a lot of bridges throughout her time in the Bernie fandom.
God. Okay. Yeah. No. Look it up. I might talk about it later later this month. That sounds pretty interesting, actually.
Yeah.
Tinker in a Box. What the fuck? Softy Cheerios with the 10. Advice for someone who's currently starting small in animation, currently doing just little characters dancing, but I'd love to make story oriented ones someday.
I mean, I'll be real. Can you repeat the question one more time, just so I can make sure I don't.
What advice would you give for like someone who's just starting out in sort of small animation?
I mean, I'm not an artist. I'm not an animator. My fiance is, but from all the colleagues and people I've worked with, it's practice, tutorials, just draw, keep learning, I was working on trying to teach myself to draw this year, and I got up to May until things happened, right? And I kind of got depressed, and I was like, I don't really have it in me to continue. So I'm gonna try that again next year to do a project. Pika Petey's a master animator. So if Pika Petey wants to type it in the chat, we can potentially, read it and what he says. But I would say from what I've been told is it's just colleagues and friends and practice and tutorials. And if you can go to school, sure. Though, Petey says, for me, what has worked is look at something you've never seen done before and do that. That's very like philosophical, dude. And like Shifu from Master Oogway.
That is the most animator answer to a question about animation I've read in ages.
No, but I mean, accessibility to tutorials nowadays are off the chart. My buddy Hirasashi has been teaching himself to draw, and he's been taking a lot of classes just that are available for free. And that's one of the beautiful things about the internet right now is that there's so much free information out there that people will teach you. So, just pursue that and give it a shot.
We've got like quite a lot of artists in the Discord, and like obviously you see the sticker animations. They're all done by the community, just doing cool things. And I really like highlighting people's art as well, like of things that they do for the channel and things. So yeah, if you're like, listen, guys, if you guys want to do art and things and you want like a cool supportive community, come join the Discord, come chat. Everyone's pretty friendly, and I'm really proud of like the artist community that we've got, because they're all absolutely fucking fantastic and very funny.
Oh shit.
Bonk hates them, by the way, but like,
one of these super chats that came through, by the way, is from my buddy Rob Bob, who is another guy who's a Brony veteran who's gone on to do his own animation stuff. And I think Rob, you worked at Fortnite for a bit, but no, he worked on Epic Cupcake Time and all these cool animations with Jesse Nowacking and other animators and artists, and kind of head of those projects. But he was at Candlelight Gardens, and he said, yeah, me and Saber were at Candlelight Gardens. The rumor was allegedly Tinker was going to show up at the con to kill the con heads. So she streamed herself the whole week, and the proof she wasn't. Cops were there as well. That's right, there were cops. Holy shit. Oh, man. What was it? Like there was a Wikipedia that said Rob Bob, because you showed up in a British React in like an army suit, and then they said like Rob Bob fought in Afghanistan. Like people actually like took you at face value and thought that you were like an actual veteran soldier. Good times.
Yeah, it's really like it's been really nice to see like people drop by tonight, and like, yeah, it's the Brony fandom, for all its problems, did spawn a huge amount of creativity in people, and I think that's like the amount of artists, creators, people who went on to voice act that started in this community is absolutely absurd. It really is. Oh, yeah. It's kind of but I suppose that's probably a testament to a lot of the creators and people who ran these cons, who kind of didn't just let the community be the random thing on Twitter, I suppose. And like it became much, much more than that. And there was a point where you wouldn't be able to go into a reply thread on Twitter without seeing a Brony icon. They were like,
Right.
it reached that
They're
point.
everywhere. Yeah, they were absolutely everywhere.
Baron with the 5. Very strange, weird way to spell great horned, great day horse thing. Happy, merry, great horned rat day. Yes, yes. Thank you, Baron. Happy, great horned rat day. Slug with the 2. Why is Beckett pregnant? Skaven. Dude, I love Skaven memes.
Does.
Have you seen the new Total War announcement? Like for Total War 40k?
What was it?
They're bringing out so Total War Warhammer's been like really big for like 10 years. They're doing a 40k version. It got announced at the Game Awards.
Really?
Yes.
Wait, so Total War sci-fi?
Yeah. That's
cool.
It's gonna be incredible. So yeah, I'm super excited. Did
it look good?
Yeah, it looks incredible. I think it's gonna be really, really
That's
good.
awesome. I fucking love the fantasy stuff. So I guess we'll just have to get creative with like the Space Marines, like squadrons and the Imperial. By the way, what's your favorite faction or factions from the game? Or from 40K?
I really like the Kin because I really like Men of Iron, and I'm a big Necron fan. I really like the Infinite and Divine books.
Hell yeah, dude.
So yeah, I'll probably be doing that. But I really I listen to a lot of Black Library audiobooks, and there's one, Lords of Silence, which is like about a Nurgle faction, like a Nurgle Chaos Warband, and it's really good. It's really good because like they're very philosophical, and the way they've been written is like all the other Chaos factions are like, oh yeah, the Chaos Guards, and the Nurgle faction refers to them because Grandfather Nurgle's like actually cares about his followers. They're like, oh, they refer to him as the god. Yeah, it's right. Like Nurglings are called little lords by the raiders. It's really cool. It's really good.
I'll check that out.
Yeah,
my favorite are the orcs. Orcs are just so fucking silly.
Well, we might have to do that if you want to sit down and play a Total War game at some point. We could do that.
Dude, yeah, oh yeah, I would love that. I want to get back into the game. I actually bought some of the Space Marines back in like 2016, but I built them and I never played because I got too intimidated. But there's a game shop in my neighborhood or in my town that I want to go hit up and just learn the game and check it out. So, yeah, I mean, lore wise, I love the orcs. I think they're hilarious. As far as the armies go, I mean, the Space Marines look so cool. They're so cliche, but I don't give a shit. They're fun. But yeah, continue. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I love a Warhammer distraction. Where were we? Slug, why is Beckett pregnant? Thank you, buddy. Brian with the 2. What is his opinion of Dan Burst as a fellow Brony? You don't have to answer that. I don't expect you to know who Dan Burst is. Thank you, Brian.
Oh yeah.
Rager. Do you know who Dan Burst is? I suppose you've watched Fallacy.
It's a show. It was a show that came from it was part of the God, what was it called? The Hub at the time. It was really good. Dan Versus was brilliant. It was a really good show with this little angry white dude who hated the world, and he was he and his friends would go on these adventures, and it was really good. I actually want to do a video about it in the future, but Dan Versus is pretty top tier.
That's possibly the best answer you could have given, but also completely wrong for who Dan Burst is. So Dan Burst was so Brian's referring to somebody Falgi covered, who was a Brony named Dan's Burst, who was running.
Oh, Dan's Burst. I thought you Dan Versus for some reason. I'm sorry. Lol. Oops. Well, I love that guy. We're gonna, me and Black Griffin hang out with him all the time. Who's Dan Burst?
It doesn't matter. I'll tell you later.
Okay. I really thought you meant Dan Versus, like the show.
I was like, when do I stop him? Okay, base. Awesome. I bet Brian's very happy. Raga with the 5. Hey, Raga. Have a great stream. I got my bank fixed. Nice to see you. Echo with the 1. Thank you very much. MLS with the 10. What is Saberspark's favorite animated film, and why is it Jesus and Judas?
Oh, Judas and Jesus? Oh, yeah, not that. That one's naughty. My favorite animated film, probably Spirited Away. I can watch that thing 1,000 times. I get emotional just thinking about it. That movie is beyond beautiful, beyond incredible, timeless. It's got nice, good balance of danger, but also of wonder. If you have not seen Spirited Away, please, 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 please go see it. I know it's your typical Studio Ghibli answer, but I remember when I first watched it back in like 2000 or whenever it came out, and I was dumbstruck with how good it was. And that feeling has never left my body ever since. It is my favorite animated film ever.
See, like, I think it's interesting with stuff like that because, like, my favorite animated film is Redline, which I saw it last year, and I've now watched multiple times. But it's all like everything's hand drawn. It has no story. The story is like nondescript. It's basically about a race. It's a sci-fi film. But it's
called Redline?
Yeah, it's so good. I'll send you a link. It's on Amazon. But it's so absurd that at one point during the race, a bioweapon is released, this giant kaiju monster. Because they're like racing on this like robo world, which is a military like fascist planet. And they release this kaiju monster's bioweapon. There's another bioweapon that comes to fight it, and it never gets brought up again. They just the fight happens, and you see no resolution for how it goes. It never gets brought up again. Redline from Pika PT. Redline is an animator's wet dream. It's brilliant.
I'm writing it down.
It is easily my favorite animated film. It is
that's my girl.
So fucking good. It's so beautiful as
well.
Actually,
you know what? If I may, so my fiance is just a brilliant person who I love to death, and she has so many awesome movies and shows she recommends to me. And I've recently been able to have the pleasure of watching Perfect Blue for the first time. And man, that movie kind of fucked me up a bit watching it. It's eerily, what's what I'm looking for? Relatable to a degree. But that movie was a trailblazer. Have you ever heard of Perfect Blue before?
Yes. Yeah.
It's good. It's really good.
There's so much good stuff that like people just haven't. Like it gets buried under mainstream stuff. But yes, go watch Redline. I will like. I'm going to force you to watch Redline now. It's so good.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, perfect. A great fucking question. Echo with another one. Thank you very much. Anime Guy with the 2. Lily tried to cancel Wolf and Silver for that vid. I remember that. Yep. She was not impressed. Base Hoz with the 2. Tell Bonk you love him, Baldy Beckett. Hashtag show hair. Thank you, buddy. Bob Rossman with the 5. Saber, when's the expansion trope video? You think you can run from the weight gain gang? Actually, I think you can. Anyway, Twiggy best piggy.
Let me, I'll answer this question. And then if you don't mind, I might use the restroom afterwards, if that's cool.
Yeah, perfect.
And by the way, let me check with my fiance afterwards too, but I think, we can keep going for a bit if you're up for it. I'm feeling good.
Yeah,
but
perfect.
I was going to say though, I was working on a video called, Do Cartoons Cause Fetishes? And, I kind of pulled it because I'm like, man, everyone hates it when I talk about anything that's, borderline explicit on YouTube. And I get it, whatever. I don't care. But there actually is like a real interesting topic behind this psychologically, where a lot of fetishes they do come from animation, because animation has a reach and can do things that, can't be done and, by actual humans. And I recall being emailed by this one person who very honestly and genuinely told me about their expansion fetish, and they got it from 101 Dalmatians, from an episode where I guess Cruella de Vil put on a suit that made her really, round and poofy or whatever. And he's like, yeah, when I watched it as a kid, it just changed me forever. I don't know why. And I mean, I know it all sounds so silly, but I'm like, no, he's being honest and open and transparent. And I do wonder, I'm like, what clicks in our brain? Why does it do that? Why is there something where we see it as kids and it's almost formative and it sticks with us? And, I had no chance when I was growing up as a teenager when it came to girls who were goth or had midriff. Like, I had no chance, you know, with cartoons from the 2000s. We were eating good. And now, I guess I think about like, okay, well, psychologically, there has to be some studies that talk about this. Why? Because I mean, when you're growing up, your brain's a clump, you know, a lump of, you know, gray matter, almost like clay being shaped, and it makes you wonder what we watch that can, you know, potentially impact us for the rest of our life. So yeah, I don't know. I guess long story short, I'm glad the guy who emailed me about Cruella de Vil sent you a super chat to ask if we're gonna follow through on that video 6 years later. So yeah,
I think you should. I think you've got time to now.
yeah, right. Well, I don't want to blow it.
Okay, go to the bathroom. I'll get through a few
I'm
more
gonna
of
get
these.
some more eggnog too. Be right back.
Based. Right. Slug with the 2, the 10-year lifespan is very true. Free Slug 2025. So true, buddy. Danny Boy with the 2, hope you're doing well. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Merry Bronymas. Artemis with the 2, just found out about Sam Hyde from his Brony hoax. Oh my god. Dude. Baron with the 5. To tie the iDub stuff back to Bronymas, the video Sam struck was iDub's video on his fake Brony Kickstarter game. Wait, hold on. Is that not... Wait, really? Was that what was struck? Holy fuck. I didn't know that. That's insane. Pappy Hal, dude, Merry Bronymas, one and all. Pappy Hal with the 2, cringe at your past self is growth, do good with it. True. Phineas with the 2. I think of it often how we now crowdsource celebs. Yeah, that is actually true. Like, it's, the landscape's really changed. You can't really astroturf people the way you used to. Baron with the 5. What are Saberspark's thoughts on the Will Stansel show? I will ask him when he comes back, but I don't know if he'll know what it is. Where were we? Fuck, I lost my place. I've lost my place. Dude, there's so many. Potato with the 2. Finally, a 13th reason. I will play that song whenever I want. Potato, you can't stop me. Zeke with the 2. I need to make this my ringtone. Yes, you do. Grey Knight with the 2. This stream is PG. Yeah, it's more PG than normal. Glitchy Bits with the 5. Finding out that Scary Godmother was voiced by the same VA as Rarity had me reeling back a few years ago. Also, hope you're all doing well. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. Glitchy Bits again with the 10. Also, Teehee, I remember being in one of Ace Best's videos as the grey furry you two hugged. I was the furry you all filmed at the beginning too. Hope to see you again soon. I will mention to Saber when he's back that you were the furry in the video. That's kind of cool. Rob, thank you very much for the 20. That's really, really generous of you. Hope you're having a good evening, buddy. Space Station with the 10. Apologies for the DM pings. You're good, buddy. Sent 5 Coping Seed gifted memberships. 07, bro. That's awesome. I saw your message that, like, you sent this stream to Moot. Listen, if Moot's watching, hope you're good, buddy. That's awesome. I would love to ask you about ML poll and some of the 4chan stuff. If you ever see this, hope you're good, man. What else have we got? Goji with the 2. Here's 2 for you, Beckett. Much appreciated. Spot Welder 2. Merry Christmas, Beckett. Merry Brony Christmas to you, Spot Welder. RX781A with the 2. Saber, what is your fave Space Marine chapter? I will ask him when he's back. Space Station with 2. Moot. Oh, no, we've done that one. Cool. Anime Girls with the 2. Tell Saber how you feel about Psychopaths. I will actually tell him how I feel about Psychopaths, okay? I will argue with anyone about Psychopaths being the worst anime ever made, okay? It's terrible. Echo with the... Listen, that might be a bit extreme, but I stand by it. Echo with the 1. Thank you very much. And Space Station with another gifted 5 Cope and Seed memberships. Let's fucking go. Future Night Games with the 2. The Danbirds clip with Sabers is so bad and funny. Fucking awesome. Absolutely fucking banging. Okay. Oh, I think I got most of that. Oh, right. How we doing, guys? Merry Bronymas, have a cup of cheer. Thank you very much, Pocket. I have a bottle of sherry somewhere that I'll be drinking afterwards. I need to hear the Psychopaths rant right now. Okay, like, I feel like I should wait till Saber's back because he's the actual, like, animation person. But, like, you made me mad. Psychopaths is great. Psychopaths is terrible. Psychopaths is terrible. We will talk about it. I will derail this entire stream to talk about how much I hate Psychopaths, okay? I will... Look, I grew up... For those of you who don't know, I grew up at boarding school. I lived with a South Korean for 6 years in the same room. I grew up watching anime from an incredibly young age. It was like my Saturday morning cartoons, okay? And Psychopass, I'm saying as a veteran of the community, Psychopass is the worst anime ever made, and everyone is wrong about this. It's insane. Also, I owe you stickers, guys. Thank you so much. And we've been talking about animators again. Thank you guys so much for everyone who does animations for this channel, everyone who does art for this channel. Like whether it's fan or paid, you guys are all fucking incredible. Thank you so much. Like, dude, I love the rotting animations. They're so good. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. As always. Space Station 2. Yes, I grew up in boarding school with Koreans. He is correct. It wasn't optional. I learned to use chopsticks through violence. Every time I'd use them wrong, I get stabbed with the chopstick. It wasn't good, guys. Oh, dude. Listen, I'm just happy that we're gonna get Saberspark to watch Redline. Redline's incredible. Just diverted into talking about anime. It's the future now. We're stuck here. Okay. Oh, dude. I don't think I know anything about Psychopaths. Oh my god. That's brutal. It's one of those, I think, like, I think Psychopaths is one of those where I remember when it came out. God, is that bad? When did Psychopaths come out? It feels like it was a solid time ago. Now I feel old. Now I feel old. Beckett Rand is just funny. He was forced to eat cement when he was 5. That's hurtful. That is my backstory. You are old. That's also hurtful. I will put you in the brain farm, Beckett, if you keep shitting on Psychopaths. Listen. Okay. Well, I'll start the rant.
I'm back.
Okay, we have to talk about Psychopaths. Do you know Psychopaths?
I have no idea who that is.
Okay, Psychopaths is an anime. Okay.
Never heard of it.
Okay, fantastic. This is a good starting point. So Psychopaths, I've been asked to tell you about Psychopaths, which is, in my opinion, and I'm apparently going to have to fight with chat about this, the worst anime ever made. It's very well drawn, it's well animated, but the story makes absolutely no sense. It is a story about psychopaths. It is illegal to be a psychopath. You get arrested and you get shot if you're a psychopath. But the entire society is controlled and run by the brains of psychopaths in like jars in a computer. So for some reason, you're like, you have a storyline where you're not allowed to be mentally ill unless you're very mentally ill, in which case you're allowed to run the society.
Oh, that's fair. that makes sense. Well, to be fair, that's a lot more uncomfortably accurate to reality currently is, to be fair, though.
Yeah, Psychopaths was the manual. He explains so much.
Call that in and then, wait, hold on, we can make this work. I'll write this down. I'm writing it down.
Okay. I have a couple of quick questions for you, actually. What's your favorite Space Marine chapter?
Salamanders.
That's a solid pick. That's a solid pick.
Yeah, I like the Salamanders. I feel that they are, they are so good, except to the Eldar. And to be fair, those Eldar had it coming, so it's totally fine by me.
That's your hot take. The Eldar deserved it.
There you go. I'll have to answer for that one next year.
What was the other one? I think there was another question.
Oh, my fiance asked a question, or she made a super chat.
Oh, did she?
She said, "Merry Bronymas, have a cup of cheer."
Oh, that one. I thought it was a question. Oh, okay. Lovely. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Also, Glitchy Bit says that they were the great furry you two hugged in Race Best video. Do you remember Glitchy Bits?
Yeah, they're an artist. Wait, so the gray furry? What was that now?
Teehee, I remember being in one of Ace Best videos as the grey furry you two hugged. I was the furry you all filmed at the beginning too. I hope to see you again soon. Wait, did you get like stealth hugged by a furry that you didn't even know was an artist?
Maybe, I don't know. It happens a lot. These fursuiters, I've Oh, and I could be hugging Danny DeVito in a fursuit. One can only hope.
Dude, that would be a very weird story. Though, to be fair, if I was a massively famous celebrity, I probably would dress up and go to Comic-Cons in stealth.
Exactly.
What
was it? Didn't Bryan Cranston go as like himself as Walter White, and then he pulled his mask off and he was like, "I'm here," or something like that. I forget.
Yeah, I remember something vaguely like that. Okay, so what for you do you think's like from the mid 2010s was the biggest Brony drama?
That's a good question. I mean, I remember when KP had her first blow up with people in our team, and where she like got caught plagiarizing. No, I don't even think it was plagiarizing. I think she got caught relying too much on writers, and she and by the way, like I'm gonna say, let me preface this by saying this is what I recall. I remember something about how she got in trouble where she was being caught having writers working for her and her not paying them, and then there was an apology issued, but then it was revealed that allegedly she had one of her writers write her own apology about plagiarizing or something, which was like 10 levels of irony too much. And I remember Twitter ripping her apart, being like, what? Like, how can you have someone how can you have someone write for you an apology about, write my own apology, thank you. Again, I recall this. I have to look it up.
I mean, with all the like chat GPT stuff, that kind of makes sense. Oh god, she hasn't changed in a decade. Yeah. That's insane. I mean,
to be fair though, she had there were some Twitter accounts. Again, this is where I have to like, not lose my own humanity, where like, she's got some growing up to do. I hope she finds the help that she needs. I sincerely mean that. But there was a moment where she sent a message to AC Race Best, and she said like, hey, what's wrong with me? Like, what am I doing wrong? And Race was like, I'll give you some tough love, but it's, I'm not going to mince words. And he told her, what it was, a lot of it was her not taking care of her team, being very proud, egotistical, not, taking accountability. And that, in order for her to address this, she needs to, do the opposite, uplift your team, be more responsible, be a bit more generous and not as boastful, be more front facing with people. And I mean, yeah, she got an earful from Race, who was I read the message and he was very sincere, it was very constructive and fair. And she's like, thank you, I'm going to think about this. And me and Race were like, holy shit, hell yeah. Is she going to actually turn over a new leaf? And we were hopeful for it. Honestly, we were really pulling for her. And then the next day she's like, actually, you're wrong. And let me tell you about everything that you've done and why you're wrong and why you're the bad one. And yeah, Race sits on those screenshots. He has them, but it's his call if he ever wants to share them. But
yeah, that was kind of a sad something moment. Similar.
Yeah, right. She'll do that. So that's probably the biggest drama, is that she went through her own blow up, and that I was there in person when she was sitting with Jennifer Blake, an artist from My Little Pony. Jennifer was awesome, or Jim Blake, and unfortunately she had brain cancer. And I'm really torn up. I never found out whatever happened to her. She just disappeared. I hope she survived. I hope she's out there somewhere and she's okay. But she was at a convention, and KP has a bad habit of like latching onto people, because I think she's very afraid of being on her own. And she latched on to Jim Blake like a lot. And at the convention, Jen, I think, who's starting to catch on that she's like, yeah, I'm not having the best time here with KP. She was at her booth, and there was a person who walked up to get a commission from Jen. And Jen's like, sure. And then KP just straight up, and I can say this with confidence, with assault with my own eyes, undercutted the Jen Blake, saying, hey, I'll do a commission for you. Give me that money. I'll do it for half. And the guy was like, okay. And then KP, we're all kind of, Jim was looking like kind of laughing, being like, oh, okay, it's a joke. And then just kind of looked with serious, being like, oh my God, she's serious. Like, she just took my commission, like right in front of me, just straight up undercutted me and took my commission. And I remember looking over at Jen, and Jen just had this look of disgust, being like, are you serious? And just kind of just shook her head and looked away, almost being like fed up and being like, I'm done with this. I'm done with this. But that was a lot to see, where it's like, you got to be some kind of ignorant to not realize how much of a faux pas it is to just straight up take an artist commission right in front of their face. Like, that's really bad manners.
Wow, that is actually insane. Like, I heard that she sort of like inserted herself into the booth, but like, I think dude, I mean, again, it's one of these things where like all the stories that sort of come out was, the Brony fandom was, I think we can agree, a bit socially awkward.
Oh yeah,
to say the least. But I feel like it developed some norms of the way people were acting, and it's it's like with the story of like KP ending up at Riddles. It's like KP just sort of panics and goes, I need somewhere to live, and can I live with you, basically. It's like, okay.
She has to disavow the Disney claims. When I heard that when someone said she will only eat food that's Disney themed, I'm like, listen, like, I obviously have my reasons for not liking her now, but like really not liking her. But I'm like, that sounds ridiculous. Like, now we're just making shit up. But then she's like, never disavowed it, and I'm like, is it true? like, wait a second. Whatever. By the way, there's a person in the chat named the Abby Rody, Lauren. She's a great artist. She works for DreamWorks. She actually had a podcast with KP, and I was told that I'm not trying to drag you into it, Lauren, but like, you basically did all the work for that, animation communication podcast, and that's I felt bad for you. I was like, I could have guessed that, just from seeing how things were going down. When I saw the assets for the podcast, I'm like, these look very well made. I bet you Lauren drew them, which I imagine was 100% the case. But yeah, you're taken for quite the ride from the looks of it. Sorry, I just wanted to say that. I just feel bad for Lauren. I'm glad, Lauren. I'm glad you were able to go on to work for DreamWorks and have your skills, go where they can be recognized and uplifted and climb the ladder. That's what you deserve based on your own merit.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy the amount of people who've kind of like had these interactions. One of the weirdest things I heard was like, out of KP's own staff, they were really surprised to find out that KP had money. They were like, what do you mean you're moving to like New York or whatever? Like, how can you afford to do any of that? And then because they just assumed she was like poor and a poor struggling YouTuber who didn't make anything and was basically like living hand to mouth. Thank you for recognizing my work on the podcast. To be honest, art was divvied up between myself and some team artists, but it was indeed all volunteer. That doesn't come as a surprise to me.
Probably one of the biggest like head shakes is that, again, I whatever. KP, you got to pay your people, you got to care your folks. You when you pay your team, that's when you can have maybe more strict rules and guidelines, but to have NDAs written up for a volunteer staff, like, that's fucking ridiculous. Like, I have a team who I pay, and I don't have any NDAs. But I have expectations, and it's, very agreed and fair, and we all knock it out. And if there are tight deadlines, I pay my team extra. That's just the proper way. That's just the done way. So for all these volunteers who worked for her in the past, it's probably like, they're probably kind of dumbfounded, being like, how the hell are we getting paid nothing? And what does she do for a living? What's her job? And I've been to KP's family's house. It's a mansion. I went there back in 2014, and it was, very, very, decadent. Her father retired early. He was able to sell his company, and he worked. I remember like going into the garage because she's like, check this out. And I went to the garage, and there was a bunch of like baby alligators. There's tarantulas, they had lizards. The dad had a company that he started that was like this animal, these exotic animals that he'd bring to like schools or to parties, which I mean, frankly, it's pretty damn cool. But I remember being at her house and she's like, here, and she like gave me a baby alligator, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. I get to hold an alligator. So that was like probably the coolest experience, which also explains why in one of the Bronymas reacts, she pulled out a banana python and she just plopped on the desk, and she was like, yeah. So yeah, I mean, her family was really well off, and from what I can gather, and I've heard this through the grapevine, like I know like Casey's corroborated that, like, like what was it? I think what was the story? Someone actually, I don't know if it was Casey, but I can't remember the person who told me. So allegedly, KP went to a convention, left her dog in the hotel's bathroom, and then the dog like scripted the door to the point where it like destroyed the door. And the folks were like, oh my God, like, the door is destroyed. Like, isn't this concerning? And she's like, oh, don't worry about it. My parents took care of it. And it's like, Jesus, so you've been subsidized your entire life. You've basically never had to work a job. You've never had to, actually know real strife and hardship through working a job, because mom and daddy just pay for everything. And I just find that to be so, how can you expect your team to work for you like slaves, and you get angry at them if they don't meet deadlines or if they're at the hospital or whatever, and then you have mommy and daddy paying for you? So that just seems extremely hypocritical. But whatever, I don't know. I'm just venting. Whatever.
No, you're good. You're good.
Things could have been so much better if you just paid her team. Just pay your team. It's so fucking simple. Pay your team.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of these basic things where like obviously I use a lot of fan animations and things with the permission of like the artists who make stuff, but like anything that like I specifically go out and ask for, like, oh, I need an animation for this, or I need an image for this, or like my thumbnail stuff, is all paid for. This channel, like, again, most people know this, I'll probably start taking a paycheck next year, but I don't take any money out of this channel. It's all gone to like pay other people, like researchers, or to improve like equipment or whatever, because I think that's important. When I did have an editor, I mean, they had like a 30% cut. Even if they weren't producing anything, because we didn't have anything like a video going on, they still got a 30% cut. I mean, I'm kind of the position, if I can do that as a very small channel, it should be fairly easy to do that when you were like 100,000 subscribers, if you've got this team. And it feels like a lot. It feels like the LARP of wanting to be someone's boss, as opposed to actually taking the responsibility to be a leader.
The thing is, I feel like a lot of it comes from the ivory tower she lives in, where it's like, you've never known what it's like to owe rent. You never know what it's like to pay for health insurance, pay for utilities, pay for food, pay for, prescriptions, pay for gas. Like, I've met people like that who come from very rich families where they are just bankrolled. But a lot of these, people I've known have at least been able to be functional adults who can take care of themselves. And because, it's okay. It's okay to come from a rich family if you're lucky enough, but just also, be productive about it too.
Yeah, be mindful of your position.
Take those blessings and run with it. That's it. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah. And I think it's interesting when you talk about your channel and like the fact that it is a blessing. And I think for me, like, YouTube's a hobby. And I get that feeling of like, oh shit, I can go live and hundreds of people will turn up to watch a show. That's really cool. That's not a lot of people get that. I think, the vast majority of people who are streaming or making content will get like, I remember somebody turning to me recently and being like, I got 1,000 views on this. That's awesome. And I was like, yeah, that is awesome. That's really cool. But like, it's been, you kind of lose sight of that, I think, a little bit. Like, you're like, oh, this got 1,000 views, as you get bigger and bigger, and you're still getting hundreds of thousands of views on things. And that's the point where you're like, okay, we're slowing down a bit. So
yeah,
I think it's one of those things where, yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with success or like having that luck, because so much of life is luck, but just being grateful for it.
No, I mean, I come from a middle-class family. my grandpa came from, poverty and was able to build a life post World War II, and rose to the ranks through the Air Force as colonel, and had very sound investments, and was able to run with those blessings and pass along to my father and his siblings. And my dad was able to find success. And I mean, I was able to go through college, and I had to work a job to pay for college, but I never had to go into a student loan. So like, I'm not gonna act like, wow, look at me, I'm the one who worked hard, right? And it's like, no, I have friends, I have family who, no hardships. It's not easy out there, especially now.
To be fair,
oh, just
college did turn you into a brony. I'm not sure you didn't come out with some sort of net negative.
True. If anything, the investment was squandered and thrown into the ashes to ashes, right? But no. Just count your blessings, especially, I don't know, just it's okay to have blessings. Just be thankful for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Out of the kind of con dramas and things, because like you hear lots of things like as rumors and stuff. I mean, we've talked about a couple, but would you say there was like a lot of drama around con chairs and like con runners and things?
My experience for con chairs, so I've known a few, Thornring, Charlie from Ciderfest, Josh Dean from BronyCon. I've done some con chairs, and they've been really good people. It's like they aren't involved in the drama; they just know about the drama. That's been my experience with them. Brony convention staffs in general are very dialed in when it comes to drama. A lot more than you'd ever guess, which makes sense though, because they're the ones hosting an event where the talent shows up, and a lot of this talent sometimes brings their drama with them. So the con staffs know a lot more than you give them credit for. Not you, but just people in general.
Oh yeah, because you've got to be plugged in.
Right.
And I know cons want to avoid drama, quite heavily, because
yes, they do.
It's kind of like a don't embarrass the fandom, don't embarrass the con kind of thing.
If you bring drama to a convention, they'll kick you out. Plain and simple.
Oh, that's. I mean, is that? Would you say that's universal?
Mostly. If you, I've heard. I can't get into specifics, but I know enough from convention staffs who I'm connected with, where they've told me stories, and they've axed people where they're like, "This isn't worth it. Goodbye." Again, it takes many forms, but con chairs I've known, though, to answer your question, have not been participants in drama, but they certainly know of it.
So out of all the old sort of like crowds, do you think there's any stories people don't know that like are particularly funny, or things that like flew under the radar?
Man, I wish Race Best was here. He's so good at this, remembering things. Not really. Again, I'm not much of a drama person. Unless it's coming from me though, right? But gosh, let me think here in my head. I'm like, my eyes are rolling back in my head. We're just thinking about years of brony drama and brony conventions. I'm drawing a blank. Again, I'm thankful for that I've been fortunate where I've
you've
not
managed
been
to like stay out of the fire quite a lot.
Yeah.
Because like some of the like animation community, there's like the animation analysis YouTubers, their stuff was crazy. It was so it was, I suppose that goes with the parasocial nature of things, because this wasn't just like wasn't just content, it was their lives. One time Saber called me a poo-poo head, and it made me cry to sleep for 30 days. How could you do this, Saber? That's going in a Google Doc.
You put that in the docket. No, I'm going down for that one. No, I'm trying to think. Again, I really wasn't like participants in drama. I just heard occasionally stuff. I mean, there are things I'd rather not share, because I feel like sometimes drama is like, it's just way too delicate. and it's like, it's private. Let it be. And then other moments where they are public figures, and said public figures make it a public thing, and that's when it's all bets are off. So.
Do you think drama's changed generally on the internet? Because you used to be like super active on things like Twitter and like with audience interaction. Do you think that sort of like the ethos around creator audience relationships has changed?
I think the same levers have always been there. For drama, I think the algorithm and culture and we are like the guinea pigs being experimented on to see what happens to humanity through the effects of social media. And I feel that social media from the mid 2010s up to like 2020 was a lot more millennial core, whereas a lot more friendly, silly, dorky, cringy. Gosh, I look back and I see people like looking at like that Grande guy or Dolan Dark or those old memesters from back in the day, and they just rip into them, calling them, my God, cringe, awful, sick, gross, stupid, dumb, it was never funny. And it's like, God, guys, it's like people want to be contrarians now more than ever. I feel that something really went down during COVID where it just profoundly changed people, where the days of millennial, Quirk McChungus went out the window and was traded in with Zoomer. And I'm not saying Zoomers are to blame, but Zoomers definitely carry more of a cynicism, irreverency to their sense of humor and interacting on the internet. Twitter being bought out by Elon definitely became a lot more aggravated, with the algorithm. I feel like the algorithm started favoring combativeness, one-upisms with quote tweets. It just feels a lot more hostile than ever before. I don't know if the pendulum will swing. Maybe will we see the return of Quirk McChungus and eat the cheese? With millennial comics, maybe. But
it is interesting because when I look at Twitter now, it feels like the older sort of like bit darker places of the internet. Like, again, I obviously I've got my own history with these places, and I've been around the internet for a very, very long time, and I was never sort of, oh yeah, let's be on. I was never a Tumblr person, let's put it that way. So I think it's interesting now looking at the way Twitter is, and it's sort of like during the mid 2010s with all the stuff that happened around like the skeptic community, the anti-SJW stuff. It's like, well, that's, everyone was like, oh, we're getting banned and things off Twitter because we'll say like one thing. And now it's gone so far the other way. It's like you can say the most inflammatory things on Twitter, and it's almost like it doesn't matter because everything on Twitter is inflammatory. I don't know whether that's taken some of the fun out of it. It's like almost harder to annoy people because everything is just rage bait. Like it's like, okay, well now it's just like not even counterculture anymore. This is just what Twitter is.
Right, and it's hard to really, like, when there's an algorithm, an invisible hand guiding us, makes it difficult. I mean, I feel like a lot of it too. Again, there's a lot of contrarians online now, where the internet's old enough now. It's been around long enough, at least mainstream internet. You can look back on things 5 years and go, fuck that. That was cringe. I never liked it. It's embarrassing. I mean, I don't know. I feel for Zoomers, dude. I really do. They've definitely had a hand in shaping things currently, but at the same time, like, this is a generation that's like, where are their jobs? There's so much, things feel so pessimistic for them with, climate change, microplastics everywhere. Everything feels very aggravated, hostile. I just feel for them. I feel like millennials at least grew up being told there'd be hope, while Zoomers are growing up being told there is no hope, period. And that makes me feel sad for them. I have a lot of pity for them.
Yeah, I was speaking to a Zoomer recently who said that. They were like, the big difference between the millennial generation and the Zoomer generation is that the millennials were still promised the things. Like, that was that, oh, if you work hard, if you play the game, you're going to do better than your parents. And the Zoomers came in, it's like, listen, you're fucked. You guys can maybe sort it out when you're adults. We have no idea what to do. And millennials are sort of just trapped in this thing of, well, it's been financial crisis like out of like because like I entered the workforce just as the financial crisis was happening, like the first one in 2008, and
Right.
it's just been like solidly downhill, and it is bizarre. It's like it's weird now. Like I've got friends who are like buying houses for the first time, and they're like, "Wow, I never thought I'd be able to buy a house," and they're like, "Yeah, sure, I'll literally never pay the mortgage off." Because it's
Right.
fucking astronomical, but at least I own a house, and like I'm in a lucky position. I own my property outright. I don't have a mortgage or anything, but I know that is insanely rare. Like I just, you know, and like it's like I have to hold on to the house, can't, because I'll never be able to buy another one.
No, and that's, you know, again, it's a blessing, and that's good. That's really awesome. I feel like a lot of that animosity, though, that we see online is just, in my opinion, it comes from people who have so much frustration with their lives that they just want to punch something, to feel something, to feel they can hit something. There's so much apathy that comes from like, well, politicians aren't really doing anything to help us. Companies certainly aren't. Why does it feel like we're all just, you know, dying off? Why does it feel like there's no hope? Damn it, I want to punch someone, and I'm gonna punch you. You know, someone who's a colleague, someone who's a bit closer to me. I don't know. I think for some folks, it makes them feel like they can have power over something in their life. So, or is it a happy distraction? I don't know. Maybe it's a combination. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of it, I feel like what we're seeing are the symptoms of of a of people who are just frustrated with the way things are. And I mean, I don't want to drift too far away from the Brony Christmas theme to talk about society, right? 'Cause that's really
Bronies
cringe.
are society. Bronies are society.
My God, you're right. But I would say bullying online. I mean, I got at the time, dude. Like with everything that happened, I feel like the shit, you know, would have never gone anywhere back in 2018, but in 2025, when Twitter is extremely combative, extremely aggressive, and the algorithm favors that, yeah, that's some bad timing. So I don't know. Again, my advice to the audience is like take your time to research, investigate, question. You know, it almost falls on your shoulders to do your part to just think things through and just don't accept things at face value, regardless of what's being told. So I don't know.
Yeah,
that's what I have to say about that.
I think one of the reasons that like I do this as a hobby is because it's, you know, like there's obviously like really serious parts to this, like, and it's dramas can seriously disrupt people's lives, especially through the content creators involved. But ultimately, like a lot of drama content, like I would not describe what I do as like important. It's just it's here to like provide light entertainment, really. And it's just laughing at things because I don't know, people need a laugh. I think that's
Well, more
a
than
big part of
ever,
it.
more than ever, and that's I feel like it's so important now to find your tribe too. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Find your loved ones, depend on them. I feel like when things feel very apathetic and very pessimistic, it's like one step at a time. In the town that I live in, there's a food pantry, and I see all these people doing volunteer work, and I emailed them. I want to help out. Just on the time currently because of just working and other obligations I have to see to. But there's still hope out there. There's still, you know, humanity, passion, love, you know, altruism still persist. I think it's part of the human condition as much as, you know, avarice, greed, pride. So we just gotta hold on, you know, and keep trucking forward. You know, we all live on this little blue planet. You know, this is home. This is all we're ever gonna know, most likely. So we gotta take good care of it and take care of everybody else. And I think I don't know. Maybe I'm a foolish optimist, but I do think there are better days ahead. You know, growing pains, most certainly, but I don't know. Just we can't give up. We cannot give up.
Well, I mean, I think very much this year with the King of the Hill project, that seemed like something you've wanted to do for a really long time, and actually managed to get out. I mean, it's a hell of a video. Like, what is it? Like,
thank you.
4 hours?
I think it was like 6 was the runtime.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I enjoyed it.
Thank you so much for watching it. That was again, it was a big old lesson learned from a YouTube point of view where it came at a cost. But I'm like, you know what? I don't care. It was a fun project, and I'm glad we finished it. It felt very much so more of this isn't about making money and having a successful big popular video. It's about, can we do this and finish it and hold our heads high saying we did it. And that's all that we needed to do, and we did it. My team was amazing in that regard. So yeah.
Do you think that, speaking about big projects, I mean, I've heard that there's a new My Little Pony series in the works.
I've heard rumors. I've heard rumors, and I hope that Hasbro doesn't go the path of AI, because I've heard that rumor.
Really?
But I wouldn't put it past Hasbro, though, because they are a very greedy company, and they're the kind of dummy corporates who go, we can save money by doing AI. Hell yeah. And it's like, you fucking losers, if true, haven't learned anything. You know what made G4 stand out? The passion. It was because people who created it and worked on it loved it. You know, give control to the artist. Let them do their job. Let them, you know, convey their passion and their excitement and their creativity on screen. That's what inspires people 10 years after the fact to keep talking about the, you know, the main six and get hyped over them and enjoy them. So that's what I have to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, the AI stuff's a really interesting sort of position that kind of animation's in. Because it does feel like companies are kind of forgetting why they've been successful over the last 20 years. Like, I think about this with, like, streaming companies, for example. Like, it's constant increasing costs. And I was speaking to a friend of mine who was like, you know, I've pirated something for the first time in years. Because I was just like, I'm not buying a fucking £30 subscription to watch it. I'll just go and torrent it. And I was like, we're bringing back torrent. Actually, finally, I'm really excited for Lords of the Fallen 2. But I found out today Lords of the Fallen 2 is going to be Epic exclusive. And I'm like, oh, it's not going to be on Steam. I don't want to support Epic. So I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna have to wait for it to come out on Steam before I can play the fucking thing. And it's like,
yarg.
It kind of like sucks when you've got situations like that. Do you think AI has any redeeming qualities?
Yes. When I played Halo back in the day, some of the Covenant were AI, and I got to shoot them, and that was fun. I feel like what's scary about AI is if you look at all the folks who are in charge of it and pushing it, it seems like it's the people who want the biggest money pile, and that's concerning. But as far as it being a tool, though, strictly, generative AI, you know, like if it's like stupid ass shit post, you know, I'm like, whatever, I guess. I don't know. I'd rather not because I feel like you give it an inch, it'll take a yard, you know? It being an assistant tool for animators, like that was the case for Spider-Verse. They were able to use not generative AI, but AI to help kind of quick to help with the in-betweens with the animation. And in-betweens, Wikipedia is the right term for 3D. I'm not sure that's the correct term or the term, but there's a video where it has some of the folks who worked on Spider-Verse who said that they use assisted AI to help speed the process up for the artist, not to replace the artist. So in that regard, awesome. There was like a recent movie in Turkey that was fully AI generated. It looked like a shitty animated movie. And it's like, oh no, because apparently the message of the movie was about passion and art and creativity. And it's like, but it's a fucking AI made movie. Like, what the fuck? So, I don't know. I mean, I've heard about how AI was used to help through parsing data to identify tumors and cancer and eliminate it quickly, you know, at a shocking rate. And I'm like, hell yeah, let's go. I feel like AI will be part of humanity's future, no matter what. It just needs to work alongside humanity, not replace humanity. That needs to be the golden rule. So that's where I stand. And when it comes to capitalism, and I'm not saying that as some bleeding heart socialist, but there needs to be guardrails. There needs to be, responsibility and ethics.
Yeah, I mean,
because if not,
because I am a capitalist, I describe myself as such. Like, I'm a big Smith fan. But guardrails are part of it. You need that stuff because otherwise, you just end up in the situation we're in now, where, it's sort of a dystopian oligarchical hellscape. But like, I just think it's one of those where not only do they not want the guardrails, they want to put legislation in place against the guardrails, which is crazy. I know in Europe, actually, they're struggling to launch certain AI products because they're like, oh, well, we can't get past the data protection laws in the EU. And I'm like, based, awesome, great, let's good. Is that not a sign? But I mean, yeah, I can see use cases. Like, for instance, I very, very, very rarely use AI. I think the only time I use AI is when I'm writing really technical emails at work, and I need to send them to somebody who's not technical, and I'll occasionally like throw it through an AI and go rewrite this like for a layperson, and like AI can be really good at that, for example. So it's like made it easy. I don't have to think anymore of, is this going to make sense to somebody who's not like technical or qualified? So you get those, it's all those little things, and you can see companies being like, oh yeah, we're going to bring in AI and it will save on our workforce, but actually they're having to bring in people to correct the AI when it hallucinates or does something crazy.
Right. What was it? There's like an internet historian video about how like there was like some AI machine that like, hello, I have a Twitter account. I'm an AI Twitter account, and then it became like a Nazi within like
happens,
2 days or something.
It's happened like I think 4 times now. Because it just feeds off the algo around them, and it's like you can manipulate AI to completely lose their mind. It's just,
oh no, I hearing those stories, I'm like, please tell me it's trolling and not actually like a reflection of who we are as a people. And it usually is trolling because I think it's like it's like coordinated efforts from like 4chan boards where they're like, we shall corrupt the mind of this AI today. So whatever. No, I was gonna say though, I mean, I guess again, it's something where it's just, it requires responsibility. It requires I don't think AI will ever become sapiens, and maybe a singularity will happen. I don't know. I doubt it though. But as far as it assisting humanity, I'm all for it. Hell yeah, let's go. It cannot replace us. It cannot replace people, especially when it's a bunch of billionaires doing it to replace people. You can only push people so far, and to the point where it's like, we got nothing else to lose. So I don't know. Yeah. I know people would say ethical capitalism, ? Is that a thing? Never seen it. Never heard of it. But
yeah,
I don't know.
It existed for a very brief time during the 1900s. It was incredibly brief. It didn't go very well. I think I say this about capitalism in the same way about communism. It's like, no, there's never been a true communist state, but we have enough data to know what a communist state ends up looking like. In the same way, there's never been a true capitalist state, but we have enough data to know what capitalism leads to. Because like no philosophical theory, because that's all capitalism is. It's just a philosophy. But no one like then you introduce people to it, and it's like people argue like, well, America's capitalist or Britain's capitalist. It's like a true capitalist state wouldn't bail out the banks. Like you just wouldn't. You just let them fail, because that's the point. It is just market forces. So the minute you have sort of that level of intervention to protect companies, especially now where so much money is put into protecting companies and building up giant companies, and you only have to look at like some sort of like what's happened with monopolies, where you've just got like a couple of companies now that just own everything. It's like, well, that's not
funny
capitalism.
to me. People are like, oh, the government's fully incompetent. I'm like, yeah, well, the military is government, like through and through. You all seem like you're big fans of that. Whatever. I'm gonna get off my high horse and go back to Bernie Christmas. But no, all I ask for as the foolish altruist that I am is I'm like, come on. Like maybe I watch too much Star Trek. But I'm just like, I look at humanity. I've had so many conversations with Gabe about this stuff. We talk about, humanity and this tightrope act of optimism, being pessimistic and good and evil. And it's I will say this though, we haven't blown ourselves up with nukes yet. I'll take that as some kind of
Give it time.
very uncomfortable. I know. I went to this really cool live show for Dan Carlin of Hardcore History, and he was just talking about how nuclear annihilation is one of those things that keeps him up at night, but also it's kind of like, well, we can't control it, so it's almost like, well, best not to think of it, as ignorant as it sounds. I don't know. It's all so difficult. I'm waiting for someone to come in and be like, I can't wait to hear them talk about Rainbow Dash. Well, the nuclear annihilation and mutually assured destruction, and that's why if China does invade Taiwan, that Japan would attack, and but Rainbow Dash would defend us. But, whatever, dude. You're probably regretting having me on this show.
No, it's been great actually. I think one of the things that I like about bringing people on is it's not just what people expect. And we've already talked about your hatred of Rainbow Dash. For those people who are Rainbow Dash fans.
She's a communist.
I do like I wonder whether did you ever have a particular cartoon or anything before all the Brony fandom where you were like, oh, this is my cartoon, and you've never have you ever been able to talk about stuff from your childhood like that you loved?
Gosh, dude. By the way, again, I really appreciate you having me. These are some great questions, and you got a great audience. Race. Yeah, Race says Saber's a loser for not liking Rainbow Dash. Race, best. You listen, all right. Judy Hopps and Nick will never be a thing. Predator prey marriage is forbidden in Zootopia. It's not happening. It's just not happening. Race.
Wait,
get out of here.
Don't they have a kid in the film? Isn't that the whole thing?
That's in the credits.
Is that in credits? Okay, so they do get together.
And the post credits is a really saucy. They consummate the marriage. They consummate the marriage over Easter basket. No, I'm lying. No, there is no case. Sorry.
I haven't seen it. I don't know. I assume there are a couple in the film. Are there a couple in the film?
I'm not gonna say a damn thing, dude. You go watch the movie. Go watch. It's a good movie. It's good.
Are you getting messaged by Race Pass? Don't give any spoilers. Make him go watch it. More people need to watch it.
It's no Home on the Range, but it's a pretty good movie. I will say that.
Okay. That's so yes, yeah. Going back, what was your childhood cartoon? What would you want to talk about?
Oh, Samurai Jack. I love Samurai Jack.
Yes,
love Samurai Jack. That show was very formative. I remember I was actually rewatching it with my fiance recently, and I'm like, my God, this show is so brilliant, and how it uses quiet and no dialogue and just lets the atmosphere breathe and hear the ambience of a setting and just let the scenes just marinate, and whether it be it being peaceful or being very tense with an action scene. I mean, Aku is my favorite cartoon villain of all time, period. I love Dexter's Lab. I love Powerpuff Girls. I was a big Cartoon Network fan. Loved it. Dude, I loved up during I grew up during one of the greatest cartoon renaissances of ever. I grew up with Rugrats, and I grew up with Hey Arnold, and I grew up with Cousin Skeeter. No, I'm joking. Wild Thornberries.
Yes.
Avatar, dude. Avatar. Fucking Avatar is fantastic. But no, those are the shows that really. It's so funny because growing up, I'm like, I have to stop liking cartoons someday. I have to stop liking them. And I never grew out of that. I always loved them, and forever will love them. Forever. Amen.
Yeah, I think that there's so much stuff like that that's, what's a good way to put this? We end up seeing these things as kids, and they do have long-term influences. It's nice to see animation become adult. As I said earlier when you weren't here while I was bitching about Psychopaths. I grew up watching anime. I think. Because when I was at boarding school, my roommate was Korean, so we'd sit down and watch Naruto, and we'd watch all these sort of fan dub things that when it was Funimation, or was it who were doing all the dubbing, all the subbing, And I look back on all that kind of stuff and I think, God, it's weird. Like anime is mainstream now. I remember it feels like really weird. And I remember one of my nephews coming to me like a few years ago. I mean, like, yeah, Uncle Beckett. I really like My Hero Academia, and like this is like my favorite anime. Have you ever heard of it? And I was like, oh shit, like my nephew's into anime. That's kind of random and cool.
Dude,
and then I got to be the cool uncle because I was like, yes, have you seen Trigun?
Hell yeah, dude. No, I'm the same with my nephew, dude. He loves Adventure Time, which is not anime, but he loves Dragon Ball Z. He loves My Hero. Dude, I will say this though. I was rattling my brain thinking of like, what was like the first thing that made me cry, and for an animated movie, and I'm sure it's probably something I can't recall, which means it's not super formative or I have a bad memory. It's most likely it. But I remember in 5th grade just waiting for Goku to go Super Saiyan, and when it finally happened, I cried. I was so overwhelmed with emotion, being like, I don't know, it was so triumphant, being like, finally Frieza's gonna meet someone who's gonna finally bring him to justice.
Yes, I remember that feeling.
Just him, seeing Krillin dying, and then Goku being like, I won't let you get away with this. And oh, my beautiful future wife said probably a Don Bluth film. I cried when Littlefoot's mom died. Holy shit!
Everyone cried when Littlefoot's mom died. Everyone cried at that. Like
more than Mufasa. Even more than Mufasa.
What's the name of the film? Valley from Time.
Land Before Time.
Land Before Time. There we go. Like everyone. Like that film traumatized so many people. It's ridiculous.
No, it was that
yes.
him thinking he saw his mother later on in the shadows, and just kind of accepting that she's gone. Oh shit, dude, that movie. I mean, there's a big reason why I look at kids entertainment and I'm like, man, there's something about kids movies and shows being a bit edgy, a bit dark, even being traumatic, that really brings them in. I think we're kind of morbidly curious creatures from the time we're born to the time we kick the bucket. And even as kids, seeing something scary, and like I remember watching God damn it, what's the mouse, Secret of Nim, and I was so scared of the great owl, but I was like mesmerized by him, being like, he's so scary, but I can't look away.
One
shit
that I think is like it tells your age kind of show that people remember is Gargoyles. Do you remember Gargoyles?
Keith David.
Yeah,
dude.
And it's like. Because it ends on a downer. I think they get beaten at the end. Like that's how the series ends. I vaguely remember this. Yeah,
I never thought the end, dude.
They get destroyed. That's like I've got this vague memory of they lose at the end.
Dude, I'm sorry. My writer, my good friend Tracy's in the chat. And she said, all dogs messed me up. Like the grimy, dark feeling over the whole movie. Tracy, the ending with Charlie saying goodbye. I watched it with Rishi recently. And like a few months ago, I fucking choked up. I was like, fuck me, dude. Like the idea of like my dog who passed away saying goodbye to me one more time and being like, we'll see each other again, right? One more day, right? And it's like, oh, fuck you. Fuck this movie. Oh man, but that shit sticks with you, dude. It sticks with you. Yeah, I gotta say, media is powerful, and no AI can ever. That's the reason why I have so much faith in artists. Is use those scenes. Oh, no, Glitchy. Glitchy saying the fact that the VA for Charlie was talking to the girl that passed, who played the little girl. Yeah, I'm not sure if you know about that trivia, but the little girl who you ever have a movie called All Dogs Go to Heaven?
Yeah. I don't know.
So the little girl, I forget the character's name, but the little girl, she was the voice actor for Ducky for Land Before Time, and she tragically was murdered by her own father, because he was some fucked up individual who decided to kill his family, and then I think he killed himself, and she died during the production for All Dogs Go to Heaven. And it ripped up, I think it was Billy Bob Thornton, who was the voice of Charlie, the dog. and it just absolutely devastated him. And he when he recorded the line saying goodbye to the character of Anne-Marie, he was visualizing it as him saying goodbye to the actress. And that's why his delivery is so like actually like magnificent, is because he really channeled like true pain to say goodbye to her. So yeah, good shit. I don't know. That's art, you know. That's timeless. That's something a machine can never understand. It can only replicate. It can never truly create.
Yeah, I think, and again, I think there'll always
Burt
be.
Reynolds. Sorry, not Billy Bob Thornton. Burt Reynolds. Sorry, I just ruined everything. Billy Bob Thornton. I knew I was wrong. Sorry about that, chat. Fuck me, dude.
But like, yeah,
pathos.
there is so much there with like human creation, and my mum was an author, you know, and I wrote like poetry. I had a small book of poetry published when I was a teenager by a small press. And I think I've said before, like, the thing that people don't really get about poetry quite a lot of the time, it's one of those things you have to, I think it helps to understand, to appreciate poetry, is poetry is like quite unique as a literary art form, because it's basically capturing a single moment of emotion the majority of the time and trying to convey that in words. It's very, you know, and that's why poetry can be read in so many ways, because what a poet tends to be trying to do is invoke a feeling much more than a story or painting an image. And this is one of the reasons war poetry is so like it lives on in a way past the conflict, because usually war poetry can apply to multiple wars and multiple feelings and multiple conflicts. So with stuff like that, you're quite dependent. And I stopped writing poetry when I kind of stopped being depressed, because I used to suffer very, very badly from depression. And then when I got sort of happier and more like content with my life, I just didn't have the same, I couldn't convey in the same way. And it's weird how we find those things with art, and it's not something that can really be pushed by an AI or a machine.
No,
because I think that human element is essential. And you can have, like, AI recently, there was a story about AI that, you know, the way AI is constructing light now is really interesting. And part of the problem is, it's like, it's not just about making something that's like visually beautiful. It's about making something that is the way somebody sees the world, like, captured.
Right.
Like, this is like Van Gogh. It's like,
right.
It's not like a picture. It's not a photographic picture, but it's emotion captured on a page of how he's experiencing like the world around him and what he sees. And that's, you know, creating that as a unique thing is just not something a AI built off, you know, multiple images and sources can really do.
Right. No, it's I mean, I saw somebody say that, like, you know, the reason why AI can only replicate is because AI will never understand being born, coming into, you know, consciousness, to understand the human condition and experience, and know that someday you will die. And it's things like that that shape the human, you know, art form, that, you know, has the emotions and those levers that we pull to, you know, channel into our creations. That machines, they don't go, I'm feeling sad today, that's why I'm gonna make this. No, you're a fucking prompt. That's what you are, and you don't even know you exist. That's the way it is. So what you generate, even from a human pumping you into the prompt, whatever, it's still not coming from a sincere, you know, place of true, you know. And I'm not saying all art is some deep, profound thing. It's obviously not. I've covered many awful movies that have been, you know, even mockbuster garbage. But even then, that's designated with more respect than AI slop. So I don't know. By the way, for the super chats, how much more do you need in order to read these super chats? You need one more, right?
I think it's one more. But I did have a question before we do the next batch of super chats. What's your favorite animated Christmas film?
Before I answer that,
Yeah.
Do YouTube memberships count for the super chat goal?
They don't, but they can for this one. If we're talking about memberships, I will count it. We'll say it makes a goal.
All right, I'm gonna treat people then. My favorite animated. Here, there you go, folks.
Hey, 20. Thank you so much. Yes, that's definitely worth stickers. Thank you, buddy. That's so kind of you. And we'll go for.
There we go.
We'll go for. Oh, we'll do Cammy's. This is.
I'll answer your question, then we'll do some super chats. But my favorites. Gosh. Hey, Crazy Nights. No, it's wrong for so many reasons. Gosh, I don't know. That's a good question. Klaus. Duh. Klaus.
That's fair.
Klaus is outstanding. Yeah, my fiance just said in the chat, Klaus. Klaus makes me cry. It is beautiful. It is God. Have you ever seen Klaus before?
I don't think so, actually.
Watch it. It's on Netflix. It's really good. It's extremely good. The animation, the lighting. I try to watch it with my girl. Just said no. He likes North Korean Christmas. Oh yeah.
Wait, what's North Korean Christmas?
There's an animated movie called Christmas in New York that was made by it was the folks in charge of it are from Italy, but the folks they hired SEK Studios from North Korea to animate it. So I call it North Korean Christmas, and it is one of the weirdest animated Christmas films ever. And I die laughing watching it. Chat, we're gonna do a let's watch for it, a live stream for it on Sunday. So if you want to check it out with me, please.
Okay, that actually sounds really funny. Okay.
Oh yeah. It's one of those things where it's so bad that it's good. It's so chaotically stupid that it's like, who the fuck made this? This is so ridiculous, but it's so earnest and it's awfulness that it's really funny, and it actually has good pacing for being so bad that it's funny. It's one of those films. So good shit.
Well,
Tracy said Tokyo Godfathers is another. She said Tokyo Godfathers is my favorite by far. That's a really fucking good movie. It's ahead of its time. It actually reps a trans character in a big way, which is really before its time kind of shit. I recommend it. Tokyo Godfathers. Go check it out. Great movie.
Interesting. Okay, cool. No, that is way more than I expected. I've just realized asking the question that I don't have a favorite.
Yeah, but wait, what's yours?
Film. Yeah, I don't have one. I do have a film I watch every Christmas though. Which
what is it?
Is the Sky adaptation of Hogfather.
What?
So Terry Pratchett's Discworld series, Sky did a load of adaptations, in the 2000s of The Color of Magic, Going Postal, and Hogfather. And I've got really fond memories of these series. So every Christmas I sit down and watch Hogfather and Going Postal.
Never heard of it. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, they're really good. They're up on YouTube. They're
how do you spell it?
I'll send you a link to it. It's just Hogfather.
Please.
But it's basically Terry Pratchett's version of Christmas. Basically. So
check it out.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. Okay. Where are we? Future.
Are we gonna drag Fauci into this? By the way, is Fauci ever gonna join this, or is he? I'm sorry, I'm just curious.
We're gonna run away. I don't know. Hold on. What I'll do is I will start a new DM. Is Fauci around? We'll
I don't know.
I'll start a new call.
He might be at Olive Garden.
I think. Listen, we'll just phone it.
I want to rip into Fauci about the Eagles and how much I hate the Eagles.
That is also fair. Okay, I'm gonna restart the call. Give me 2 seconds.
I know.
Cut him off. Okay, you're back.
They beat the Patriots. I'll take that.
You beat the Patriots. Okay, nice. Okay. We're ringing Fauci. In fact, yes, Fauci. Welcome.
Hello. Hi, chat. I'm at work.
Oh shit.
I'm actively doing my thing.
So for those who don't know, Fauci actually is a heart surgeon. So right now he's doing surgery.
Yes. I have somebody open on the table right now. The clamps are in. It could be worse. They could be. Oh, wait, they're desatting. Fucking, I don't give a shit.
When you off work?
I'll be off in about, I want to say 20-ish minutes.
Oh, okay, shit. I mean, Becca, I don't want to like control your stream.
We
but,
can
like,
keep going
y'all
for 20-ish
wanna...
minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in no hurry to. I mean,
Yeah. I'm not in any hurry to run.
I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, me too.
I'll be back in 20 minutes, guys.
Hell yeah.
Well, we've got a group thing set up, so like maybe we can. I don't know if Race Best is back, or if he's still.
It's a
out
Friday.
there.
He's probably heading off to the racetrack because he does. He has a company where he does like filming for racetracks. That guy is busy. I don't know how he does it.
Sorry, when
Between
you
that
said
and Zootopia.
wait, when you said he's off to the racetrack, I was like, wait, what are we meant to be saying?
He's
this?
got some gambling, you know.
Listen, things aren't going well. He needs to get his streak back.
Right, put it on, Ginny Hops.
Okay, cool. Fuck it. Let me do super chats.
Yeah, different. I'm sorry.
Good. Future Nightmare Games for the 2. I'm going to call Mauler about your media diet. Do it. Fuck it. Listen. Rags drops by. I'll argue with Mauler about it. I don't care. Grey Knight with the 2. You could show Saber the bolt gun I made. I will send you. So Grey Knight does a load of 3D printing. I will send you a picture after stream. It's really cool. Bash, member for 9 months at Coping. You need to learn more about Purple Tinker. Yes, apparently I do. That shit sounds actually hilarious. Cool Anime Girls with the 5. Becca, I had to explain to people not knowing in commentary at all what happened with KP. One of them used to be a fan. I blame you and Falgi. You are welcome. Glad I could help. Teddy with the 10. Merry Bronymas, everyone, and happy new furry. Thank you, Teddy. Merry Bronymas. Grey Knight with a 5. I can tell you why things have changed. Everyone was forced into one online space instead of adopting to that space. They wanted to change it. That is probably actually really true. It has been.
Yeah.
Because like, I think it's really weird how social media works. Now it used to be that everyone had their own little forums and little image boards that you'd go to, and you'd have your own little combined like close knit community. And now it's like, you're exposed to everyone else's weird like obsession. And like going,
well, it's like I remember when Tumblr was pretty cool for a bit back in like 2013 14, and then it went off the deep end, and then it eventually got bought by Verizon. Then they got rid of all of the adult stuff, which is like, why? You know, there's so many artists here who draw adult stuff, and it's very well moderated. It's not like it's a concern for, you know, because if you have a Tumblr account, at least in my experience back in the day, and you didn't want to see adult stuff, then just don't look for it. You're good. So then Tumblr had its great migration that went over to Twitter, and then it went over to Blue Sky, and it came back to Twitter. So I don't know. It feels like everything's become so concentrated. So I agree with that super chatter that yes, it used to be a lot more diversified, but now it's like there's like mega platforms that we all kind of hang out on, and I kind of miss the days of having smaller, more intimate communities.
Yeah, I do miss image boards, I will admit. I remember when I was like 13, 14, and I used to post on a comic image board that had like, God, there were like 10 people on it. And it was a really weird, close-knit community of like 10 people with a like sort of dead image board. Very, very weird. Lio with the 5. Hope you're enjoying your heretical pagan holiday, Catholic. Gonna send you something cursed in DMs. Interesting and unpleasant news. Thank you, buddy. I did have a look. We'll talk about that later. Okay, that may be worth the stream. Baron with the 10. Here
Juicy.
is a bit breaking news that's gonna be interesting to see how that one turns out.
I didn't do anything.
No, you're innocent. You're fine. This one's to do with somebody else who recently got talked about. Baron with the 10. Here is my counterpoint to AI being bad. Without AI, we would not have gotten the stream of Nick asking Darth Vader about bow blacks while Beckett explains the Saberspark drama to him. God, that stream was absolutely fucking ridiculous. Nick Diorio phoned me and was like, can you explain the Saberspark stuff? And like, once I got through explaining a lot of it, he went, can we just talk about Israel and Gaza? I never thought I'd say this, but can we please not talk about the Brony drama? Like,
that one of the most difficult geopolitical, discussions is far more preferable than talking about my bullshit. Word, fair, you know.
I had to explain to him what Falcon was, and that's the point he broke. I remember, I think I said on the stream, like, I explained what it was. He was like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, "This is why you don't phone me, isn't it, Nick?" So you don't bring me on stream. Baron with the 5. Spoiler: Judy Hopps gets assassinated at the end of Zootopia 2. That's tragic news. Thank you. Grey Knight with the yeah, she definitely died. That's totally how it ends. Grey Knight with the 10. Whoever said that you're an adult, you're not supposed to watch cartoons or like stuff like Power Rangers and Kamen Rider had no fucking idea what they were talking about. So true. Baron with the 5. Reds are red, violets are rust. Violets don't rust. Beckett's mother is a pile of dust. Thank you, buddy. Much appreciated. I should have never introduced these memes. Saber with the 20 gifted. Thank you so much again, buddy. Pinko with the 2. Goal. Redheaded YouTuber with the 10. Hey, I used to watch your videos when I was a kid, Saberspark. Now I'm an adult majoring in animation. Crazy how time flies. Hope you and Beckett are having fun, and thanks for the membership.
Kick some ass. Good luck on your with your education in progress.
Future Nightmare Games with the 2. Beckett's favorite animated film is Psychopaths. I hate you, Future Nightmare Games. Thank you, buddy. Cosmonic with the 5. Saber and Beckett, there's animations of soul music and Weird Sisters if you want more Discworld. Oh, that's true. Actually, I can't remember if they're good. I remember liking them, but also I'm a massive Pirate Ship fan. I will find them on YouTube and I'll send them to you.
Please.
Danny Boy with the 2. Hey, you reading this? You're cool. No takebacks. Thank you very much, Danny Boy. Much appreciated. Yeah. Phineas with the 2. You two should do a podcast called Bronymas Communication. It's a good name for a podcast.
Bronymas Communication. It's just missing that je ne sais quoi to it.
Yeah, I still think we should do a podcast called Copenspark.
Copenspark, I like that. Saber and see their Copenspark. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, you never know. I mean, like this has been really fun. I could like if we get time, we could always try a podcast episode. I'd certainly like to have you on again.
No, we got good chemistry, so yeah, let's
yeah,
maybe something we can explore next year.
Yeah, that'd be fun. And I'd love to again with conversations like this, it's nice to talk about like kind of media analysis stuff. I've spoken to Rags about this stuff as well. It is because I do find it really interesting, and I really enjoyed studying media when I was at I guess it'd be like college for me, but like end of high school for Americans. I took media stuff and obviously grew up, mother's an author, so I sort of grew up talking about this stuff and being surrounded by it. So it is really interesting.
Dude, let me know. Maybe we can. I actually think when it comes to podcasts, so much of it is just good, repertoire and chemistry and back and forth. Dead air is the enemy. So
true. True.
And judging by the super chats, we're doing a pretty damn good job so far.
Yeah, it's been nice. It's been a different way to do Brony Christmas, and it's been really, honestly, a really nice, pleasant surprise. I was actually gonna do at some point, I'll probably still do it this year, but the first year I did this, I read the essays of somebody who basically believed that My Little Pony was white nationalist propaganda, and he wrote there's an ebook of it called My Nationalist Pony, which is all about how My Little Pony reinforces like Western norms and things, and it's crazy. It's the ramblings of a lunatic.
Can you imagine Hitler, like, if he woke up for one day and he saw that, he'd be like, "Oh my God!" His favorite pony is probably Rainbow Dash, Nah. It'd be Rarity. What am I talking about? But,
it would be Rarity. It would be Rarity. That is so true.
Right. Lucky Shadow saying, just came back and hear Saber talking about who?
That That would be an insane.
Happy Merry.
That would be an insane video, actually. Like taking dictators from history and like working out who their favorite pony would be. Like who's Stalin's favorite pony?
Right? Yeah. Stalin. No, dude. Stalin's favorite pony would be Applejack. She's a working class pony.
True.
You know, runs the farms. That's as far as I'm going to go with that. With this thought process. The end.
I've already worked out like Mussolini and Bobart.
Mussolini? Yeah.
Mussolini would absolutely be Pinkie Pie, unquestionably.
I just imagine Pinkie Pie being like, you know, never mind. I'm gonna stop that thought. Never mind.
That's going in a Google Doc. Holy shit. Okay, so actually, talking like back to like musicians and artists, what was like that experience like then? Because you've got kind of like your own music scene, and obviously people like Living Tombstone have become big artists in their own right, outside of fandom stuff.
Gosh, I mean the music scene, because people love their music, love listening to it. Alex S was definitely like the guy, like the main DJ Alex S. He was like the main guy early on. Had some really cool remixes. It's funny because My Little Pony, like the Brony fandom, showed up right when like dubstep was really popular. So you had this really funny crossroads of people doing Brony dubstep, and it worked well enough. It was fun. And then again, Pinkie Pie Swear, Wooden Toaster, aka Glaze. He did some good stuff. I'm not sure if he still is around or not. Tombstone is probably the oldest Brony musician as far as like success goes for showing up. He did that remix of Eurobeats Discord song and it just took off to the races. Of course, Gabe would eventually show up. I remember when Gabe did animation on his channel, where he had like, you know, meeting certain characters and them doing Twilight Licious or whatever. And I remember in 2014 or 13 where I'm like, Gabe, don't worry about the music stuff. Focus on the animation. You know, you're not a musician, you know, only for him to actually be a bona fide professional musician and then blow it out of the water. So yeah, Gabe's like a Swiss Army knife of creativity. It's unfair and
it's cruel and
may God have
yeah.
Strike him down. No, but I feel like as far as the Brony musician scene goes, I mean, a lot of it nowadays seems like it's just people who, a lot of folks who were popular back in the day have moved on. Still, you know, probably have it, you know, hold it close to their hearts of being like, I can't speak for everyone, but I know for myself, I can look back on the Brony fandom with, you know, love and you know, sentimental, you know, nostalgia, whatever. But gosh, like I'm not sure who's currently like the big. I went to a German convention. I went to a German Brony convention called Galacon, and there was a musician there named Prince whatever, and I've never seen him perform before, but holy shit, the audience was stacked. There were so many people ready to listen to him play, and he plays like rock and roll and like metal and stuff, which I was told that the Germans really love metal, so they were like on cloud 9, rocking hard, just loving his performance. And he was sick too. I think he was losing his voice, but he stuck it out and he did a great job. So yeah, the audience loved him. And I'd never heard him perform before. I've never even spoken to him until at that convention. I didn't know much about him. I've heard of him because of my friend Matt and him being colleagues. But yeah, that was really awesome. I mean, Prince Whatever and his band still pushing, fighting the good fight for Brony music. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously chat loves 20% Cooler, which is a Ken Ashcorp song. And that's a Brony song, you know, good old Ken Ashcorp.
Is he still around? What's the old glass wipe up to?
He is currently streaming using his like panda character as like a VTuber.
Okay,
but like Ashcorp's history is like insane. Like I've never really talked about Ken. but he's got some like, because he was like integrated and tied to so many different communities as a musician. And there's actually a really amazing stream where he's talking to Seath, who does hey everybody, like he does like game reviews and stuff. And like they're going over this TTRPG book where like you have to, it's like incredibly sexual and you have to roll for everything including penis size, and I think it's the origin point of the spells like testicular torsion and stuff. So and it's just like it's really interesting seeing how people like developed those relationships over time through the wider internet, because I think the Brony fandom actually is probably ground zero for being a fandom connected to everything else. Like there are so many dramas I've looked at.
Gateway fandom.
Yeah, like you've got like so many things, like the Brony fandom leads to the ACC stuff, or you've got creators who used to be Bronies and then that's like the first thing they did before they moved on to other points of creation, or they went to conventions, or that was like a lot of people's first convention experience. So, and like a lot of people who were part of that fandom now, like internet veterans, like Jenny, for example. So, I think the Brony fandoms, I can't think of another fandom that kind of did that, where you've got sort of such a baseline. And even now, like there are Bronies in chat who are still like sort of fans in the show. And this is years on from the last episode. And that's some like quite incredible staying power.
I think a lot of it just comes from a place of like, I mean, I there are Bronies who just disappear. We're like, I'm good, goodbye, poof. And we never hear from them again, and that's their call. And you have other ones who are still active in the fandom, and you got people who springboarded out of the fandom. It takes different forms. I mean, it's just, who would have guessed, right? Pastel ponies, as long as people were able to pick up good experiences and skills from it, and then not even skills, you know what? Can I share a quick story with you?
Yeah, of course.
That's kind of I'm gonna share something. So there was a brony named Nathan, and he's still around. He's still doing his thing. And I stumbled across this vlog that, sorry, I'm laughing because the vlog is so funny, where Nathan's he's a big guy and his dad was a big guy. And they both went to BronyCon, and Nathan, who's probably like maybe 14 at the time, is vlogging him and his dad going to the convention, to BronyCon. And him and his dad had some really funny back and forth, just their own sense of humor. And a lot of people were dogging on this video. It just kind of out of nowhere went viral, one of the vlogs. And I remember watching it initially being like, oh, what cringe is this? And I watched it and I'm like, there's no cringe. There's cringe, but like, it's kind of cringe where it's like sincere cringe, people just being themselves. Who gives a shit? Who cares?
Yeah.
And I remember watching the vlog and I'm like, it's goofy, but like at its core, it's a guy, this Nathan going to the con with his dad, going on a fun trip, hanging with their friends, having pizza, talking about pony stuff, going to panels, hanging out, having a good time. What's the fucking problem here? And I actually became friends with Nathan. And I remember watching him and his dad continue on, but they kind of just owned it. They're like, whatever, we're not going to be upset over this. We're just going to own it. And they started their own podcast, where it's called the, what do they call it? Shit. They haven't done an episode in a while. Well, sorry, I said not tongue in cheek. It's kind of ironic how I put that. Let me get to the core of this. So, God, what was it called? The Hey Dude Show. That's what it was called. The Hey Dude Show. So I thought it was really cool. They just kind of owned it and rolled with it. But I kind of was able to be pals with Nathan, not super close, but ask him how he and his dad are doing. And just good people. And unfortunately, his father did pass away not too long ago, which made me really torn up for him. But Nathan's hanging in there, doing fine. But where am I going with this? It was something where it was very unassuming, where I thought it was something silly when I first saw the thumbnail for the vlog, only for me to actually build a pretty pretty fulfilling human connection with somebody who was just another fellow human being, alongside me on this journey of life. And I don't know, it was a good bit of perspective. I remember watching the vlog with my buddy Matt, and we were kind of like, shit, dude, like, people are ripping into Nathan, but in actuality, he's having a fucking awesome time hanging with his friends, with his dad. It's a great con, having a good time eating pizza and going to the pool and, going on adventures. And it's just like, what's the problem? They're doing great. Good for them.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that.
No, I completely agree with you. And I think so much of this is people get scared that it's like, oh, if I do this thing, it's going to be cringe. No one will think I'm cool.
Who cares, right?
I mean, one of the, like, whenever I do something like this where I use like so thank you, British Runner, for the raid. Hey, buddy, hope you're good. Whenever I do something like this, or I have like I use like a little animated avatar or put stickers up, and like people are like, oh, it's so cringe when Becca does this. Oh, I hate this. And I'm like, it makes me happy and it makes chat happy and it's funny and it's like there's it's a bit tongue in cheek at times, and there's like a meta level to it, I suppose. The truth is, like, I really like when I started doing this as like a hobby, I had like I guess I had like 2 goals. This is like right when I started, but I was like, I really want to like make a video and have like, I don't know, 20,000 views or something. And I'd love someone to do some fan art of me. And now I'm like sort of like years down. I've got a couple of really successful videos. I've been involved in some really interesting stories, and I have a ton of fan art. And it's like, oh, I really achieved like those like me with 10 viewers on Twitch back in the day. And it is interesting to see how that's sort of like progressed. But speaking of fan art, I have something to show you. Hold on, let me reshare my screen and then I'll show it to chat as well. We got some fan art. So let me
see here.
Let me bring this up.
Oh, look at that. Look at us with our microphones and our Christmas hats.
That's really nice. That's really cool.
I like who made it?
It won't tell me because I've got streamer mode enabled, so I can't see their name. But if you shout in chat, if you're the person, thank you so much. And I have responded to them in Discord. But that's awesome.
Good stuff.
Thank you so much, dude. And also Cammy updated one of the stickers with actual, like coloring this time. I need to find out which one it is. It's the Chomp one. Let me. I need to update stuff. Again, it's really cool to have like such a passionate community that are just like really have to make things and support each other. It's great. I love it. Our Discord's like full of stuff like that. It's awesome. Cool. So, where the fuck were we? Brony musicians.
What to say? Oh yeah, they were. Oh man, there was this one Bernie musician named DJ Tetsuo, who I never really cared for. I thought he was full of himself, and he was. Where he, I won't say names, but he cheated on. He knew he was sleeping with a woman who was a married woman of a guy, and it's at a convention. And he had his hotel room also paid for by the convention. And he fucking trashed it. He destroyed it. He was like on that concert we were watching, the Bernie concert. He was there dancing around the wife beater. And at the end of the concert, he's like, please follow my socials. Please, I want to talk to everyone. Please follow me. I'm just so excited to be here and I'm famous. And it's like, fucking get off it, dude. Come on, dude. So, yeah. And did not like him. I haven't heard from him in years. I don't care if I ever hear from him again, but I heard from very, very vetted out trusted sources, aka the guy who was the husband of the wife who committed infidelity with him, and he knew that she was married too. They're both shitty people, but it's like, come on, dude, like fucking have some class, have some ethics, whatever. But yeah, there have been some pretty shitty musicians. He's one of the worst ones I've heard of. But most of them have been pretty chill. They're just people, for the most part.
Yeah, I think that like it seems to go 2 ways. Oh, quickly, Asher is the one who drew that art. Thank you. It's Asher the Great.
Asher?
Thank you.
I thought you. Sorry, I have a friend named Asher, so I thought it was him, and I'm like, oh,
all right, okay.
So it's not him, but I was curious.
No, I think like it goes in 2 ways, right? Like often, and I've found this with YouTubers that I watched years ago that I've like interviewed for something, and I'm like, oh, it's really cool that you've talked to me. Especially when I was starting and I had like no views, and they were like, well, why wouldn't I? Like, I'm just a person. And I've met other people who like will not like, look, unless you've got 100,000 subscribers, I wouldn't have a conversation with you. And it's like, bro, come on. It's not like I've seen what your video views look like. Those 100,000 subscribers aren't going very far. So I think and I think, you know, even now I've had people like, oh, like Beckett's like responded to a DM or something. I was like, yeah, why wouldn't I? I'm just a random dude on the internet. But I think so much of like audience passion now with streaming, and streaming is like, it's kind of established itself as a medium, but it is kind of unlike anything else, because you're like having a live audience sat with you for like hours and hours, like going through like a conversation or some content is a kind of really unique experience. And I think it's a different ballpark. I think streaming really changed the game.
It has.
People consume media.
Streaming and YouTube videos have become like where I grew up watching Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, whatever. Now you got kids growing up watching YouTube videos and streams. So like this is their media. This is what they consider the same equal, which is kind of scary, but I guess it is what it is.
Yeah, it's a fucking weird feeling. So you're streaming now more? Is that like
trying to? You actually inspired me. You and Falgi seeing y'all stream. I'm like, should I stream more often? So me and my fiance, we stream on Twitch on Thursdays. Try to. We're done for the rest of the year at the moment. But we try to do bad movie nights, or just movie nights, and that's been fun because Twitch doesn't give a shit if you watch anything except unless it's the Oscars or sports. You can't do that. Anything that's pay-per-view, you know, adjacent, they will throw a fit over. But if it's a movie, they don't care. And then we're trying to do indie animation nights on YouTube, just watching stuff and supporting it and getting requests. I have some ideas for next year for potentially another show, but I don't want to overflow YouTube. So we'll see. But yeah, again, I feel like dialogue focused streams like this are really good for interaction, for the chat to be seen and heard and you know, feel engaged and there's a conversation going on.
Yeah, and it's sometimes it's just nice to have that, what's a good word, like group experience, I think is a big part of it, which like does play into a lot of the parasocial stuff. But I think that it's nice because like you can have that background noise of a conversation, like when you're doing something that like just working or putting something together. Like I'll, you know, listen to random streams. I'm trying to think like who I actually watch stream. I tend to watch a lot of videos, but not streams anymore. I think it's one of those things. I found this with a couple of people I used to watch like go over Twitter news and things. I don't watch their streams since I became more active on Twitter because I'm like, I don't need to watch your stream telling me what I've already seen on Twitter.
Right.
And now it's like, it's hard to watch other drama streamers, especially if they're covering the same topics as me, because I'm like, is that going to affect my take?
Right. That's a big one.
So, and
I feel the same way with movies and show reviews where I'm like, I'm not going to watch a review until I make a review, unless I won't make a review and then I'll watch it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Have you ever done like group watches of a show? Try and like...
Oh, yeah.
Like...
Yeah, I've done that before.
Do you miss those collaborations?
They're fun. I've done, I mean, me and my fiance will watch movies and shows and we'll bring some friends sometimes. Maybe you can join in next year. I feel like you probably get a kick out of some stuff. But
I'd be super down.
Yeah, we'll have to figure that out. Maybe find something that, you know, it's a show that means a lot to you. We can check it out on Twitch. Because again, Twitch is chill. I like Twitch. Twitch is a lot more, I'm sorry. The audience, the viewers on Twitch are a lot more relaxed. YouTube, a bit more bells and whistles to watch stuff, especially if it's a movie or show. But which is why we do indie night, because indie animation stuff typically doesn't copyright claim you and block you the way that movies and shows do on YouTube. But wait, it's a sticker time?
No, I just had to reset the goal. I was being shouted at.
Oh, gotcha. Never mind. No, that's more or less, you know.
Yeah,
I used to like Let's Watches as well, but they're just a bit of a pain when it comes to copyright claims.
I think there's like a real time, like you've got things like Nostalgia Critic and the Channel Awesome guys who are doing like the reviews super early when YouTube was really hot on that. but was it oh god, what's it called? It's like the setup was like they're in a space station or something, and they're watching movies.
Oh, Mr. Science Theater.
Yes, yeah.
Those guys are trailblazers.
Yeah, and nowadays, like, I can't think of many people who are doing something like that, like just riffing on a film live. But that would be like prime content, actually, because it's
we've tried. It's something where it works well on Twitch, but on YouTube, again, it's copyright claims. That's the big thing. Is you'll see that thing in your stream where it says, "Oh, detecting copyright claim. The stream might be disconnected." YouTube is very aggressive about that, unless it's a property where they just don't give a shit about. I wish I can do more, Mystery Science Theaters-esque streams on YouTube, but it's comes with it's a liability, because you don't want to get smacked by YouTube's copyright claims, because they can be pretty ferocious at times.
I have experienced many a copyright claim recently.
What? By who? Why?
Bro, I mean,
how long do you have to wait for it? Like 90 days? What was it now?
So basically, it's like 90 days to come off your channel if you don't challenge it. So we had to put in claims and everything else. It was a lot of paperwork.
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. I mean, again, like it's pretty interesting as well, because it sort of teaches you how the system works. And one of one of them, we really didn't want to hand over any information to somebody, and we just went through a lawyer. So like it's nice that there are options for that. You can protect yourself a bit, but it's that thing of, well, are people using that to farm your information kind of thing? I can see why YouTubers worry. And like we're set up as quite protected from that, because we're a business. So it gives a bit more freedom. Valji.
Yes, I am here. I did come in. I do have a pony Sona of my own that was recently made.
Yeah, is it the? I need to go and grab it. Give me a second. I should
have the heart surgery go. Did you save them?
Let's see. Where did
they died?
They died.
Who died? Who died?
Your patient.
Oh yeah. All patients die. I always say doctors are the worst profession because they have 100% failure rate.
Sons of bitches. Why do we give them our money?
Because American medical system is special and all of its worth. Where is my other pony? Here it is.
Don't worry, I've got you, buddy. I've already got it. You're good.
Oh no. Which is it? The ace one?
It is the ace one.
Oh my god. But hello, Saber. Hello.
Hello, Falgi.
What's up, bud? It's been a bit, and by a bit, I mean not really, but it's been a bit.
It's been a bit. It's been a bit. Wait, are the Eagles still in the running for the playoffs, or did you guys
yes, we are. We are still in the running. If we didn't lose, I don't know, 3 of the last 4 games, we would be number 1 in the conference. But I'll take number 1 in the division. It's okay.
What's your conference again?
We're NFC, but we are NFC East, if I remember correctly. Unfortunately, I will be frustrated at my team for all time. We play the Commanders tomorrow. If we lose to a 4-10 team, if we lose to a 4-10 team, I may actually crash out. You think Bonk goes crazy? No, I will actually. The bridge will be there. And by bridge I mean light pole. Beckett, how much do you know about American football?
Very little, and I'm also giving you a Christmas hat. Please don't involve me in American football.
Oh, you fucking
It's very important.
asshole.
I've got a pink one for you. Give me a second, okay?
Oh, you got a pink one for me? That's so
yeah. You
nice.
get a special color one, okay?
I love getting special colors. You always treat me so special.
I know.
Look at that chest, Taylor.
Yes, the chest there is a personal favorite. It's really funny because somebody was like, I've never seen a pony with chest hair. And I was like, it's happened. I also like how my tail is curly. I know nothing about this show to this day.
It looks good.
I know the cutie mark, is that what it's called?
Yes.
Okay. Because we had gotten bronies, like we had gotten ponies last year. and I learned that the Pegasus ones are the ones with ADHD. And
Yes.
that was why that was the one that was given to me back in the day. So so I was like, I don't understand what that means. But yeah, the happy Bronymas to everyone who is there. Brony Christmas is a special time of year.
Sacred.
It's sacred.
Yes.
I can't believe
It
I've
is
been
a-
doing this for so long. I actually can't believe I've been doing this for so long. It's
When did you start it?
I think the first one was 2022.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It's funny because I've never watched the show, but technically, well, not now because I've been streaming for over a year now. But technically, my two biggest moments, or one of my two biggest moments on YouTube, is because of Bronies, and it's not you, Saber. There was a man.
It's called Dan
by
Burst.
the name. It's Dan's Burst, and he was. Now, to this day, I will never know if Dan was a troll or was real. But I think that's part of the mystery of it all. And he believed that you could mix pedophiles and children in the same server to rehabilitate the pedophiles while also helping the hypersexual minors find partners. And I made him crash out on stream. He called his mother onto the stream. And what was really always interesting about that story was not the fact that he fought Kiwi Farms, because he did. He openly challenged them, but he fought them, and the website went down because of the Destiny leaks. And so after my stream, the Kiwi Farms account for him, it was like a damn burst. They just went ham on him. He was the most interesting thing for like a month for them. It was so interesting. I love Dan's Burst to this day. He's one of my
Never heard of him.
He's one of my favorite characters. Yeah, I don't personally think he's a troll, because there's this thing too where it's like, if he was trolling, he trolled too close to the sun because there were actual children in that server. From what I can remember, I mean, I reported it.
Oh, did we lose you?
Yeah, it was a fun time, and then I'm trying to think.
There we go. Well, I mean, gosh, it is a shame how. I mean, gosh, I typed in Dan Burst. I'm like, oh, there's Turkey Tom.
Yeah.
doing his thing.
Turkey Tom, yeah, I'm just some guy on the internet, the Turkey Tom. That's how he credits me in the video.
Really? Wait, did he credit you? Oh.
No, he literally says like, yeah, this guy talked to some small channel on the internet.
Oh, Turkey Tom, look at you.
I think it's one of the funniest things, because this guy would message me after he got so much heat on the internet, and he would say, "You're worse than Turkey Tom," and to this day, it's in my channel description.
Worse than Turkey Tom. Oh, that's where it came from. Okay, okay.
Yeah, it came from that, and that's always been a beautiful moment. So like, bronies are such an interesting thing to me. I don't know if it was brought up, so you could correct me.
What?
But what were your feelings on the poll board and the My Little Pony board merging at one time on, I believe it was 4chan?
Yeah,
that's
the
right.
ML poll.
Dude, Poll hated that. I remember that Poll being like, kill them, kill all bronies. I lurked MLP board like a little bit back in the mid 2010s, and I stopped because I'm like, I'm not much for 4chan boards. I'll only hop in there occasionally. I'm like maybe once every few years. Once I'm like, oh yeah, that board exists. I'll check it out, and I'll hit up the board occasionally. But that's it. I for that fiasco, I just kind of watched from afar, being like, well, that's interesting.
Yeah,
it was the fallout from it was fascinating, because while 4chan hated it, Poll and MLP really liked it. They got on so well, it was actually kind of insane.
Wait, Poll and MLP?
Yeah, they tried to keep it alive. Wait,
who's the aggressor? That I have my information mixed up.
So basically, the politics board was obviously like, still is fairly insane. So 4chan used to do this thing where they'd just get bored and they'd throw random boards together, and ML Poll was one of these. And they thought it'd be really funny because all the bronies would freak out because they're like with the right wingers, and all the right wingers would freak out because they're now like inundated with ponies. But that's kind of not what really seems to have happened, because we actually did some digging into this, I think last year. And so this kind of ran for like, I think it was like a week, and they were like, we're going to get rid of it. We're going to get rid of it. Like, it's fine. And there was a rebellion over trying to break up ML Poll. The admin board was I think either got, I can't remember which one it was. It's been a while since I've looked at it. They either hacked into an admin account to try and get access to the admin board, or they crashed the admin board complaining that they were going to break it up. And ML Poll, like they basically went and created their own little forum, like a new image board to keep the spirit of it alive. So the rest of 4chan were like, what the fuck are you doing? They were like, no, we need to keep it, because that's like the origin point of all the sort of right-wing brony memes is ML Poll.
Interesting.
So
Yeah,
everyone hated it except for the people that 4chan expected to hate it. They were like, yeah, this is great.
Yeah, because I remember when the admin board leaked. I think it was somebody's old account just got like somebody accessed somebody's old account and then just got into it. If I remember how the story went, and it was like an internal discussion between admins being like, why are they liking this more than they should?
How do we kill it? How do we get rid of this?
I hate it. Why do I kill this thing?
Like instant regret. That's like, I miss stories like that on the internet. Like, I feel like we don't get them as much as we used to, of little like community clashes that like only really matter to like a couple of hundred people, but they can lead to some really, really fun stuff. And I mean, I find a lot of big dramas really boring, because it's just like, okay, cool, you got like thousands and thousands of insane people. I think it's much funnier when it's like, even just like I love covering like what's referred to as like glub shitto drama, where it's like only like 5 people actually care about it. Yeah.
I think the dramas I always find the most interesting are the ones that start small and then explode for like absolutely no reason, because somebody
like the Parlo stuff.
Yes.
Did I break Falgi?
No, you did for a second. You fucking.
There's a flashbang.
It's God, the Parlo stuff, man. Yeah, the Parlo stuff is like one of those where it's very interesting. Apparently now his video won't be coming out till next year, and it is now going to be over 3 hours.
Jesus Christ.
He went from 30 minutes to 60 to 90 to 2 to 3 hours, and now it's going to be over 3 hours.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
It's just insane, because it's just like what started out as just bad gay sex has become one of the most strange and amusing little dramas that have come out of the Roblox community that I have ever seen. And I don't even care about them. It's just so fascinating to me. I don't get it.
It was all this time.
It's funny because I was talking to somebody recently, because it had come up about the Jar Cine Bear stuff. And I've always maintained that the funniest part of the Cine Bear stuff was not her, right? It was everybody else's careers that imploded because of her, because she ran, and then everybody else like randomly picked up the slack. And I always found that that's like one of those dramas that I think will always like stick out in my mind, in the way that the pops were throughout the year. Because it's been over a year now.
Yeah, my Jar video came out November last year. It's been a long time. But yeah, I think that
what happened to Jar? Is he still around?
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah. Got nowhere else to go.
he recently Jar does this thing where he has 3 channels and all of them are dead. But he doesn't really know what to do with it. So he recently made an iDubbbz in review. Now I find it hilarious because the day after it'd be June the King's 3-hour epic on iDubbbz. But he starts the first 4 to 6 minutes of the video recounting again that he was an anti-SJW channel, like you wouldn't know because the only people watching him are the people that follow him, and then bitching and moaning that people will make content out of him when no one's really doing that anymore.
Wait, is that really what he does in this? Because I haven't seen it yet.
Yes, the first. So I think it's around the 4 or 6 minute mark. He will complain that somebody will make a stream and call him a rapist. And then the end title card is him saying, "We believe all victims completely, even though if they're bold-faced liars."
In an iDubbbz video.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Why?
That's his end title card for it. Because he's bitter. He's just a bitter man. It's so funny. We broke him in commentary, broke him, but like we broke him in very many special ways.
What do you all think he could have done, by the way, to if he, besides being a dummy who didn't vet things out, but like, I don't know, what do you all think could have been done to set the course correctly?
I actually don't think there's anything Jar could have done.
Yeah,
I think this is like, I think Jar is one of the very few times where there's no right way to handle the drama. The problem Jar had was in the drama itself, he essentially sided with the wrong people, but did it in such a way that he kind of cut the wrong people out. Like he made the story about himself because he was like, I'm going to be the advocate. Like I'm going to go to like petition Chud Logic and things, and I'm going to be the voice. So he kind of positioned himself as that, point of contact. And then it was just the floodgates were opening because he had no support network left. He'd basically burnt all his relationships. So there was nothing he could do. The only mitigating factor would be he could, if he just left the internet, if he'd gone, listen, my channel's dead, clearly I'm past it, then there'd be less content on him, but like the drama itself's career ending.
Yeah, a lot of people would argue that if he stopped making like 7 different apologies for the same drama, he probably would have recovered. I argue that the moment it leaks that he had a different version of the video that was she's a pedophile, it's over. Because then you have to ask yourself, why did he have 2 completed versions of a video and scrap one after he meets Cinny, but the evidence never changes?
Yeah.
Because that was always the thing. The evidence never changed, and in multiple of his responses, he said, I am the most disabled dyslexic man that's ever existed. I don't know anything that's in the documents. Cut to the original cut of the video where he's reading directly from the document. Now, he argues that he watched a video on it, but he then opens with, I've seen the pictures. I don't need to read the pictures. So it's one of those things where he was screwed from the get-go, and he probably should have shut up. Could he have saved his career? No. But he potentially could have just swung so hard the other way, he would have garnered a completely different audience. But he became too much of a laughingstock in every community. Even people who aren't drama related. Now, I know a lot of people have issues with like Crispy Tavern, for instance, because they have lazily, in my opinion, dipped their toe into like drama content. But even they covered him. And then you have June's entire video on him, and then it's pretty much set in stone that there's nothing that Jar could do.
Yeah, somebody reached out to me recently to be like, can I use bits of your video and interview with Jar for a video I'm making? I was like, yeah, of course you can. So people still want to talk about this particular drama. It was really, it was a hell of a storm. It's interesting as well because I've maintained this. If KP had come out in her response video and just apologized, I would have defended KP. If she'd sincerely apologized after the conversations we'd had initially, I was like, okay, it takes some time to get to this point. But like, I don't know who Jar would have to apologize to. That's the problem, because Jar doesn't have a victim so much as Jar's credibility as a commentator was shot. And I say this in my video. The biggest problem is, as a commentator, it is important to have your own takes. One of the biggest attacks on a commentator is you don't have your own opinions. That's actually a pretty severe attack on a commentator. And the Cine drama, because he was like, oh, the tide's turning, so I'll change my position. That's Jar just following the crowd. And as a commentator, especially like one that's been around for a while, that's a death knell for your career. Because it's like, well, you're not commentating on things. You're just regurgitating someone else's opinion. You're a mouthpiece.
Because being hated in his space didn't really... Like, being hated in his own space really didn't do much to kill his numbers prior. Like, they weren't... from what I remember, I don't think they were the best in the universe, but it wasn't like him being an antagonist caused anybody to just leave in mass droves, because he had an audience. It was just at a certain point, how do you... People are watching you to see your next crash. People are not watching you because you have anything good to say. I'd argue that was the reason, like, for a lot of people who kind of gets screwed over. And not necessarily like lolcowism, because that term gets like thrown around all over the place. But there is a good or a fair number of people, I would say, whom continue to like fall and stumble and then become like a sideshow instead of the main attraction, and they're just the channel. I would argue someone like Brad Taste also kind of suffered into that even before some of the abuse stuff came out, because he was like a walking train wreck of a human being. And that was always something that was really interesting about him personally. We talked about it. I think Becca, you talked about it before. Lewis McClung is also a really good example of that.
Yeah,
where it was just like it's a spiral into a weird recovery. I've said this repeatedly. With Lewis specifically, he made like a gym channel. I think you should just keep with that. Get like a Gym Bros. He's got like a pretty face, but he's like really jacked. There's a market for that. The gays love it.
Yeah, I think commentary is one of these things as well that a lot of people think, oh, that must be really easy. I'll just become a commentator and talk about drama, because like, look, so many commentators are talentless hacks, and we are. Yeah. But like, there are definitely things you have to be able to do, and personality traits you have to survive in commentary, and survive doing like commentary, especially of this type. If you're doing like the big stuff, like you can, like if you're like Umperville or like your Coffee and Cults, where you're like fairly big channels, and Coffee and Cults is always in my mind, because not in a bad way, just because of the Dogpack stuff, because like it was like very badly researched. It's like you can like weather a storm because no one really cares about your opinion. You're just a big channel. Unless you catch yourself in a particularly bad controversy, you're fine. But in small commentary, which is where like we sit, it's way more vicious, and you have to be able to survive that viciousness. And most people can't take it because they can't take being laughed at. It's the understanding at a core point, especially small commentary. You're not just making content, you are content. And like your like my worst moments, like other people have covered, like Chud's covered some of my worst moments, and it's like it doesn't matter. It's just like it's banter. You have to take it as banter. It's nothing. None of this is personal, and most people can't do that. Like Internet Adjacent can't do that. He doesn't understand that this is banter. No one, like, most people, like, if he just stopped, would just get over it. But now he's in that spiral. He's just destroyed any chance of a career in space.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't help that he jumped from live stream to live stream lies for weeks, like a month on end, and then admits to every lie, and then it comes out that he may have been lying and admitting to lying. So it was like that didn't help him. But like I think this is like an interesting thing to like for you, Saber, you're not an animator by trade, from what I know. Was there any have there been moments in your reviewing career or just your advocacy career, for animation, where people are like, "Hey, you can't do that. All you do is review"?
No, I wouldn't say that like I was told I couldn't cover certain things. I mean, I have my own, like, I guess, compass that tells me of topics that would be something I would want to check out personally, and also maybe hopefully my audience will enjoy it too. But I never felt pressured. Like there are certain things where, like, I'm not sure if it really answers the question, but like Boondocks. I love the Boondocks. I think it's an incredible show, at least the first 3 seasons. And I feel like as much as I would like to talk about that show, I really can't. I feel like, a black creator, that's something where they can weigh in on it a lot more than a white guy can. So I'm good. American Pop is another one where it's like, I'm sure there's a lot more, and I'm not saying that like white people can't have their own opinions about this stuff, but there's something where I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if there is something where I'm tone deaf or I'm missing something. But there are topics where I feel like, yeah, if it's a furry girl cartoon, let's do it. Let's eat, But other topics where I'm like, yeah, it's probably suited for a different audience, different creator, different, approach. I know my lanes. I know I thrive with the furry waifus, so I'll stick with those.
I guess that's interesting to think about. Is now there's a very infamous YouTube short that you have, and it is the McDonald's.
It's a breeding one, dude. That one, I will never live that one down. I will never live that one down.
See, I've been so nice all night, and Valju's just like, can we talk about your breeding short, Saberspark? Is that cool? Can we do that? Is that cool? Happy Brony Christmas, mate. Breeding short, go on.
Well, no, because it's so interesting.
I'm just trying to help Japan, okay?
But it's so fascinating because that is how the internet react. Like, the internet had a weird dichotomy with that, because I remember when that short came out, and the internet had a weird dichotomy with it, where it was, oh, this is wholesome, to the fucking NSFW artists taking the adult couple way too far, and I wish they never did. And I was just like, what is happening? And so when I saw your post, and in and out of context, I'm just like, wait, no, this is exactly how the fucking internet reacted to this. It's just so weird.
I mean, I feel like I've had discussions about this with, loved ones, friends, whatever, about how, like, it's kind of weird that we live in an age where there's like a Zoomer Puritanism. I'm sure that's the right turn of phrase. Mm-hmm. Zoomer Puritans, there we go. Where it's like, you'd think that they were like Amish or super religious, but it's like, no, they're pretty secular. They scold, though, things that are overtly sexual. And I read something about how the reason why that's the case is because a lot of these Zoomers grew up on the internet where they had unmitigated access to, the world, the internet, all of it, warts and all. And that it's kind of like, well, the pendulum swings so far to the realm of sexuality, or to the spectrum of sexuality, that they're like, you know what? No, it's too much. It's disgusting. Never mind. So anything that comes close that's sexual, like this breeding joke, is disgusting and inappropriate and should be shamed. And I'm like, I'm not saying that's just Zoomers. I'm just saying that that's just kind of something I've noticed for the reading through the comments. Where I'm like, it's a lot of young folks who are really upset. I don't care. I really don't, because caring about things like that is just kind of pointless. I made a really cringe comment. I stand by it, where it's like, yeah, I mean, I'm really playing into the fact that a lot of this short was made because, Japan's got a lot of programs and media to promote, families, because they're like, we have to have children or we're gonna be wiped out or whatever they say. So whatever. But when I wrote that, I was like, haha, this will make people laugh, only for me to be like, uh-oh, I think I made another comment too about like, I made a short where it's like, new cartoon crush unlocked. People will joke on me on that one too. You just gotta take it on the chin. It really is. There's no complaining about it. There's no this will fix the problem. This will make them stop making fun of me. It's like, who cares? Just own it and just fucking go with it.
I do actually wonder whether like it's interesting talking about the Zoomer Puritan stuff, because I think there is some real truth to that. But I do kind of wonder whether it's like, I've got friends who are in their sort of early 20s, just because, we're in internet spaces. And, some of them are like, they haven't had like a ton of girlfriends or stuff. And like, they don't go out drinking and stuff. And I'm like, God, fuck, when I was your age, like, sure, I was like terminally online and things, but I was a bartender. I was out drinking all the time. I multiple partners kind of thing, and it's like it does feel like a lot of that is gone. Like what has happened to the Zoomer generation?
It is interesting because there was a time, I guess it's like my generation, right, and people a little bit younger than me, there was that time where open sex and like safe sex practices with multiple partners was discussed. And I've noticed that, and I know there's research out there that young people are having sex at declined rates. Obviously, this has to take in consideration things like COVID and other things like that. But there is a group of young adults that predominantly grew up on the internet. And not only that, they predominantly grew up isolated on the internet. And that is a thing. It's a feeling that I don't think we will ever fully understand until everyone's a lot older. It's interesting because, like, in comparison, a cartoon like Hell of a Boss or Has Been Hotel has like this bizarre humor that I cannot quantify. I have tried sitting down and watching it, and I don't care if people like it. I don't understand why people like it though. And I feel bad. I feel bad for saying that. I just like it's just like am I becoming a Puritan because I think there's too many cum jokes?
Yes.
No. Yes.
You're fucked.
That's what it feels like. That's just what it feels like, and it's like don't get me started on the fucking music of that show. I'll blow a gasket. But it is like it is fascinating to see the way people interact with media and how culture shifts. I'm really curious where we'll be with the next generation.
Yeah, Gen Alpha's on their way.
Mm-hmm. Now there was a suggestion from the chat, Saber.
Yes.
That I do think as a gag, would it be funny? Yes. Could you catch some heat for it? Maybe. Would you, in the same vein of the McDonald's ad, review the incest Folgers ad?
Oh God, that one? No. I feel like, well, if it was animated, maybe.
Oh my God. Someone will do that. Just out of spite, someone will do that.
Have you seen the College Humor version where they like play it out?
Oh my God, yes.
I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, like
so good.
You'd never get away with an advert like that now. That's insane. Like actually. Yeah, I think is there anything like review wise you look back on that you're like, wow, I really shouldn't have reviewed that?
Mm-hmm.
For me, there are things where like I reviewed Rock and Rule and I realized I had a lot of my information correct, and I got, I was told by a comment, they're like, hey, I helped with rehabilitating this film, doing it correctly, trying to what's the word? I'm sorry, when you remaster. There we go. And this person was quite the I guess, savant when it came to this topic. And I just learned I had a lot of my information correctly, or I had a lot of incorrect information. I penned the comment being like, hey, make sure you all pay attention to this person. I didn't take the video down because I'm like, well, it's already out. The bullet left the chamber, so whatever. But things like that where I'm like, shit, I wish I would have known, But there isn't a video where I'm like, I mean, there's some old Brony videos where I made like cringy uploads I unlisted or private or just straight up deleted. There was a Brony video I made that's lost to time where I like dubbed over the scene from 300 where I'm like, yes, Lauren Faust, she stood her ground and we brave bronies will follow her. and it was like by far the cringiest thing I've ever made, ever, bar none. And it's gone forever. My buddy Jack Splade says he has it on some hard drive, but he's been saying that for like the last like 12, 13 years. I don't believe him. But yeah.
Can we
Brony
watch
300?
Can I get you to react to some of your like super old content from 11 years ago?
Oh, boy.
Let me before we do that, let me go get some water real fast.
Okay, well,
all right? Pull up some tabs, all right, in the meanwhile. Right back.
Oh, Beckett's like, yeah, Falgi's being mean. Cringe at your old content, Saber. Remember what you sounded like years ago.
Yeah. Listen, I blame you. You opened the floodgates with this. You were like, no, totally the breeding clip, bro. Let's talk.
Yeah. Listen, it's always funny seeing old coverage. Like I'm sure I did it recently where I rewatched like the first two streams, both of which are privated now for reasons. And it's my old shitty headset mic, and I remember because I didn't have computer monitors at the time, but my PC was hooked up to my television, so I would just stream on my TV and pray to God everything was right because I wouldn't look at OBS until the stream ended. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I think I streamed Destiny 2 at one time too, and didn't know how frame rates and bit rates worked, so it was going at like 4 frames a second. That was insane. Hey, Rags! Oh my god.
Look at all the furries. Listen, we're ponies, Rags. I need to get you a pony Sona, Rags, okay? You get some cool little glasses on it. You can come on for Brony Christmas.
What would a Shiba pony Sona look like? I almost said something insane. Fuck me, I'm losing my mind.
Are there any dogs in My Little Pony?
Okay, is the little dragon guy a dog?
No, he's a dragon.
But isn't he like a pet?
No, well, he's kind of like Twilight Sparkle's helper. He's not really a pet. Like there are pets. Like Pinkie Pie has a pet alligator.
Okay.
And like Fluttershy has a rabbit.
Are there
Rarity has a cat. Why do I know this? Why the fuck do I know this? Oh my god, that's so fucking depressing. Holy fuck. Oh my god, kill me.
There are dogs. Winona is a dog from Apple. I don't know what that means.
Applejack had a dog. Okay, Applejack had a dog. Okay.
Yes. Apparently Applejack had a dog.
I just look, the alligator's very cutely drawn, so I remember the alligator. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, chap.
You are a brony. You just are a brony. I can't tell if it's out of spite or love yet.
I have said before that I have seen the first 2 seasons of the show at this point, and like random other bits and pieces. And there are episodes of My Little Pony that I like. Like I do understand why people like this show. So like and again, I grew up watching Lauren Faust, so I do get it in the same way that I'm like, if someone's like, hey, do you like Dexter's Lab or something? I'm like, yeah, Dexter's Lab was amazing. It was awesome. So yeah, it's actually, I was watching something recently that I stumbled across in the algorithm. I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched like a minute of it, but it was a video about why the new Powerpuff Girls is bad. And I didn't even know there was a new
I've seen that one.
Yeah, I didn't even know there was a new Powerpuff Girls. Hey, thank you, Dickers, for raiding. Thank you, Pinker. And I didn't even know there was one, but it's really interesting. Like what I saw of it is like the animation looks the same. It's really similar, but like the tone and feel of the show is completely different.
I can't remember. Is that? I think it's the new season. They get like a new autistic sister because there's like 2.
Really?
But they get yes. There's one in the original one that's like a reject, and then they get like a new one, and I think the new one like super dies or something like that. Like something really bad that happens to like one of the sisters, and I'm just sitting there.
It's
being like,
Powerpuff
what the
Girls
fuck
without the
is
powers.
happening?
Wait, what? They don't have powers? What do you mean they don't have powers? Do I need to look into the Powerpuff Girls now? Is that what I'm finding out? Holy shit.
You should just watch the anime. I'm sure there's nothing problematic with that at all. I'm sure Japan did nothing problematic with young girls at all. They just have never had.
Yeah, totally normal interactions around young people. It's a Bronymas miracle. Many things are. Dude, listen. I think it's been good. We've still got more Bronymas to come this year. I will do a reading of My Nationalist Pony. We'll go through it. I think that would be quite fun. Yeah. I think we still need to listen to the Toon Critical, as we do every year.
Wait, do you own any My Little Pony merch?
No.
I technically do.
Really? What do you own?
So for Christmas, somebody got me Dansburst. Technically, Sunburst.
Oh, they
for Christmas 2 years ago.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Fuck? So I literally have the totem which like blew up my channel. Yeah, I have his corpse.
I don't have any My Little Pony merch at all. I'm just trying to think. I was like, is there anything like random that I've got? No, I've got literally nothing. I've got no My Little Pony merch. So see, I'm saved. I'm not a brony. I've got no merch. I definitely have merch if I was a brony. Okay.
Someone needs to send him like a horse's head, like a 3D printed horse's head. I think that's the only thing. That's the only way it gets any better.
That's
it's just
that's very. You're trying to like Godfather me. What are we doing? Like,
well, listen. All I'm saying is it could be worse. Like, you know, I didn't say a hyena. That, you know,
that's
it could have been a lot worse.
That's true. You know, it's very true.
I've flop block.
I saw his response on Twitter.
Well, I said, why are you talking behind the block? Like, I like unironically, like.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm back.
Welcome
you're
back
good.
in.
Like, unironically, I wish he was still here. I would invite him. I wouldn't even be mean.
I'm trying. Like, again, I don't know what I'd say to him at this point. Like, that's what that hasn't been said already. Like, again, I don't think we've really said anything particularly mean about him this fucking stream. I think he was expecting me to bring Saber on just to bitch about Bonk. It's like, that's not really you're not that important. Sorry, Petty. Yes. Anyway, Saber has returned. That's good. Saber, if you can turn your attention to the stream video, and I will get this set up.
Sure, let's ball. Sure.
If I can actually get it.
Brother printer.
Let's get this resized.
That was in the family office room at my mom's house and my family's house back in the day.
So this is a video from 11 years ago. It has 63,000 views. It's from July the 1st, 2014.
Dude.
Let's see. It's called YouTube criticism.
Let's go.
YouTube. Let's see what you got for me.
Look at me. Got my little beard coming in.
Kill yourself. Seemed rushed. Seemed rushed? I spent like a week on that video! Carter, are you okay? What's going on? These guys don't know what they're talking about! I worked so hard on these videos. Blood, sweat, tears, for nothing! Just gonna delete it all! Or delete all of it! You need to learn how to take criticism better. I can't take criticism!
What a shocking conclusion!
Funny, because we played the Guile theme.
That was Can your voice still go that high?
If I really squeeze my balls hard enough, yes.
Listen, just have one like me. It's like half the effort.
There is definitely a universe where you just post that as your response video to the drama.
I can't take criticism. Right. Heyo. What's funny is I throw a punch, but when my fist hits, quote unquote, my friend, it's a different arm, so it doesn't. Some continuity errors there.
You know what? Fair.
Yeah, that was a time where me and my buddy Scott, I was like, okay, I'm done kind of doing the Brony stuff, but I was kind of slowing down with doing Brony videos at that time, around like 2015 or so. And I'm like, let's do sketch comedies because that's the thing, like Smosh or all these other sketch comedy channels. That's the thing. That's the thing. So we tried it for about a year, and then I was like, fuck it, I'll do video reviews instead.
Yeah, I've got what was top 10 weird parts of YouTube?
Oh yeah, that was I did top 10 videos talking about weird parts of YouTube.
Oh, that is super loud.
I had to say goodbye to your ears.
Okay, that's super loud.
Who made this video? God, shit.
This person needs to sort their audio editing out fucking 9 years ago, Saberspark.
I'm gonna fire my audio editor right now. No, I made a video just talking about different, weird parts of YouTube, like I guess Minecraft is on the screen. Oh, Minecraft porn. Never mind. There you go. YouTube poops, which just says boop crap compilations. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, that kid doing the open SpongeBob style. That's a good one. Oh, cringe compilations. I guess nursery rhymes or like kid cartoons.
What is this? Wait, what is it? This looks like an AI video from today. Wait, what is this?
I'm just kidding. Yes, I do. It's this. Number 6. A top.
Fucking hell.
So there's a part in this video that I actually would like to potentially cover as a topic on its own in the future. Because there's a part of one of the categories is animal fighting videos, and I hate that YouTube still has this stuff up on its on the platform, where it's not like mammals like cats or dogs fighting, or even chickens or whatever, or roosters, whatever, but it's like bugs, fish, snakes, those kinds of animals. It's animal abuse. It's animal abuse. I hate it. I can't stand that these videos. You have people who are like, "Hey, here's my little glass, contained. Let's throw a tarantula in there with like a centipede and let them fight it out." And it's like, this is animal abuse. Why are we letting this happen? Why is YouTube so cool with this?
So like a disproportionate perversion of nature, less so like. Because I know in like Japan, for instance, it's like a kid's tradition to get two like beetles to fight over it, like beetles to fight. But what you're focusing on is like a disproportionate or something that wouldn't happen in the animal kingdom naturally.
Right, and it's like I understand that, like I'll watch BBC documentaries and they'll have moments where it's two animals duking it out, where it's like, well, if nature ordained this by random chance, then it is what it is. But seeing these animals dropped into a container and they shake the container around, make them fight, just feels nasty, feels dirty. And I know that like, people will like, be like, oh, it's a spider. Who cares? They have no soul. They have no, feelings. They have no, anxiety or fear or pain. And it's like, they do have pain. They do. But like, this just feels like a slippery slope for humans. Like, why is this on the platform? Why are we allowing this? That's my big concern. So yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. I want to do a video about it someday, saying like YouTube's got an animal abuse problem. Let them have it. I'm sure people will be like, well, the cartoon guy is talking about animal abuse. Interesting. But it's genuinely a problem.
There is like some really weird kind of places and genres on YouTube and stuff. Like, I think. So there is an entire genre on YouTube of naked yoga.
But it's educational, you see.
Which is just, like, let's be honest, it's just porn. It is just full-on nudity and porn. We all know why it exists. We're all fully aware. And it's like, it exists. It's you can just search for it. And I'm just like, unfucking believable that this is up on the platform. It's like I think there's like positive stuff as well though. It's like you mentioned like the animal stuff. I scroll through shorts when I'm like just falling asleep, and there's one particular guy who basically he's out trying to get rid of invasive boa constrictors.
I know you're talking about that guy who's like, walks around barefoot in like the Everglades, right?
And boops animals. Yeah, he's just like going up and like grabbing like crocodiles and shit. And I'm like, there's no way this guy survives long term. But at the same time, like, it's really positive content because he's like, I want you to see that these animals aren't actually as scary as you think they are. They're not like, not actually desperate to like transparent cleaning. Oh God, is that another one? Nicandros, welcome in. Happy Bronymas, buddy. Yoink Man, yes.
I think like it's interesting like talking about like things that are permissible on YouTube that like people don't enjoy. Or like I feel like the platform should crack down. And this is maybe my more moral flaggy moment, but I really dislike family channels. And I know that
I totally agree with you on this. No, just straight up 100% totally agree with you.
Like I understand the educational purpose, and this is like a personal thing for me. Growing up in theater, music, opera, all those things, I had friends who were child actors. I saw what that did to a family. And I'm like, no. Like the fact that there's no legal protection for the kids, A, and B, there's no union for them, there's no regulations, and the idea of a physical child being the breadwinner for a family. It's why maybe this is mean to say, I make fun of a lot of the fucking child Minecrafters who like they grow up and they're like, oh, Dream's such a bad person. Oh, I hate Dream. And it's like, that's great. Where was your mom and dad while you were 11 years old, making more money than the both of them on YouTube? What were they doing? Why did they let you like talk to a grown adult on the internet?
Yeah, it's and I think there's no like, because there's no manual for how to be a YouTuber, especially like YouTubers through the 2010s who are making kid-friendly content like the Minecraft YouTubers. Like, it's no wonder that so much like got out of hand, because like, bro, and again, it must be weird if you're a YouTuber who blows up off something like Minecraft, particular. Like, I think it's interesting that PewDiePie is one of the few well-adjusted famous YouTubers who just seems to have quit everything and just gone and had a family. Like, it's just like he's the only survivor.
Yeah, he pieced out, and he definitely, good on him for going off and just living his life and retiring.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. There's like the only other Minecraft YouTubers that I know of that I never played the game. I don't care for it personally. I've tried multiple times. I think the only other ones that I know of are the Yogscast, and I don't know what they're doing today. Apparently they got the old server back, which was like a fight in and of its own. But it's interesting. The way that YouTube functions is interesting. Saber, interesting question looking back at your career. Are there any side channels that you wish you did or ones that you regretted doing?
Side channels? I had the gaming channel. I don't regret it. It just didn't really... The stars never really aligned, and I just got burnt out. So... that was a fun experiment, but, ultimately is now in kind of just, purgatory. Then I have another active second channel called Saber's Basement, which I wanted to throw more weight behind, doing more reviews that are kind of like off the cuff, kind of like how I just recently discovered that I hate everything. I'm like, whatever happened to him? And he has a second channel, and he's been thriving on it. And it's not as much of a commitment compared to his main channel. And I'm like, shit, I like that. We can just tackle topics in a lot more casual fashion with not as much involved editing. So apparently that's part of the YouTube meta right now. So I'm going to give that a shot just for fun. And then that's really about it, man. Unless I'm forgetting something, but I don't have any second channels I regret.
Now, would you make that because you and your partner, you guys stream together a lot?
Yes.
Would you make that like an edited version of your streams, like a stream reservoir, almost like a clips channel?
We've done that actually already for the
Oh
second
shit! I
channel.
didn't know.
That's fine. It started off as a highlights channel. We're just kind of dumping ground for VODs, and it grew to about 65,000 subscribers. But then it was kind of like a 1-2 punch. It was back in May, where I was told that like the channel got demonetized for whatever reason. I can't recall exactly what it was because my mind was obviously elsewhere at the time. But I tried to dispute it, and YouTube's like, sorry, you have to reapply for monetization 3 months from now. And I'm like, oh, great. And this is for the second channel, not the main channel. So I had to wait that out. And eventually got remonetized, but it definitely killed the channel's growth because we were doing quite well on it for a bit. But it's starting to bounce back a bit more now. So, we'll get back on the horse.
It's YouTube is a weird beast. It's just a weird beast. I sure as shit don't know everything about the platform. I just kind of make what I can make and find out. And I find it interesting the way that YouTube has evolved over time as a platform, specifically like now with live streaming, like what we're doing right now and things like that, where it feels like with live streaming specifically on YouTube, it is a slight resurgence of what old YouTube used to be, where you did interact with your fans more intimately. And if you're Colleen Ballinger a little bit too intimately, but it's it's interesting how specifically on YouTube it has bounced back a little bit more to that intimate audience interaction. And I'm curious how you feel about it since you've been watching a lot more, like you watch animations with your audience. I'm really curious how you feel about that, specifically because you watch a lot of indie stuff.
Just to make sure I understand. So the question is how I feel about watching stuff with our viewers?
Yeah, and like how it's kind of bounced back to a more like intimate audience experience.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I used to watch stuff on like livestream.com, I think it was back in the day. But it's nice to have an intimate audience viewership. It's that entire thing of like, find 100 viewers who will support you and you can make it on any platform. So, it's fun to hop on Twitch or YouTube and stream and watch indie stuff on YouTube, watch movies on Twitch and just chat with people, see familiar names. It's nice. I mean, there are moments where people, like, what was it? We watched Digital Circus recently. And when there's somebody who is like, God, you all talk so much. And it's like, it's a reaction stream. Like,
yes.
Duh, my God.
Dude, I've seen people do that. Like, there was the point that sticks in my head with like Rakita Law going over the Rittenhouse trial. And Rakita is just like, can people stop asking us to stop pausing it? We're literally lawyers reacting to the court case. What did you think this? You can go and watch this yourself, right? Like it's there. We're like, you can just go watch the stream of it if you're like sick of hearing us talk. Why are you here?
I don't know. It's weird. I don't understand. Is it that SpongeBob meme with that fish being like, then why did you come to a stream? So.
Yeah, it's funny because I think actually Parlo said that. It's like, I was watching this odd channel. They were going through it so slow. I think the op block or something. I'm like, yeah, motherfucker. I go through the thing slow because that's the whole point.
I think my record is turning 20-minute video into 4 hours of content.
Hell yeah, dude. That's how we do it.
Please, can we not? I don't want to think about my longest stream because I may actually cry.
What's your longest stream?
16 plus hours.
What was the topic?
So there's a young man. His name is Akumu. He's a friend of Beckett's.
This is my fault.
9-hour video. And I watched all 9 hours in one sitting. It goes to the end where I put the video on at 4 times speed because it's just a re-review of the 8.5 hours I listened to. And I'm just sitting there I'm off camera, and nobody. I don't think I've ever talked about this publicly. My face is in my desk, and I'm catching myself snoring, and I'm like, nope, nope, nope. I need to finish this. It was definitely a moment.
I like the comments from like Rags is like join the 24-hour kid club casuals. Bro, thanks. Amiga, foolish mortals. I have animation streams for many more hours. I think my longest stream is 13. I think 13 is my longest stream, but it's been a long time since I did one like that. Like I try and cap out at around I try to cap out around 4 hours now because I think having tighter content is better. I've said this to a few people because like there's a meta for a while of just doing like 8-9 hour streams. This is like a Twitch meta, but I think it's a bit more consumable if someone sees, okay, cool, this is like 3 to 4 hours. I can sit down. You do 6 to 8 hours all the time. Okay, well, it's not my fault that there's a lot to go over and I've got a lot to say. Okay, forgive me. Forgive me for being on background noise.
I remember the beginning. I would do like 8-9 hour streams, and I was like, I can't and I had just thought that I was very long winded, and then I realized no, I just paused too much, and so I was like, okay, let me stop pausing so much. Let me try to focus up a little bit, and I do remember that meta. I've noticed now, if you do stream for that long, the issue you run into is that your whole entire audience has seen the VOD. So at that point, you get a burst of views per se, but you don't really have a sustainable view count because it's 8 hours.
Yeah.
It's also why I never really private streams because or unlist them, excuse me, because I don't like putting them somewhere where an audience can't find them because I treat them like a podcast.
Yeah,
and
just
a
keeping
lot of
them
people
up is
want
better.
to see your podcast. Yep.
But we've been going for 5 hours and 15 minutes. I think we are definitely getting to wrap up time. I've got a couple of last super chats to read. I think very quickly, if it goes me. Before making a podcast with Beckett Saber, asking what happened to the podcast Internet Explorers. Internet Explorers still exists. I don't know what you're talking about, Qual Omega. Thank you for the 5. Diesel just needs to edit them. Panda Fan with the 5. Ho ho ho. Murray Bronymas. Last night I was visited by 3 pony spirits and now believe friendship is magic. As is the way. As is the way.
Very good.
And Grey Knight with the 2. I am Beckett's most goober viewer. Yes, you are, buddy. Much appreciated.
Awesome.
Guys, it has been awesome having you on, Saber, and thank you for joining us, Falgi.
Always.
Should we go through last questions? What, thoughts or feelings or?
Sure.
Sure.
I don't know if you've got any last questions, Falgi. That was kind of an invitation. Go ahead, buddy.
No. You know what? Because it's Brony Christmas. I will say what I'm thankful for. I am thankful for the weird and blessed opportunity to befriend Saber through this process. It's been a true delight. Legitimately so. It's been a true delight getting to know you, not just as a creator but as a person, and it's heartwarming in my personal opinion.
I mean, I feel the same way towards you guys. I really appreciate that you all, reached out to actually, talk to me. It was scary, I won't lie. And all I ever wanted was just to, say my side of what, the truth is. And it meant a lot that, you guys were the first ones to actually do your due diligence and just hear me out. It definitely saved my life. So, I appreciate you all just giving me that kindness of just hearing me out. That's all I ever wanted, was just a chance to just make my case. So, it's scary to think of the road that could have been before me, before my family and friends and everyone attached to my livelihood. And it just, I'm eternally grateful that, it was a turbulent year of ups and downs, but going to try and just, again, learn from it, grow from it, pick myself up and keep going. And again, I really appreciate you all, having just offering that platform, offering that chance to hear me out, and also becoming pals along the way. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. And I mean, me personally, I appreciate the fact that your drama saved me from a year of talking about Ethan Hassan Destiny. Because this channel would probably be dead now if you listen, I get it. It was life ruining accusations. It was terrible. But if they hadn't happened, my channel would probably have died. So I do appreciate.
Well, I mean, I'm glad that you all got to see point blank what it's like to with the KP stuff in particular. I'm like, I feel like I was mad. It was like madness where I'm like getting these emails from her, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, am I going crazy? Like, I'm just gonna ignore this stuff and get on with my life because this is so childish and insane. And then everything blew up in May, and I'm like, this is nuts. It's crazy.
I realized that I only read the emails that she sent to you, I only fully read them, quite late. I think it was 2 months ago. Because I was like, I don't know how relevant these are, and there's so much to go through. But then I was like, there's a line in there where it's like, and you chose to date Gabe's sister over me. And I just read that and I was like,
oh my God.
What the fuck? It's like, how does it get more ridiculous? Every time I turn a stone over, I'm like, for fuck's sake.
I know that was, that was wild, where I'm like, I was surprised where I'm like, damn, she hasn't let it go. It's 10 years later and she hasn't let it go. And that really surprised me, where I'm like, damn, it really pissed her off. I didn't know it upset her that hard, that much. And, that's all I really will say about that. But I don't know, just these people need to take care of themselves. And, I wish the best that they can find the help that they need in life to be at peace and whatnot.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's not the end of it from my perspective. I'm sure KP will do something. I'd still like to do a Black Griffin video, if stuff materializes over time, where it's complete enough a story to kind of do that. And so, I don't know. We'll see what happens next year. But I mean, from the general perspective, yeah, it's been amazing, having you on and talking about this. It's been a really special Brony Christmas. I think I said, earlier on, if you said to me 4 years ago when I started doing this, you're going to be talking to one of the biggest Brony creators one day on this Brony Christmas show. I'd be like, what the fuck? What's my life become? But it is kind of, it's cool. And maybe this has been fun. So maybe we'll do more stuff next year. I'll be down. We can do a couple of things. It'll be fun.
Awesome. Thank you for having me, guys. I really do appreciate it. And it's onward and upward with 2026.
Absolutely. Right, I'll do wrap up with chat. I'll leave you guys, and thank you very much. And Merry Bronymas.
Merry heartwarming, even Bronymas and all that stuff.
Whatever made up fucking holidays you guys have. Feliz Navidad. I don't know what to tell y'all. Bye, everybody.
Later, guys. Bye.
Guys, okay, I'm gonna have a quick cigarette. I'll turn people's Christmas hats off and remove my gas. Guys, this has been awesome. It's been really nice. Has everyone had fun? Great night with the 5. Didn't Nags do 24 days and learn halfway through he was sleeping in the wrong side of the air mattress? What the fuck? I've not heard that before. That's ludicrous. Thank you for the 5. 20 Swedish crowns from Kick and Daddy Beckett. Smoke before you go, and a sticker. Might have a last sticker. Actually, I did want to show Kami's updated their Chomp one. This is really good. This is really good. Please. Freeze right at the end. Freeze right at the end. Fuck. We were doing okay. We did well. Listen, everyone leaves and then my stream freezes. Okay, refresh. Okay, I'm back. I'm still alive. I'm still alive. So, how long till the Copecast podcast from Anime Guy with the 2? I'd totally be down to do a Copecast podcast. Honestly, I thought, because when I asked Saber to do this, I was like, I know how busy Saber is with projects and stuff, and I didn't we've like, I've obviously spoken to Saber a few times now. I didn't know what it would be like doing a stream. I think this was really good. We managed to go like 5.5 hours with like no effort. So I'd totally be down. I'd totally be down for a Cope and Soothe podcast at some point. That'd be really fun. Even if we just do a couple of episodes. Grey Knight with the 20. Thank you, buddy. That is super fucking generous. Saber, what happened to you was garbage. Human behavior by people who couldn't grow up and are still butthurt over not going to getting to be horse famous and have grown toxic over the last decade. Fuck them. You came back with receipts. So fucking true. And listen, Saber's gone now. Saber's gone, so I can say this. It is very funny to watch Bonk seethe about this. Okay, it is very, very funny. I did see him in chat. I think there's one point where he's like, you know, Saber, you're supporting Beckett in doing this to me. And I'm like, bro, I can't believe he got so upset. Like, Black Griffin's released something new and he didn't even come back for that. He didn't say anything for that, but doing a stream with me and sent him over the edge. If I'd known, I would have brought Gabe on. I would have asked him. I would have been like, hey, buddy. Do you want to come on a stream just so Bonk loses his mind? I'd totally do that. Fuck it. That'd be so irresponsible. No, it'd say like, listen, I'd actually, you know, if Black Griffin was down, I'd have him on. But I don't want to like stoke the flames until he's, you know, until the drama's like done and he's ready to talk about things. Basically. Black Griffin stream when eventually, I'm sure. Like, again, I'm very happy to do a Black Griffin video and go over everything. And I have seen things that you guys haven't. I've said this before. And I'm not worried about my position on the Black Griffin stuff. I'm not freaked or anything. We'll see what happens. Maybe this is enough for Bonk. I'm sure Fandont's gonna clip this stream and be like, Saber and Beckett were together and it's Saber's supporting this monster. It's very funny. It's very funny. He's so predictable. He's so easy to rile. Oh, bro. Sorry if I was being annoying with telling you not to poke Bonk. I mean, like, you're fine, Pinker. No one gets banned from this chat. Everyone's very welcome in this chat. I've always run this chat the same way. I miss being a troll. I'm too nice in the LCU. I needed to look at some of the LCU stuff, actually. Isn't Rostov gone? Like, that seems very sudden. I know they had, like, there was the drama with him and Tommy and Billy. But I'd like some updates. So, yeah, guys. First Brony Christmas stream. There will be more. I'm thinking about doing, like, a panel-y call-in thing, maybe. I'm always a bit iffy about viewer call-ins. I don't really do them very often because I feel like it gets like that's turning viewers into content. I'm not a great fan. I never thought I'd join a Brony stream after all these years. PT, listen, it's been really cool having you in chat, man. I will like check out some of your new animations. It is really interesting how connected everyone is, and yeah. I'm glad that you got so much of the rigging done, man. Like, I'm proud to provide background noise to people, you know. But yeah, I'd like to bring some people on and talk about some stuff. We'll do because Priestess has literally been asking all year for me to do a Game Dude thing. We will actually do a Game Dude stream this Brony Christmas. It'll probably be after Christmas though. Like, it'll probably be just before the new year. The new animations aren't necessarily for YouTube, but I will make an announcement once my game is done. Dude. I'll play it on stream. I'll bring Saber on. We can review a game. That'd be awesome. Love finally doing Game Dude. I've done Game Dude so many times, but it is the time. It's a mix between Tron Portal, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and Chernobyl. That is okay, but that's an interesting mix. I'm intrigued. I'm definitely intrigued. The Chernobyl bit's what throws me, I will admit. If fans are wanting to come on knowing they will be part of the content, it seems like it should be fine. Yeah, I'm always careful. especially as somebody like I feel like chatters shouldn't get shit. You guys should just be able to talk shit in chat, and people should be chill about it. But yeah, I'm not totally against it. Maybe I'll break my rule for Christmas. We'll see. Did you know in Japanese there's Japanese samurai that speaks broken Japanese and English and rides his horse like a motorcycle with literally his motorcycle parts taped to it? Right, why does that ring a bell? What does that ring a bell? I need to have a search for that, or you can tweet it at me. I'd be interested. Yeah, it throws people through a loop. The characters are really funny, really fun. Got a lot of cool cinematics that work well in VR. Interesting. I mean, it's quite nice when like I mentioned Redline and Peter's just like, yes, Redline's incredible. I'm like, yes. Please listen, if you take nothing else away from this stream, please go and watch Redline. Redline is unquestionably one of the fucking most amazing animated films I've ever seen. Can I lord dump about bearded guy from last stream? Yeah, do it in my DMs. Go ahead. My DMs are open for lore dumping. Even if I don't respond, I do tend to read mostly. I just get a lot, guys. So if I don't respond to you, it's not because I hate you. It's just because I fucking have a lot of DMs, okay? I currently have something in the region of, like, 40 unread DMs. It's a lot. One of the best 100% agree with my e-boyfriend, Diesel! Hey, husband. How you doing? How you doing? Diesel comes in right at the end. We need a Diesel pony for Brony Christmas. Actually, Diesel, you need to come on for Brony Christmas sometime this month. Okay? Because I haven't had you on stream for ages, and it's criminal. It's criminal. Maybe we could do a Pony Christmas D&D game. Pony Christmas D&D game on stream? That could be really fun. We could do that. Get some people together. Can I get Rags to play a pony in like Pony D&D? I like the way I'm just roping Diesel into this, like he doesn't have a choice whether to DM it. It's like, Diesel. Can you like build a D&D system? Alien twin supermodels that fight through the titties of their Gundam megacar on a cyber alien planet while a kaiju monster fight happens. Yes, it's so good. It's so good. Redline is so good. I mean, I would DM it. I know you would. Based. CID with the two. Q&A with Bonk Wembecker, end of year goal. Listen, he'd never get on stream with me. I'd totally do it. I'd host it. I'd be polite to him and everything. My offer still stands. I will still pay, like, Bonk $150 for a 45-minute conversation. Like, he has to actually talk. That's the rule. But I will totally pay him for that. Like, that's absolutely fine. That still stands. You want to do D&D, Pinker? Yeah, okay. Well, listen, if people are really into it, let's work something out. Maybe we can do a Pony D&D thing. We'll work it out, okay? Chris. Merry Bronymas, Chris. How you doing, buddy? Oh, fuck, I'm gonna need a Chris and Art course. 150, that retard gets 50. No, listen, he needs 150. Bonk is, like, flat broke. I don't know if he's even been able to afford going to see Zootopia 2 yet. It's probably why he's so angry at Race Best. That motherfucker's watched it 35 times. Oh, God. Okay. Becca, I'll make the ponies. If we can get Saber in for D&D, I think we could have fun. Yeah, yeah. We'll get a party together. Okay, I'll look at that. I'll start DMing people. Not tonight, because I want to go and play. Listen, I'm playing a lot of Fall of Avalon Tainted Grail, because they just released a DLC and it's really good. It's really good, guys. Tainted Grail is actually fucking awesome. I'm having so much fun with it. So I'm gonna end stream and go and do that. But yeah, guys, this has been awesome. Thank you so much. You guys have been incredible tonight and super supportive as always. I always feel a bit bad when I have someone on and I can't just like read super chats as they come in. Thank you for being patient, and Yeah, I think I do not think I missed anybody. I think everybody got red. But thank you so much. And yeah, I can't believe we're another year down. Another year down, guys. Incredible. Do you want the MLP RPG? There's an MLP RPG? Yes. Kick him with 20 Swedish. Are you just trying to get the sticker to the light guy? Just trying to do the sticker at the end. Do you want a last sticker animation? Is this where we're at? Bro, it's been awesome. 11 days left. We can set something up in 11 days. Read the DM, it's fucking funny. Hold on. So Bearded Guy used to go by Bearded Viking in the Doobie pot. Oh, this is the guy from last night, for those who remember, who like phoned into Doobie and was like, I'm not a groomer or whatever. So the Bearded Guy used to go by Bearded Viking in Doobie's politics server. He's a Nordid polytheist, holds to Kantian philosophy. His main debates are age of consent, thinks age of consent should be lower, pro-white nationalism, religion, makes arguments that actually work against himself. He's well known for saying he's straight but sends shirtless photos of himself to flirt with men in politics. When he also gets backed into a corner, starts threatening gay sex. He also sent shirtless photos to Darth Dawkins. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Kick in with another 20 Swedish crowns and Future Nightmare Games with 2. I'll get stickers for DMs. Base, let's go. Guys, you guys have been incredible tonight, as always. Please enjoy these stickers. You have earned them. They are well earned. They're well deserved. I'm going to be sending you over to Ace Space, who's doing a gaming stream of some kind. So please go and say hello to Ace Space. Wish him a merry Bronymas. He is currently a pony. He knows how to get my attention. You guys are incredible. I will be back over the weekend. I'm on a 4-day weekend, okay? So I'm taking I'm off the next couple of days. So I might do a gaming stream as well and a chill out stream. It's been a lot of content, but there is also other drama-y stuff going on. And please take care of yourselves. Have a great weekend, and I will see you all soon. Peace, guys.